And poof, just like that, we were live. Boom, just like that. All right, let me go and check my channel, make sure that we're muted over there and that we don't have. All right. We are live, my friends.
Yeah,
Rob,
yeah.
check your channel.
Good to go.
Ladies, check your channels. And we are here. All right. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Today is day 5 of 11, and we are halfway there. Today's going to be an amazing, amazing day. Let me just quickly run through what we're doing here. Rob, you want to toss this up on the screen, please? Are we in business?
Yeah.
All right, coolies. Right on, guys. So for day 5, Wednesday, March 16th, today is our Sacred Ancestors Day. It's going to be amazing. We're going to start off with Eleanor Bain, and then we're going to jump to Ivana Johnson, and then to Suzanne Christensen, and then to Trina Cooper. And then we're going to have the Grandmother Circle with the Suzanne Christensen group. And then after that, our very own Stephen and Evan Strong. And then after that, we've got Dr. Pamela Gorelli, New Earth Architect, and then Dr. Reverend Emma Lai Wai Shing, and then Daniel Gutierrez. And then we have Anita Sanchez, and then we will close the day off with Carrie Ann Fields. So that is the day for the schedule for the day. And if you guys want to keep updated on the schedule, please go to our Telegram chat room. And you will find it in the chat thread there on Watchers Talk. And I think Rob will put that in Full Spectrum Universe as well. Please go ahead and subscribe, hit that bell, and share this link with friends and family, because today must be shared with everyone. And that's pretty much it for me, Rob. My name is Omar. I'm a host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada.
Yeah.
Rob.
So Rob Yox here, Full Spectrum Universe, as everybody knows. Today we have an amazing lineup, and we're going to start the day off with somebody who's one of my personal favorites, and she always gets the blood flowing first thing when she starts talking about the consciousness aspect of what this etherical plane and the veil is being lifted looks like. And one of the things I love about her too is her energy is just so on point. She comes through and she gives you all the information that she has at her disposal. She's a basically a channeler of sorts, and Eleanor Lydia Bain is just incredible. She's incredible what she does. She helps people, she gives people counseling, she sets people straight on their paths and shows their true intentions and what her guides tell her, what everybody's guides tell them that is their mission. So without further ado, I'm going to bring her in. Let's see. Eleanor, how are you?
Hello, Rob and Omar. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, it's so wonderful to be here with you. I really want once again to acknowledge both of you for putting together this online event. I want to acknowledge all the other speakers who've been at the event. I haven't had a chance to listen in, but I will. I want to acknowledge them for their service and contribution in light at this time. I want to give a warm and heartfelt welcome to all the viewers who are viewing this simultaneously now and that will view this in the future. So I gave a lot of thought about what I really wanted to speak about today. And so what I'm going to be focusing on is what I would like to title Releasing the Matrix Mind and the Matrix Programming. And this is really making the reality of the prayers that have been made by our ancient past ancestors and our ancient future ancestors and descendants as well. So one of the things, the main thing I want to touch on, which is a big part of what we are all as individuals and as a global collective experiencing at this time is about death, death, and death. So we are in a very unique passage of time, as we all know. And part of what it has been held in our subconscious mind, in our superconscious mind, is our programming around death. We have these inverted death codes that we have been carrying. And a lot of what I assist people to do as well is to tap into where we have these highly charged beliefs around death. So we're consciously releasing the death codes that we have all held within, and consciously breaking free at this time of the death and rebirth cycle that has been known on this planet as the reincarnation grid, as a part of the old construct of Earth. Now, even though we are going to be asked to consciously be releasing these death codes, in saying that, there is a seeming contradiction that is happening in this passage of time. So we have a situation where there will be, from my perspective, looking into the quantum field and the spiritual weather, moving forward from this time, let's say until April of 2023, we are still going to have the experience of a lot of people who will be so-called dying or leaving this reality as we know it. And, you know, it'll be called COVID, or a result of the war, or a result of the jab, natural disasters, etc. But however, seen from a higher perspective, this is not the work of anything nefarious. This is in fact a natural part of the evolution of this planet and we, the surface dwellers here. And the reason for this is that the sentient, celestial, planetary consciousness known as Earth knew what was coming. She knew the negative timelines that had been projected pre-2012 that would be taking place on this planet. What we could call as an umbrella body the Armageddon timelines. And Earth, in her infinite wisdom, shifted her broadband frequency, her baseline frequency, into the fifth dimensional frequencies, and that happened in 2012. So Earth is actually already in an ascended frequency, the planetary consciousness. It's we who have the catching up to do. And we are being asked in this process to become aware of the programs, the beliefs, and the stories of good and evil, the high polarities that is playing out in the surface world and the world of matter and form, of the high polarities of good and evil that are what we could describe as the ceiling of fourth dimensional consciousness. At the fourth dimensional consciousness level, we have these extreme good and evil scenarios that play out, which is kind of what we are experiencing on the planet right now. And we're being asked to bring our awareness of how we can apply ourselves to the external reality and our internal reality, and indeed look at our method of problem solving at this time. We're being asked to give up battling, as what we resist must surely persist. And engaging in battling is still creating the generation of the lower timelines. Now, we've all been given an equal opportunity on this planet in this awakening process. We've had the information that's been released through various channels. We've had different methods for persons to come into contact with their own higher self and their innate knowing and their innate being. And we've had the opportunity to do a lot of the inner work required at this time in order to release a lot of these old densities. So the point is here moving forward, and it's not that I am the bringer of what I would say, bad news. This is coming from a very neutral, heart-spaced perspective, in that the earth will not, as we move forward into the future, she will not allow us, by our actions, our words, and our thoughts, she will not allow us to pollute her quantum field and our collective shared reality anymore. And so here we are in the depths of the separation of densities of consciousness on this planet, what the Bible referred to as the separation of the wheat from the chaff. So how do we do this? One of the ways is we choose, instead of battling our inner circumstances and what is playing out in the external world, into having the awareness to activate our innate ability to create and also use our creativity in co-creative processes. We are here to out-create. We're not here to battle. This is one of the core shifts that we're being asked in mastering our being and being in a very unique situation on this planet, that we are actually ascending in our bodies. We are in a unique process where we do not need to die in order to grow spiritually, in order to make this quantum leap in consciousness while still in a body. And this is a very rare occurrence, but it also has its challenges. And I myself and a lot of my colleagues and a lot of clients and friends have been looking at the pattern recognition of what's been happening for us. So I'm here to present some tips and some tools that I think are going to be very helpful for those, as we are all in the midst of this process together. So since 2012, when Earth ascended her bandwidth frequency, we have all been walking through our Akashic records. So a lot of all the outstanding karmas, circumstances, stories, and timelines have played out on Earth and played out in our individual lives and circumstances. And in saying this, there has been a lot of triggering that has been going on for a lot of people. And so one of the practices that I'm really working with at this time, more now so than before, and recommending to clients and friends and family, it sounds really basic, but it is a key of mastery, and it is part of the spiritual mechanics of ascending in a body. And this key is actually forgiveness. When it comes now to clearing our karma, whatever is showing up in our world is, the reality is going to give us a feedback of what is left outstanding for us in our own quantum field, in our own Akashic records, for us to master. And we've been everything. We've played a lot of different roles, all of us. So knowing that we have some of these outstanding karmas, and although everybody may not be capable and in the same place to be able to do this, one of the practices I like to do is, if there is a situation that starts to occur in my reality, If the person is not spiritually aware enough to do this practice, I will call forward that person's I am presence and call forth my own I am presence and visualize the karmic contract between us. And you can use whatever visualization or process feels authentic to you. And to tear up this old karmic contract and state that you do not need this karma between you and this individual. And really seek to hold forgiveness and to give forgiveness for where you feel you may have been wronged. And also ask that a person's I am presence to forgive you, so that what you're doing in that process is you are freeing and liberating both parties from having to come back and continually work out that karma, because this is all part, the act of forgiveness is one of the most difficult things to truly achieve, because we have to give up the need to be right. We have to give up the battle of my truth and your truth and being special and being better than. And this requires us to be in the sacred, neutral space of our heart, that we don't need to be right, but we choose the true wisdom of neutrality, of forgiving the other person and forgiving ourselves. And if we can hold that in our awareness and integrate this practice going forward, this is going to help to release us from all of these karmic contracts in awareness, in tacit consent. I mean, there's a lot of karmic contracts that come simply from the DNA skin suits. So things that happened in the past with our lineage going backwards and forwards in time that may be occurring, that maybe not even our karma. And we need to use our I am commands, which is the apex. Our I am is the apex of our being. And ask that we no longer choose or give consent to be the karmic debt holder of our DNA lineages on this planet, that we can bring to zero neutral balance all outstanding debts and karmas at this time. And so this is a beautiful practice, because it doesn't even require the other party to be in a place where they may be capable on a conscious human level. When you call forth that being's I am presence and work through your own I am presence, these contracts are dissolved. They are cancelled, cleared, and neutralized. And this will, with each person working with this principle, will keep lifting those dense energies out of our own Akashic record, out of our own personal quantum fields, and therefore the quantum field of Earth and our shared reality here. So let me go on here. Okay. Now, one of the things coming back to ascending, making a spiritual ascension while still in a physical body, is that there is literally a whole lot of light. What's happening to our physical bodies right now? As we know, we have increasing solar radiation, increasing electromagnetic energies that are coming from the sun, the coronal mass ejections, the plasma, all of these aspects, whether they be the electric and magnetic components, the plasmic components. What's happening to our physical vessels at this time is that it's like all of this very dense, compact, high levels of light are wanting to come into the skin suit. So it is very important at this time, especially within the spiritual communities. People tend to focus on, absorbing a lot of information, just getting more and more and more and more information. And that can actually send the mind a bit bonkers. We're being asked to really be aware of our physical bodies at this time, and to help, to have practices and ways to help to integrate these high levels of solar radiation that are flooding the planet and that are also flooding our bodies. Because a part of this process is that, the best way to describe it is that our higher self wants to fully, drop down into this body. But if the body is full of density, old emotions, thoughts, patterns, physically and biologically toxic from materials, it's not going to be a frequency match. And this can cause a lot of distortion and discomfort. With this is solar radiation. A lot of people are experiencing extreme bloating, myself included, because the body is trying, the container of matter is trying to stretch itself in order to hold more light all the time, to hold more and more and more light. So just be kind and gentle with yourself. If you feel like you're not overeating, you're in a good routine, but yet you still seem to have bloating and swelling, this is very much normal when it comes to the amount of solar radiation and the amount of our higher self that wants to actually ground itself. And it doesn't want to hover, it wants to come in to the physical body. And this can make us feel like we are being stretched to capacity. So not only stretched physically, but mentally and emotionally and energetically as well. So I'm going to give some tips here on how to best cope, because we are going to have increasing solar radiation that is going to be flooding the planet as we move forward in time. So solar radiation is deeply, deeply dehydrating to our physical body. It can make us feel that we're extremely dehydrated. And so one of the basic thing, coming back to basics, remember, as much as we grow in the higher dimensions, we have to have equal balance. Our body has to be able to support those high frequencies, and we have to have a container that can hold that level of voltage. It's like saying we were previously wired for a 110 voltage, and now we have a 220 voltage coming in, and we need to do the rewiring of the body. So staying super hydrated. And I wanted to show two of my favorite products that truly help to restructure water. This is something called Crystal Energy by Dr. Patrick Flanagan. And what it does is it changes the molecular structure of water to that more crystalline structure. It helps the body to make this transition from the 666 carbon molecular structure into that 661, well, we call it crystallized, but I prefer diamondized molecular structure. And then the other thing, which doesn't seem to be so well known about, it's available, you can order it online. This is a product called Natural Action Technologies. It is a filter that you can use wherever you're taking your clean water supply, no matter if it's bottled, no matter what the source is. And we put it through this filter, and it actually changes the molecular structure to that crystalline structure of the water as well. If we don't have access to those two things, we can work with our crystals. We can hold our crystals and we can program them. We can program the crystal to change the molecular structure of the water and any other of the intentions that we have, so that we can create this shift in the molecular structure, and we are getting the most out of the water and helping our body at the same time to shift its molecular structure into the 661 configuration as we continue to ascend in our bodies and ascend in consciousness. where the kinetic energy is greater and greater, and we need a different molecular structure in order to support this density of light. Okay. Okay. So one of the things we want to talk about is in this time about really slowing down and coming back to center. There's a lot of ascension symptoms. A lot of people are having issues with the lungs and with panic and anxiety and things going on in the heart. And this is because our atmosphere, the amount of solar radiation that is coming in, is creating, literally, we are breathing in a different density of light. And so our lungs are also going to be reactive. And so to be gentle with yourself and know that at some point you may get sick, but you do not need, you can use your I am presence and use your I am commands. I've done this many times when I've come down with various things over the last couple of years. And to state out loud to your body that you do not need to die in order to grow spiritually. That was the old, we are in a lifetime where we can choose to grow spiritually without having to physically die. It's just that that was the only way normally previously we ever made a quantum leap in consciousness. We would have to leave our bodies in order to be able to connect to that larger version of ourself. So we want to bring it back to basics for all of us in the spiritual community right now, and being kind to ourselves and others through this process, and to come into a routine of self-love, self-healing, and self-care. These are very, very important at this time because things are moving very fast. And the speed at which things are moving in the reality is also having a tremendous impact on our nervous system again. Our nervous system, our energy bodies, everything is being upgraded at this time. And our nervous system, we need to pay a lot of special attention to taking care of our nervous system. So again, I would recommend using high doses of, in particular, magnesium, making sure that you're taking some form of a magnesium supplement, and also taking a potassium supplement to help to soothe and calm and to help the nervous system to move through all of these energetic upgrades as the solar radiation continues to hit us. And there's also been a great practice that I have used over the years, and it has to do with what we call in esoteric communities Jacob's ladder. When we look at our spinal vertebral column, right from the top, from the axis, right down to the coccyx. And you can bring up an image of your vertebral column. And what we're intending to do is send that golden light and make the intention to activate our cranial sacral pulse. There is a pulse. It's known in cranial sacral therapy. That's the whole point of the cranial sacral therapy, is to be able to get that fluid to easily and smoothly lubricate the spinal column and therefore our nervous system. Because a lot of people's nerves are not only being affected by the global circumstances and what is playing out, which will continue to ramp up in its intensity for probably about the next 5 years or so. We are walking through the top of the fourth dimensional in our reality in our Akashic records. We are walking through these very intense timelines. But as we know from the looking glass technology and the last presentation that I did, we also know that all of these different timelines are going to play out before they all merge and collapse into that peace and paradise and well-being and prosperity and liberation of human consciousness timeline. We have come back. We, the souls who are awake and aware at this time, we have fears because in a future timeline, in a future simultaneous timeline, we did annihilate ourselves. And we are here at this time to be the living light codes, to be the living algorithm, and to be the living beings in a physical body that are anchoring these new codes of light, these new codes of the new sun world, and replacing the old inverted matrix codes of death into the new sun codes that we're bringing here and emanating out by all of our words, our actions, and our deeds. And this is very important. A lot of us, myself included, when I do my spiritual maintenance, we recognize that a lot of times we can have a lot of knowledge, okay? And we're more so now than ever because of the information age that we live in. But guys, we have to bring into balance and to integrity what we think, what we say, and what we do. And for each of us, that's different. And there is to be no shame, blame, and guilt, but to have the awareness that if we are if we say something, do another, speak another, this is bringing chaos and confusion to our own being. And a lot of us at this time who are very evolved beings, who are a part of the spiritual communities, there's been a really good lesson that's come up for me that I wanted to share because it could be a major ego trap at this time. And I really want to thank, let me get her name here, because I really wanted to thank and to acknowledge another colleague who, I'm just going to bring up her name here so I make sure to acknowledge her. Another colleague who's been very helpful in putting some pieces together for me over the last few months. And I'm incorporating some of her concepts brought forth by the lovely Linda Good McGills. She's given me a lot of clarity in my own superconscious mind and words to abstract knowingness. And so I want to address us in the spiritual communities at this time, is that we have had part of the matrix programming that we've all been falsely conditioned with and have allowed us some very intense experiences, is this need to be special. This need that my truth is more important than your truth, and the need to be so-called someone. And this has led into what we call the God and Goddess programming. You know, God and Goddess and the need to be special is still a part of the old matrix programming. And I'll tell you why. I'll use some semantics to make this a bit easier for everybody. Being someone is being the sum of the one. It means we have this subtle shift in consciousness from being somebody, oh, I'm different, I'm special. That is still a programming of separation. How we can shift that will serve our highest good at this time is to focus on our unique talents and gifts, our uniqueness, that we can use this particular skin suit so that we could be in the highest service to our highest good and to be in the highest service to Earth and to everyone else that we're sharing this shared reality with, to be in service to others by bringing out, because we have uniqueness and we each have an inner creative genius. But a lot of persons, even within the spiritual communities, are still very enmeshed in, I'm a god, I'm a goddess. Well, I mean, mostly times when we were gods and goddesses, we battled each other to death. And this has been a carry-on from the Atlantis programming, from Egypt, and from the other times where we had great knowledge and power, consciously and with technology, and we did not use it for the highest good of ourselves, earth, and each other, because we used it in order to be better than. The more you truly grow in consciousness, the more that you bring forward and embody your higher self, your divine self, you gain more of a collective and planetary consciousness. You give up the need to be someone. You instead can be the sum of the one and move more into unity consciousness with our unique gifts, talents, and abilities instead of needing to be special. It is still, from my perspective, an ego trap, an enlightenment trap. And I myself have had to do a lot of reflection on that programming and see where moving forward in these energies, you will not be able to, we live in true equal co-creation in the fifth dimension. Nobody is more special than another. Just as if you, if you look at nature and you imagine an entire beautiful ecosystem, no one plant, tree, flower, animal, river, water, air, earth, fire, electricity, magnetism, all are needed to create that perfect ecosystem. None is more special than the other. And this is an aspect of our own consciousness that we're working through to release this inverted matrix programming at this time, so we can continue to grow and ascend in consciousness. Okay? Okay. And this is another thing I'm going to touch on now, what is happening in terms of this time with the global shift that's happening, and those who are not able to shift in consciousness at this time. As I said before, I've seen several things in my dreams. Really around November last year, I had some dreams and downloads, and I didn't want to face it because it didn't seem good to me. But the earth, again, in her intelligence, she is releasing a whole lot of dense energy at this time. And so there is the potential, as I see it, again, that there will be a lot of natural disasters that are just it's not the cabal and it's not anything like that. It is a natural process of the earth creating balance and harmony and removing the energetic and physical pollution so that she can bring more balance and stability as she continues to hold that fifth dimensional frequency for us, which we are being asked to entrain to at this time. So, okay. Okay. All right. So the other things that we're going to be talking about here is, again, really, really using our I am commands at this time. There are things that will continue to trigger us in our personal life and in the collective global unfolding that we're in. And we can very much, again, use our I am commands. And I found that actually, if you don't have access to get into the ocean, using salt baths at this time where the water is not boiling hot, but you do have salt, not only Epsom salt, but actual sodium chloride. When we sit in salt and water create this piezoelectric effect. What that means is it's almost like turning up the volume on our energetic voice, so that we can find a time that we are continually reprogramming. We are taking out the old, outdated viruses, virus programs, all the unworthiness, all the feelings of abandonment, all the feelings of being victims, all the feelings that we have to, save others. The best way to save anyone on this planet right now is to be an example at this time. And we all know, each of us, what that means for us. It is really important. A lot of us are having pains and different illnesses and different things that come up that can be quite scary for us. And we can speak out loud to our bodies, to our innate bodies, and we can ask that whatever density is still in our body that is not in alignment with our highest good and our higher self, we ask to release the density out of our body. You can use the violet flame. You can use any number of visualizations that are authentic for you to continue to transmute, to transform. And when we become aware of these negative programs, we can simply ask, even if we say something in a heated moment, we just ask for it to be cleared, cancel, and neutralize. So we are not polluting this quantum field, because we are now in a space and a territory where we are very, very much responsible for what we are doing, what we are thinking, and what we are saying. Okay, really important as well at this time. Again, it might seem super basic, but these are the spiritual mechanics that are most helpful at this time. Connecting to your heart. Connecting to your heartbeat. Connecting to your breath. All of us who are in this ascension process, it is in fact, on a physical, biological level, our heartbeat lets us know that we're still a part of this amazing reality. Our breath. We need two things to truly exist in this reality: our breath and our heartbeat. And we can make the intention to entrain our breath and our heartbeat to the breath and the heart, the universal breath and heartbeat. So we come into this entrainment and greater sense of self than being separate, because right now our hearts are all going through so very much. We are all facing unique circumstances. For every person it will be different, that are asking us to let go everything that we've held in our existence as a soul, all the galactic wars, all of our experiences of our ancestors, all the trauma we may have been through in this life as children. Even seeing things like movies with a lot of violence gets stored and gets cataloged. Being asked to really call forth the beam of light, whatever process feels authentic to you, and to clean and to clear the 4 chambers of our heart, to really clear out, so that when our heart is clear, our perspective as we look out into the reality becomes clear as well. Now, there is a process that I found very helpful when it comes to connecting to that universal heart, that one pulse that is ever present in creation. And just find some place in nature where you don't have on plastic or rubber or anything, like a yoga mat. Certain materials can block the earth's natural frequencies. But to sit in nature and just quiet your mind down, and I visualize roots growing out of my heart that go deep down into the diamond core of earth. And I then state that Earth Mother is in union and communion with me for all forms of energy exchange, from the macro levels of the universe to the micro levels of this ever-present, concentric sine wave of existence that we call the earth plane. Listening to certain frequencies at this time is very important as well, because each reality can be considered a bandwidth of different frequencies. So I've heard from a number of people that the 471 hertz is very, very helpful right now in transmuting a lot of the older, dense energies in the body that are being asked to be transmuted at this time. And I would also always recommend the frequencies of Ted Winslow and SoundSync Tech. Any of his frequencies are going to help to heal and repair the subtle energy bodies, and in fact keep us entrained to the higher frequency realities at this time. Okay. Okay. All right. So again, we want to be seriously working on and focusing on releasing all old contracts, vows, and agreements that keep us in unknowingness tied to certain timelines. We have to ask to be released, to be the karmic debt vehicle of any previous karmas, and ask that we are consciously working from a day-to-day level by things or people that trigger us into now dissolving, transmuting, clearing, canceling, and neutralizing all of that old karma. Okay. We also have to be aware that there are the artificial intelligence programs which are running through the matrix. And especially before we go to sleep, we do our processes of declaring our I am commands that we cannot be manipulated, distorted, perverted or dominated, distorted by any being, seen or unseen, past, present, future, artificial or sentient, individual or collective, that only our I am presence is what is running the operating system of this body and this reality at this time. And now, the other part of what's happening to us, which can cause panic and confusion for many, in ascending, we are all going to be able to literally perceive more reality. So we are moving from using a 3 to 5% brain capacity into a 15 to 20% brain capacity. So literally, the more of the brain we use is directly correlating to how much we can perceive in the reality. So if we're using 5% of our brain, we're only really interfacing with 5% of the available data in the reality. So we can start again to use our I am commands to start to command, visualize, and make a daily practice that we are now giving permission that we start to use 20% of our brain capacity. Having 20% of our DNA active. We can't do it all at once. It would be way too overwhelming to go from 3 to 5% of brain capacity to 100% of our brain capacity, which we are destined as sovereign ascended beings to be using 100% of our brain. But we have to take it in increments so that the body can be able to hold these changes without being blown like too much electricity to a socket. It will blow the socket. So we've got to be building our ability to hold these higher frequencies. And as we use more of our brain capacity, more of the data of reality does fill in. And this is where we need to give permission to ourselves to see what is in the reality. Because of course, there are things that we say is scary to us. It's going to be scary. There is nothing more powerful than the will of God. And there is nothing more powerful than the energy of unconditional love. No dark being alien, rogue alien, none of that is more powerful than pure, absolute, unconditional love. There is no frequency or being that can trump it. And once we really make a practice of just sending that pure, unconditional love to ourselves and out to the reality, anything that is of a lower frequency has to dissolve. It can't match that frequency. And this is going to be very helpful with us overcoming fear, because the more we do grow is the more we see. And they're all types of beings that, we share this soup of creation with, especially on the astral realms. And we get to see that there are many versions of ourselves that have been not too nice, to say the least. And we got to speak to those versions of ourselves and let them know that they do not have permission to run the show of our life and our being, because some versions of ourselves, they're not really happy about the I am presence ascending in this body, because they have other agendas, and that's okay. But we, as the I am presence, the apex of our being, we are the ones that truly get to give the commands out to this reality. Okay? So we got to know that in this time right now as well, no one is coming to save us. We are here to embody the higher aspects of ourselves in order to shift this reality. We have got to get out of the victim that we're victims, and there will be a savior. That is still a fourth dimensional construct tied to the old reality. We got to acknowledge and bring into balance and harmony in this body all 12 dimensional versions of ourselves. And we've got to get into a practice, which is why I love to give quantum hypnosis sessions, so that I can assist others to be in touch with their own higher self, where there's no room for distortion. And when you're in touch with your higher self, we regain our trust. We regain our trust in ourselves, that we can trust ourselves to make the right decisions and to act seamlessly and effortlessly between the mystical and the ordinary. And what this gives us the ability, when we start to trust ourselves, we start to trust life. Mostly when we don't trust anything about life and the reality, it's because it is a reflection that we do not actually trust ourselves. And this is a very, very important part of our spiritual mastery at this time. Knowing that we can count on our own selves, that we won't let ourselves or others down. And that when we are in touch with our higher self and our innate, we can trust the guidance that we are being given from that place. Okay. And another really important tip and tool I want to give at this time to everyone out there, even the highest of spiritual beings, or to the person that has no true awareness of what's happening. A lot of people are experiencing depression and, a lot of the lower frequencies at this time, and feeling, pointless, and feeling like we're going in Groundhog's Day and repeating a lot of cycles and loops. And the way I have found very useful to get over that territory in our consciousness is to bring it back to our passion, to bring it back to our creativity and to our passion, that we can, that spark, one of our creativity is our most God source absolute light quality, because a creator creates. And to get in touch with our passion, guys, whatever that might be for you, and to get in touch with our creativity and spend a lot of time activating those creative aspects of ourselves. And that will bring back a lot of our purpose and our passion, where we feel kind of like in a dead zone with life. And our creativity allows us to share our gifts and our love with this world. It could be anything, but it needs to be unique. And you need to feel very passionate about it. So you're flowing that energy out from you and into this reality. And so In closing, in this upcoming spring equinox of 2022, I want to remind everybody that the portal opens on the 17th of March, and it reaches its zenith or climax on the 20th and the 21st of March, and then the portal closes on the 23rd. And I'd really like to encourage everyone out there to please put a little time aside to do some clearing, some cleansing, some transmuting, some neutralizing, to do some spiritual housekeeping, and to do practices to help to release the dense energy out of your body at this time, and the dense energy being held in the Akashic records and our energy fields, and as well as connecting in intention. It could be physically, but it could be simply via intention, that all of us would be as one unified collective force of love over this upcoming spring equinox, and that we can continue to create this divine matrix of light, because the matrix is not actually our enemy. The matrix could be seen as our lover, and we need to come out of this bipolarism, of this love-hate relationship with this reality, because remember, we created this reality, and we've come back from the future to ensure the paradise timeline going forward in our reality. Thank you, Rob and Omar. I don't know if you have any questions for me now at this time.
I just wanted to jump in first off and say that, whenever you speak, I get captivated, because this function of timelines and how we're able to change these timelines, for me, it resonates because, for a long time I was on one path, and I thought that path was the path I was supposed to be on. Then my realization happened where I knew that something different was out there for myself, and how my timeline has changed from not only what I saw, but from what had happened already too. So there's this different aspect of when you're looking forward or backwards within those timelines, and how you take away different pieces. I want to try and say this right because I'm trying to articulate it properly. But you look at situations in a different way than you did when you were not on that specific timeline. So my question is, how do we go back and evaluate some of these past experiences now that we have this more of an awakened sense? And we look back at some of the stuff, and sometimes we feel disappointed in ourselves or a little bit down because of the way we approach certain things. And if we would have known then what we know now, things would have been different, right? Like that paradox a little bit. So,
well, that could be a really fun thing, which is actually one of the it's actually a form of time travel, Rob, because it's been proven that our subconscious mind has no reference point of time. Now, how we figured this out was actually through sports psychology. When athletes, high performance athletes, were asked, they were hooked up to machines, and they were trying to see what was happening they were trying to get the formula for success. So sports psychologists wanted to see what was happening in the brain and the body that produced the highest results. But this changed not only sports psychology, but the whole field of psychology forever, which was that when these top athletes, these top performers were hooked up to the machines, and they were asked to go back in their mind and replay like that when they won the race or when that top shooter hit the mark, their body was registering that they were actually running the race. Their body was registering they were actually doing that event, because the subconscious mind is not limited to the constructs of the conscious mind of time and space. So a part of what we do, you can do it via intent. We've got to trust ourselves, Rob. You can do it simply via intention, or you can have someone like me facilitate, whether it's in this lifetime or another lifetime, that we can go back and we can change the we can change, we can ask for forgiveness, we can go back in our consciousness, and we can actually change that timeline. And that's one way to do it. And I have a really cool hack that I think you'll love. Like, again, being creative. So I also saw things over different periods in my own quantum field that were really disturbing or really dark, whether it was myself or things I was exposed to or experienced. And literally, a timeline can be seen like like we said before, a strip of film, where each still has a scene that's playing out. And our consciousness is when it goes, a strip of film is just a dark inanimate object, but when you shine the light, it blows up as a large image, which is what we see via media, etc. So it's our consciousness shining through that strip of film. And so where I've seen chunks of very unpleasant and things I would like to see shifted, I literally visualize that timeline or those scenes that have played out in that timeline. And I take like a brush, a rainbow brush, and I brush it over, and I bring healing and light, and I change the images that occurred in those timelines so that I can experience the change in the reality here and now. And I know this works because when we go and we change things in the past, we can see the shift in this reality here now. And that is how we are actually averting these Armageddon timelines, But like, what about you and what you've been experiencing over these last months in terms of the Ascension symptoms and like feeling in your body with all of this? We are being, blasted with solar radiation, which is not easy to assimilate. How have you and your friends and family been feeling?
Right now, I've had a lot of problems with my internet just by this conference alone, which is just one aspect. But personally feeling, I mean,
Hmm.
there's moments where I have really high energy, and there's moments where I'm
Hmm.
really low energy. So it's a very extreme back and forth. There's no middleman or middle ground. So it tends to be very either it's polarizing either way, right? Whether
Yes.
it's, thought or even energy.
Hmm.
It's really wild. So I have to get myself into these places where I can essentially create this barrier where I get a reprieve from those energies kind of coming through, and I can cocoon myself in my energy and not let that outside stimuli or energy trying and lambast me for
Yes.
hours at a time. So I do have little tips and tricks that I can use too. But another thing I wanted to ask you too is the last time we spoke, we saw that we were headed for a lot of those dire style timelines. Has anything changed since the last time we spoke to you?
Well, like I said, there are a number of things from my perspective that are still, remember, we are going through the dark night of the world's soul at this point in time. Okay? We're going through as a collective the dark night of the soul in order that we can truly be ascended and reborn out of this old construct and reality. So we know, without using too many trigger words on a social platform like this, we
Mm-hmm.
know what is currently playing out in the world right now. Okay, over in Europe, etc., etc. And you know, this is, from my perspective, it's a good sign because it's kind of like it's right on cue. It's right on cue playing out. But I do, from not only from things that I've seen, but from being in contact with some amazing people. Of course, a very close friend of mine is somebody like Age Nost, and you would be very familiar with his presentations and what he brings forward. And so, from my perspective, everything is really on course that we will have this amazing timeline merge. I can't give the great mystery does not give dates. For me, something very significant. I had an experience on January 20th, in like an actual experience in this reality, where reality broke down completely, and the impossible happened. And I had witnesses not only with me but simultaneously overseas at the same time. And on both sides, only certain people could see this anomaly. Not everybody could see it. But in saying that, I was shown in January 20th of 2019 that there's certain nodal points that are unmovable, that are a part of our progression, these quantum nodal points. And we will have one of these nodal points in 2024. Okay. Which will be a positive event. But before that, I do believe that there's still factions, the usual suspects, who still very much have in one of their last things, their last attempts to hijack our consciousness and keep us in a lower vibrational reality, so that we could be a source of energy, a source of sustenance for and we all are beings that, recycle energy, if you want to call it eating or feeding, or it's part of being an energy being. It's all light at the end of the day. But I feel that there will be still an attempt of this false flag alien invasion as another way of really hijacking our consciousness and not only putting us into fear, but putting us in a situation where we would hand over our authority to, our leaders.
Right.
Okay, but that will shift when we, as individuals and collectives, that can't happen if we are empowered and we do not need to have saviors anymore, that we do not choose to write the programs of good guy and bad guy, that we can come into the sacred neutral wisdom of the heart and we can have good guys and better guys.
Right. One of the things that I'm seeing too, and a lot of people talk about this convergence of timelines, and they actually talk about this, and this is going to sound crazy, but in DC Comics, they have these heroes that are on all these different Earths: Earth 2, Earth 1,
Yep.
Earth 4, Earth 5, and then there's this crisis, and the crisis is the crisis of all worlds. And
Yep.
then they merge into Earth Prime, where now all of those heroes are actually together. So in a ethereal way, we're kind of doing that. We're
We're
bringing Earth
absolutely,
Prime to being, right?
we
And I think
are.
it's just wild.
We are, because we are a living library. What would be so helpful to connect to and recognize is that Rob, this is paradise. Earth is the paradise of the universe. It really, really is. This is such a sacred, amazing, experience to be here at this time and to anchor in these frequencies, and all of the cosmic dramas that have played out at a macro level are playing out on a micro level. Okay, so I don't know how we're doing for time, but I just want
We're
to let
just at the end, so go
right
ahead.
to let everybody know, if you'd like to find me, you can find me at quantumhypnosistherapy.com. You can contact Eleanor at Quantum Hypnosis Therapy. Rob, I really, really have enjoyed putting this presentation together. So much love to you guys and to
You
all
as
the
well.
thank you presenters and to everybody out there on planet Earth. Let's keep on keeping on.
We love having you come through, Eleanor. It's always amazing. Your energy is off the charts. You bring such incredible information every time you come through. So thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to have you here yet again.
Thank you.
All right.
Until next time.
That's right. Until next time. All right. So let's bring Omar back on the screen. There he is. What's up, brother?
What's up, brother? That's amazing. The event wouldn't be the same without Eleanor. Her energy is just miraculous. I just love Eleanor's message, her delivery. It's amazing, and I
definitely
totally love
is.
it. So we got a little bit to do something here before we bring our next guest on,
Okay.
Ivana Johnson. So let's bring Stone Hobbit on, and Leanne Curtis. Where are you? Which phone is Leanne Curtis on?
She's doesn't look like she's on any of them at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. So, guys, today is our buddy Dr. Joan's birthday.
Yes.
So, with that in mind, I would like to sing Dr. Joan a happy birthday song, and let's toss this on there. So let's give Dr. Joan a beautiful happy birthday song. Ready, guys?
Yes.
Okay, ready. 3, 2, 1. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to
to you.
you.
Happy birthday,
Birthday,
Dr.
Dr.
Joan. Happy
Joan of
birthday
Angels.
to you.
birthday
And many,
Happy
to
many, many,
birthday
many,
to
many, many
you.
more.
Yeah.
We're all out of sync.
That was all right. Listen, it was all of our energies massing to coagulate and make Earth Prime. That's how we're going to do it. I like that, though. Earth Prime, like we are those heroes. This is Earth Prime. We're here. We're,
Yeah.
like you say, Omar, we are the ones that you've been waiting for, but we are the ones that we've been waiting for as well. We work
Absolutely.
on both sides of the spectrum. The
Yeah,
full
that's right.
spectrum. Shameless plug.
Full spectrum universe. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and join the channel as a member to support Rob so that he can continue to bring you conscious-based content to raise your awareness and to raise the awareness of everyone around you. Thank you very much, Rob, for your service. And I'm going to bring Ivana on here right away, but I'm going to do her presentation or her bio here really quickly. And then we will bring Ivana on. So let me just quickly read Ivana's profile. As an advocate, Ivana speaks on topics revolving around being more deserving of yourself and adult survivors of childhood sexual assault. These topics are highly important to her because of her past personal struggles with self-love and being an adult survivor herself. Yes, her great passion is to teach on topics dealing with spiritual and magical development. Born in Atlanta, Georgia, and raised in urban communities, Ivana Johnson is often noted as very unassuming, despite that she became an intuitive consultant, certified spiritual life coach, and a heretic public speaker. She has studied various spiritual systems and magical paths from ATRs and animism to Zoroastrianism and the magic of Zen. The gateway that began her magical journey was Wicca. She truly loved this beautiful tradition because of the great emphasis on nature, but she did not feel completely at home. This sent her on journeys into astral projection, candle magic, demonology, astrology, numerology, hoodoo, herbology, kinesiology, human design, voodoo, iridology, dream interpretations, various divination tools, Luciferianism, kitchen, witchin, music, magic, sex magic, and sigil magic. That list only named a few, yet her most favorite practice is chaos magic due to the use of elements of their other systems and traditions into the big one formula. Right on is very long, and I don't want to go through the whole thing and eat up Ivana's time. So I'm going to bring Ivana on because we want to get an entire download from her. And I don't want to sit and read her profile for the next 10 minutes because that's the 10 minutes that we're not going to get back. Welcome, Ivana. How are you, my star sister?
I'm wonderful. Thank you so much for having me, Omar. Hello. How is everyone doing?
You are so welcome. And Ivana, thank you very much for your time and the upload that you're about to give us. The sacred knowledge is really needed at this particular time in history because we are on the cusp of changing timelines, and we do need ancestral knowledge and we need the ancestors with us. So when we go into this new timeline, that we have the energy of our ancestors and their knowledge so that we can create a divine timeline somewhere. We're not going to have divisions and no hate. It's just going to be love and acceptance for everyone, where we can all come together and live as one, just as our ancestors did in the remote past. And we're trying to replicate that. So Ivana, thank you very much for your service and your contribution to Humanity Unplugged. I will give you the stage, and when there's about 15 minutes left, I'll jump on and then we'll do a Q&A for the last 15 minutes from the audience. So guys, don't be hesitant. Please toss your questions into the chat rooms and on New Realities. I'm not catching your chats here in my studio, but I will be monitoring the chat room there. So if you have any questions, please post them and I will ask Ivana. So thank you, Ivana, and it is all yours, my sister.
Thank you so much for having me. You could be whatever you want to be. the greatest lie ever told. Today, I'm ready to have some fun, to talk about finding your purpose, developing your purpose here in this world, or utilizing the ancient wisdom and science of our ancestors. And as a collective of masters, I have been watching every now and then throughout this Humanity Unplugged journey, and I have seen some wonderful masters in our own metaphysical, cultural, and magical lanes. But there are things that were taught to us so early in life that even we still believe some of the things to be true. Most because some of the things that were told to us sound so beautifully uplifting and so beautifully empowering that it simply must be righteous. But throughout our childhood, we were induced with a plethora of images of things to aspire to, like being a doctor, a lawyer, firefighter, police officer, a chef, Superman, Wonder Woman. And in playtime, we would go and create our whole world magically through the power of imagination. And when we're in full throttle in the playground playing, we are in these characters that we admire so much. And then you have an adult come to us and ask us this famous question. I know there's some of y'all that had these questions asked of you by our adult figures when we were children. What do you want to be when you grow up? And then you have kids that were be so excited to talk about their future selves. They'll say things like, I want to stop crime, or I want to deliver babies, or I want to drive a big truck that looks like Optimus Prime. I want to be a rapper, or one of my favorites, I want to be Wolverine. And they would say, all the children would laugh and think of, that person is silly for thinking they want to be Wolverine, something so unlikely. And then an adult figure would say, that's okay. You could be a rapper, you could be a police officer. And then they hit us with this line. You could be whatever you want to be, as long as you put your mind to it. Like, how many of us have had an adult figure in our past that tell us that? And how many of us believed in that wholeheartedly and lit up with empowerment and joy when we heard that? And how many of you arrived to that future self that you claimed when you was a child? And are you satisfied? Are you fulfilled? If any of those answers are no, how many different fields or career fields did you go through to find that fulfillment? Did you ever find it? For generations, many of us have been separated from the ideas of being fulfilled in our career choices. Look at this day and time of what everything has been happening. We have been induced and molded and conditioned over the years. We grew up more into just getting a job to survive. That was what we were taught by our parents, by our elders, to go to school, get a job, go to school, get a good education, get a job. Hopefully someone taught you to save for retirement and then die. Too many of us have spent decades in undesirable positions to never know the feeling of being fulfilled in life. The idea of living transformed into just existing. This way of existing caused a lot of stagnation, debilitation, sadness, and emptiness. Just look at the vibratory frequency of this world. Everything has just been going downhill. Now there's a complete split. But you still have this half of the split with generations upon generations of stagnation, debilitation, emptiness, sadness. And this has become normal. So normal that we intentionally passing the existing lines of thought down to our offsprings. Whatever happened to obtaining our destiny and fulfilling our purpose in life? Now, there's a difference between destiny and fate. For fate, you have no say-so in where you're going in your life. It's like some unforeseen source or some unknown entity makes sure that you get to wherever they want you to be, and you have no say-so. But destiny, another predetermined future, whether in general or as an individual, is involved in participating in achieving an outcome. But you have choices. They call it free will. So, and what is purpose? Purpose is the reason something exists and intended end, aim, or goal. Purpose creates meaning, offers a sense of direction, and helps guide our paths, behaviors, and our goals when applied to our lives. So have we really gotten to the point of believing that we're not important enough to have purpose for living and a destiny to attain? I remember an elder when he was passing away. Well, someone told me when an elder was passing away, he said, "What was this all for?" To think that you lived a whole life really doing nothing, that you dedicated your life to really doing nothing because no one told you what your purpose is. Are we becoming doctors, lawyers, and call center representatives because some parent or society deemed us to? I've met plenty of doctors who once dreamt of being an artist or a singer or a dancer, only to become a doctor because their parents deemed them to be so, for their own personal fulfillment, not for the fulfillment of their child. And for years, this child lives empty and unfulfilled, but make up something and began to believe in their own minds that they're doing it for their parents and it's for their family. And they're coming up with strange ideas and rhymes and reasons of why to do something that is not their purpose. It is vital to achieve consciousness to the point where we are being led to our purpose. We must begin now to travel on our individual and collective pathways of fulfilling the purpose in which we have come here to fulfill upon. I argue for the reason why many of us are here right now, especially those of us who have been giving presentations and more presenters to come in the next few days, is that we are here to assist others in coming into their purpose. So I have this amazing friend. He's a doctor by the name of Dr. David Feschuk. Another amazing doctor who's actually a family member recommended that I visit him for my back pains that I was enduring. So I'm laying face down on his chiropractic table, and he uses the singing bowls in his holistic chiropractic practice. And I'm face down, so I don't know what's happening. I know that he had singing bowls, but I'm my back hurting. I'm not thinking about anything else. And as he's placing these bowls on my back, I just knew which one they were. So I would say something like, "Is that the yellow one?" And he would reply, "How did you know that?" And he'll do his thing, and then he'll remove it, and he'll place another bowl on top. And then I'm like, "Is that the orange one?" He was like, "Never in my practice have anyone face down guess what these are on their back." So he was very curious and set him on a journey to discover who I am. I don't know what's so important about me. I'm like, my back hurting, fix it. That's all I was caring about. So then he knew I was someone special for some reason. And he told me that I am very unassuming. Just looking at me, especially with my background coming from the urban hoods of the ATL, no one would ever fathom what I can do. So as we had conversations, I explained to him that I am an empath and I could see everybody's business, and I shared my website with him. And And he was on just more and more wanting to know more about me. One day I'm watching a video about hypnotism, and I thought, man, that shit's so fake. I don't know. I don't believe in hypnotism. If that shit real, I want to be hypnotized. And that's how I was thinking, because I don't like seeing fake things. I need to see and experience practically myself what those things are like. And for many years, I've seen hypnotist shows and have always thought them to be fake. Few days later, Dr. David comes to me and he says, how do you feel about quantum healing hypnosis therapy? And I interrupted him as he was trying to explain to me what it is. I'm like, I'm in. I'm ready. Let's go. Fast forward to after my session. And when I came out of my sleep, I guess, I felt a lump in my throat, like I was crying. And I looked at Dr. David and his eyes are red. And then I noticed my face all wet. Like, what happened with you? Dr. David, have you been crying? He replied, yes, several times. So have you. I'm like, Lord, what has happened? He was just so in awe about me and what the results of the session. I didn't know I was under for 2 hours. I thought it was like an hour. No, I thought it was like 30 minutes to 45 minutes, but he told me it was 2 hours. And from that moment on, he expressed to me that he has a personal mission to help me to get to my purpose. And again, coming from the hoods of ATL, I never had anybody that invested in me, especially something about purpose. Not help me to go to college or help me to any other regular mundane thing, but to fulfill my purpose. And that was just the most amazing thing in my mind, to have someone, especially a doctor, not just a coach or a teacher, somebody, a doctor. That was just amazing to me. When I went home and heard the recording, I understood why. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Now I am definitely on this journey to fulfill my purpose. And my journey has led me to some of the most amazing teachers and leaders that have helped increase my talents and skills and knowledge on the spiritual, the magical, naturopathic, and the occultic worlds. And one person who I want to mention right now, who has helped me megafolds, especially when it comes to ancestral knowledge, which I'm going to get to. And he is Warrior Chief Montana of the Dagomba tribe, and the Dagomba traditions that's out of the northern regions of Ghana. And his students and I utilize what we've learned from him to assist us in our individual journeys to come into our purpose. And for those of us that decided to discover our purpose, we decided to listen to certain voices, right, to lead us on our journey. Various hints laid before us to study. Then we're led to something else to study, then something else to study. So these breadcrumbs eventually led us to what we've longed for. Various breadcrumbs have led us to many different systems outside our own traditions that was specifically designed for our individual families, everybody. What many of us have found in studying and even living these other systems is that even though they may have fed us and expanded us, okay, those systems are inadequate or lacking or incomplete. We go into these other systems still unfulfilled, like something is missing. Our heart keeps singing, there's more, there's more, there's more. Although these systems may give us joy, they segue us into something greater. The choice of finding our purpose and that segue ushered this etheric pull, right? Making us gravitate more and more into that something. The fact that you all are here right now speaks volumes. I mean, it's no coincidence that we're here. You're here listening to me, the sister that spoke before me, and the many others that are coming after us today in topics about ancestral knowledge and all the other speakers throughout this whole event. It's no coincidence that you are here listening to me talk about ancestral connection, veneration, and fulfilling your purpose as you become what your childhood version of yourself dreamt of becoming. That included Wolverine. Even in studying the other systems, this esoteric pool assisted in fulfilling in those gaps, those missing gaps from the traditions of our own ancestors. Those missing gaps got missing due to terrible events like invasions. There are gaps like in the Wiccan tradition that their science and their mysticism is beautiful. I really get emotional when it comes to talking about things of nature because it's so beautiful. But there are just certain things that have been missing, so they make up things to fill in those gaps, but it's not whole and complete. There are things that are in so many other different traditions that have been missing because you had invaders that came in and took over, told us we better not practice that or we're going to die. Went into our sacred temples, burned a lot of our books and scrolls and information, but all is not lost. Some of those gaps that have been lost were specific formulas on how to connect, communicate, work with, heal, renew. I want y'all to remember that word, renew, strengthen, send off, and bring back the subject of today's theme, ancestors. It is imperative to have our ancestors at the foundation of everything. Everything we do, it is imperative to have our ancestors at the foundation of everything. Why? For one, they sent us here. Contrary to some popular belief, they sent us here to fulfill our purpose and our destiny. The other reason why is collectively, they provide the needed assistance, resources, power, and protection that we need to fulfill our purpose. And third, we are our ancestors. We was up in heaven or the spirit realm or whatever spirit place we want to call that or label it. We was with them. Some of us are our own great grandpappy, or great grandmama, auntie, cousins from millennia ago, returning back to fulfill our purpose. But due to this loss of information, there have been generations upon generations of our family members just sitting in this type of limbo in the spirit realm, still holding on to traumas and grudges and sicknesses and other worldly things. But they must be healed. There must be specific, not just any old random something to make up, but specific rites and rituals to help them get to certain realms of the spirit world. You cannot get into the realm of the ancestors with all that negative that's on you, with all these traumas and sicknesses and pains and grudges. You just can't. They're not going to let you in their home like that. It's kind of similar to Christianity. You know, you can't get into heaven unless you perform a ritual that's called asking for forgiveness and accepting Jesus as your personal Lord and Savior and being baptized or things like that, right? Excuse me. I think a cold was trying to come on, but I wasn't going to let that stop me from delivering my message today. So I apologize. That is a specific ritual in Christianity to cleanse yourself of sin in order to gain access to heaven, right? However, for many of us, there is a concentrated effort to detach us from this great resource by taking us from our traditional ways of life. This includes healing traumas, family dramas, and performing specific rituals to help the ancestors. There are those of us who go into various spiritual systems and are very happy finding out and going deep into learning candle magic, astrology, psionic devices, and human design, right? There are a fraction of us who find these things and feel unfulfilled. For that fraction, it is ancestral and traditional connection where the fulfillment lies. Each culture once had or still has traditional ways of ancestral veneration and ancestralization. Throughout time, it became lost in most traditions and hidden away deeply in other traditions one way or another. Regardless of ethnicity, the powers that be made us lose and or destroy a lot of our information. However, again, all is not lost. Here's an example of the breadcrumbs I mentioned earlier. I know some of us have heard of astrology or human design. So you ever read that section in astrology where it says like your best career section and notice that the suggested careers for your sign, it may have come close or it wasn't really clear with the degrees of all the planets and the signs and the houses and everything. For example, let's say that it says for you to be a counselor. But which type of counselor? You don't know which type of counselor they're talking about. So you go on to school and you think you're supposed to be a counselor at a grade school. When in actuality, had you went to your ancestors and did certain rites and petition the ancestors to find out what it is that your purpose is, you would have found out that you're not supposed to be a counselor for children. You're supposed to be a specific type of counselor, like a counselor for adults to talk them out of marriage. See how specific that is? But you wouldn't have known that by reading your astrology chart, right? Of all of the spiritual things we can do in preparation for and during this great shift, why our ancestors? Some of our ancestors are our closest friends, our BFFs. While in the ancestor realm, you were right along there with them as an ancestor yourself. Remember, again, we are our ancestors. And again, I argue that we're here to assist individuals in coming into our purpose. So we are that elder that returned for whatever reason. On whatever capacity, your ancestors know you better than anyone else. They have your best interest at heart. They are the ones who knows you. They are the ones who have been with your family since the very, very beginning of time. Tens and hundreds of thousands of years ago. We're going back so far with our ancestry, right? That we can gain access to. Your ancestors also give you the absolute highest level of grace, mercy, compassion, and that kick in the butt when you need it, especially when you have the gall to buck the system. What I mean by buck the system is have you ever had your parents tell you to go and do something that I don't know, go take out the trash, whatever. You had a parent that give you a directive and you decide to do it on your own time, if at all. That's what I mean by bucking the system. And what I suggest that you do is to comply, become compliant, at least eventually. In the same scenario, let's say your elder comes back for the final time and say something like, I will not repeat myself. Do as you're told or else. Or I ain't finna tell you again, go do like I asked you. Or my personal favorite. Didn't I tell you to go do something? Let me have to say it again and see what happened. So most of us will get up and comply, right, after those threats. And then there are some of us who don't comply and get punished. Have any of you ever had a spiritual ass whooping before? I want to share a spiritual ass whooping that one of my elders shared with us. A story about one time how he lost his healing abilities. So he knew that he had the ability to heal. And one day when he was actually in Christianity, he and his mate was at church. And for those of us who understand how Christianity works, where you're in the church and you have the pastor that's in the front inviting everybody to come down to receive healing or to be invited to join the church or something to that effect. And while people were going down the aisle, he noticed someone in a wheelchair. And Spirit told him, go heal him. Go and heal him. Go heal him. And my elder at the time, he was younger, much younger. And he was like, not living, was his quote. They kept urging him to go heal him. He's not, nope. I ain't doing that. I'm not going to go out here and look stupid. He felt hands on him, pushing him into the aisle. And he's grabbing on to the back of a pew that's in front of him to keep him from going into the aisle. Like, what is happening? Keep urging him, even gave him directives of where to put his hands on the person to heal that person so they could walk. Gave him words to say to heal this person. But my elder at the time, he didn't want to do it. He was not trying to look crazy. He didn't follow the directives that was given to him by Spirit. So the very next day in his car on his way to work, something told him to look up. And when he looked up, he noticed an eagle circling around following his car. Then he heard distinctly, we're going to take that from you. He knew immediately what they were talking about. They were talking about his healing ability. So he started this whole begging thing. Oh, no, please. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, the next time you ask me to heal, they were like, nope, we're going to take that from you. And all of a sudden he said that when he motioned his hands like this, he felt a pull, like something leaving him. He said he never felt so empty, like it was a piece of him that was taken from him. And he never felt so terrible, so bad, like, oh my God. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, brothers and sisters. He eventually got his healing abilities back, but we could say that for another conversation. But that's that spiritual ass whooping. When they tell you to do something, we need to be able to listen. I have a whole program where I speak about talking about your first mind is your divine mind. Your second guess is a hot mess. Your first mind is that spirit, or popularly called your higher self or your spirit guide, amongst other names around the world, that speaks to you, that has your voice, but speaks softly and in peace, but gives you directives. That other voice, that second guess, starts explaining itself, like why it's the better suggestion than whatever that first voice was talking about. That's your ego speaking. That's something else. That's not spirit that's guiding you. So you have all of these resources at our fingertips, ladies and gentlemen. You have your ancestors, you have your spirit guide that is guiding you to your purpose. But we're not taught these things. A lot of us aren't talking about these different resources from the spirit world that can help us to fast track to our purpose, to our journey. So even though we have ancestors that can help and assist us, a lot of us have this thing because there's some dead folks from our bloodline that's back there in the spirit world that they're just supposed to just up and help you because they love us. And then when they get over there, they're all of a sudden endowed with such great amount of power and knowledge. All of a sudden, there's the same rabid people that was here when they just left here, especially those of us, those ancestors who passed away, who never received certain rituals to help them cross over, to help heal them. Again, they can't get into certain realms in the spirit world with all of this negative on them. So they're just sitting there waiting for help because our information was lost or was forced to lose a lot of this information. So I remember watching on Netflix, and you can check it out. It's a rap contest called Rhythm and Flow with judges. There was 3 judges. You had T.I., Cardi B, and Chance the Rapper. And on the 6th episode, it was called Battle Rap, which is part of the hip hop culture when you have to battle with your verses or your lyricism against another person. And this once, bless her heart, this one sister who was competing against this brother, her name was Felicia, and his name was Caleb Colossus. And in the beginning, as they was introducing the rapper, she come out there all confident because she knew, I got my ancestors with me. And I said, Lord, she finna fail. I already knew off the top, oh, Lord, she finna fail. She is not finna win this one. There's this term called choking on the mic where you stumble because you're freestyling, or there were some people who had opportunity to pre-write their verse or what they're going to say and battling against the person. And when you're battling the person, you're supposed to come with insults or have extreme lyrical prowess in how you utilize your rhymes, right? She choked. She messed up. But where was her ancestors that she boastfully said on Netflix, on a TV show that millions was going to see? She boastfully called and said, I got my ancestors with me. But she didn't win. She was sent home. Actually, they both kind of sucked, just to be very clear. Spoiler alert, they both sucked. But Kayla Colossus won that between the two. So why didn't her ancestors have her back? Well, here's questions. Did she feed them? Did she give them energy? Are they cleared of their traumas? Or did they look at her and say, you look just like your great, 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 great grand auntie, or your great auntie that I can't stand her, where I look like helping you because I know you, her, because they still have grudges. They have all of these other different turmoils and pains and traumas that they're dealing with that was never cleared, and they brought it to the spirit world. I had an elder that taught me that we must release, this is why I find monks fascinating, that you must release the desires of this world, because when you get over into the ancestor world, you get into the spirit world, that your desires of this physical plane is multiplied like 1,000. It's even harder to release. So they need help from us, from the physical folks, to help them relieve themselves of that. So then my question is, has she been feeding them? Did she develop a relationship? Developing a relationship with your ancestors is the same as developing a relationship with your current kinfolks who are alive. That's just like somebody coming up to you and coming up to you and say, hey, cousin, you're a new cousin. What's going on? I'm gonna need some help with some money. Can I borrow some money? And they're you don't know this person. It's like, who are you? Just because you say you're my cousin doesn't mean anything. Who are you? Same thing in the spirit world. It's like, who are you? Is what the spirits are saying. Okay, let's get to know each other before I start passing you out some money. Or just start helping you develop in your life. Or give me reason to like you. Yes, there are ancestors in the ancestor realm that don't like you. Help them heal. How do you know how to do that? Do you know what to do to help them do that? In order to have the highest levels of ancestor communication and renewal, first you must do away with self-serving lines of thought and be of service to your family and community. It goes against our design, our nature to be self-serving. We are by design community serving. Ever heard of the saying, it takes a village to raise a child? When a village raises one child, that child gets the perspective of everyone in the community that they would not have been able to get otherwise within just their household. And I know here in America, they've gotten from, my mother's era, where if you messed up and the whole neighborhood know about it, there's some elders in that neighborhood will give you a butt whooping before your parents get home, and then they'll tell your parents what you done did wrong. The whole neighborhood is raising. But they were so concerned about other people laying their hand on their child. Now it's like, don't touch my child, or Now they got the government raising our children, and y'all see what's going on in America is terrible. That we don't want to take care of our kids. We got the school and the government feeding and clothing and taking care of our children instead of us doing it or the community doing it. We've gotten so far away from that. This village assists in your personal development. We need to get back to community. We need to get back to brother and sisterhood and be able to raise these children, be able to utilize certain ancestral or traditional methods and knowing what this child came into this world to do specifically. Now, our own personal wants and desires. I want my child to be a doctor. I want my child to be a lawyer. I want my child to be an engineer. No, that child might not have came here for that. That is what ancestor renewal and communication can help you with. When you strengthen, heal, renew, and communicate with your ancestors, they will assist you with getting to know yourself, your nature, and restore your power and the full expression of being yourself, who you came here in this world to be. And what do I mean by getting to know your nature and restore your power? Whomever you identify with is secondary to your nature. You know, we like to identify ourselves as women or as a woman or as a man or as whatever race or ethnicity you are. That only serves us momentarily. Being of service is our nature and is primary. For example, being a healer is your nature. Being male or female is irrelevant. Our nature transcends labels. Whomever you identify with is only applicable based on your circumstance. Nature transcends circumstances. The only thing that matters when it comes to circumstances is the expression of it, how you respond to that circumstance, not the circumstance itself. Restoring your power simply refers to being in a space where you have a say-so. Have you noticed those millionaires and billionaires and gazillionaires? They have power. They have a say-so. They can even sway any world leader to their liking. When you are in a place of power, living in your nature and the full expression of yourself and of your being, this makes life at the mercy of you, not you at the mercy of life. Some of you may be living exactly this way. Congratulations. This is the natural way of living. Some may think that they have a say-so, when in fact they don't. To prove that someone does not have a say-so, you can ask them this simple question. When life appears to occur unfavorable or it's not going your way, how do you respond? You don't have to answer aloud. You can keep your answers to yourself about how you respond. Some of y'all are going to lie in the way. Oh, no, I don't say anything. First thing you do is act up or get into an emotional state. Because when emotions are indicated, that proves that you are powerless because you just allow somebody else to sway you and now they control you till you lost your control. You are in your feelings. Being emotional can lead to irrational behaviors and responses. We make regretful statements, causing stress on our bodies, catch cases, being emotional, and etc. You also know a lot of the times that you lost having a say-so because you began to fight while you're in your emotions as a tyrant, demand control. You've lost. You retaliate. I personally would not have any communication. I personally would not try to talk to anybody in their feelings because at that point, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to your emotion at that point. And I ain't interested. And I'm learning more and more not to do that because I still get emotional. I am not perfect in that. But I also understand that being in an emotional state like that can cause these issues. Now you know that you must begin to work with your ancestors in a maximum way. You will have to perform certain rituals to strengthen your ancestors so that they can have the energy and the resources to assist you and not, leave you hanging and embarrassing yourself on television. Remember the story I shared about my chiropractor, Dr. David Fishchuk? Was it life's little quirky coincidence that led me to him? Nope. It was my petition to my ancestors to send me the people and resources to help me to fulfill my purpose. They led me to visit a doctor who is related to me in some way, which led me to an old, now new friend to help heal my back issues and assist me in fulfilling my purpose. When I say old, not new, in my QHHT session and my quantum healing hypnosis therapy session, I discovered that Dr. David was once a friend of mine tens of thousands of years ago. He was of his tribe or his group of folks and was an advisor to them. And I was with my group of people. And every time our groups come together, he and we would talk and he would counsel me. Tens of thousands of years later, he's now my chiropractor, healing my back, still counseling me. I'm very grateful that he listened to spirit and obeyed and come again to assist me. So what is my purpose? I'm a teacher. I'm a speaker. I am a seer. My medicine is to teach all things related to the spiritual, the magical, naturopathic, and the occultic worlds. My medicine helps educate those who are new to spirituality, whom I refer to as neo-spiritualists. And I help beginner ritualists understand complex spiritual traditions. Basically, I could break it down to the last compound. So, when I can help those who are here to assist us in this great shift in whatever capacity they are here to assist in. That includes helping finding them and connecting them with their ancestors and to help them discover their purpose. If you're someone you love or clueless about what your medicine is and would like to know how to find your purpose, you can find me on my website at helpbyivana.com, and I'll be more than glad to assist you. So what is your medicine? You can be a police officer. You could be whatever it is that you've been sent here to be, not what you want to be, because I wanted to be a musician. And here I am, a spiritual scientist. And if you are to be a healer, whether if you're being a doctor, cutting somebody open or opening up their crown chakra, your medicine is being a healer. If you're supposed to be a community defender, like the Black Panther Party or the local police department or defending your nation in your country's military, then you are a defender, or even a defender like Wolverine.
I love those claws. Love those claws. I wish I had them. Love Wolverine.
Those were fantastic.
When I grow up.
That's sick, Ivana. I don't want to make you mad.
Thank you so much for allowing me to share.
What a beautiful, beautiful presentation, Ivana. I resonated with that, and especially about the old spiritual ass kicking. I think we can all use a little bit of that right now, because we're trying to elevate ourselves and trying to deprogram and unmatrix ourselves from the past programming. So I think we all could use a little bit of whooping. And then when you were saying that you wanted to be a musician, I had a thought come across my mind. And I was like, well, you're a spiritual musician, because you just sang us an amazing, amazing sacred upload. And I really, really appreciate that.
Thank you. No problems. It's my honor.
Guys, I have Ivana's website that I just posted in the chats. You can just scroll up and you will find it. And it's right here on the screen. And as well, connect with Ivana on Facebook and shoot her a message and, become friends and get some advice from her, because truly she is a teacher of our times that we need. We can't be going to the old paradigm teachers that we've been going to. Now we need to go to new teachers such as Ivana and get that sacred knowledge for ourselves so that we can begin to raise our awareness, personal awareness, and the awareness of our family that's around us and our friends and our community, because it's a ripple effect. When you throw a stone, a pebble into a still lake, you get that ripple effect. And right now, this timeline that we're trying to create, imagine it as a still sheet of water in that lake, and we throw that thought. The thought is the pebble, and then it's going to ripple right across, and that's what we are aiming to do. And then here is Ivana's YouTube channel, guys. Help her grow her channel, because we need to get this message out there. So head on over there, open a new tab, and subscribe to her channel. Hit that bell. That's the most important thing, so that you can get notifications for when Ivana is live and is uploading videos, because this is the knowledge that we truly, truly, truly need. So, Ivana, let me address a couple of questions here. We have about 10 minutes, 11 minutes to go.
Let's go.
This question is coming from Pam. I don't even want to say the last name in case I don't say it right. It is, what was the emotional topic that was revealed during your time being under?
What was the emotional topic? Okay, what was I crying about? There was a point where he led me to, he took me to one of my past lives, and the end of my past life, at the end of my life at that point, I'm about to die. And I told him what was happening at that point, and then I passed away. And when I passed away, I'm in the spirit world, and everything there was just so beautiful, and it made me emotional. That was one of the many times that I was crying. It was the spheres that I saw. I had a grandbaby that passed away, and then I saw my grandbaby.
Mm-hmm.
I saw my elders that passed away. My grandfather and my father and my mother of that time. And it was I just got really caught up emotionally. It wasn't like sad, boo-hoo, oh my Lord. It was very beautiful.
That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Let's head up another question here. And I actually like this one because I do a lot of earthing and conscious breathing. I like going to my favorite tree. And this one here is, let's show this one. This one here is coming from Lori from Watchers Talk. She says, I leave a lot to chance and my head gets in the way, but I get Vivi inspired. Any grounding tips that you can offer?
I wish I had it on me. Not only do I utilize stones, like hematite is my absolute favorite. It has saved my life. The hematite that grounded me. Yeah, there's a whole story about cows. I'll tell you about it one day, about how the hematite,
I'd love to hear it.
how the hematite saved my life, because I was so floaty and emotional. So there are grounding stones that you can use as I wish I had it close by me so I could show you my hematite bracelet that I wear every day. And there's also planting your bare feet to the ground, especially when the weather is nice outside. You want to do that. Even if you're in your home and you're wearing shoes, and you could just, instead of sitting, with your legs crossed or laying in the bed, actually have your foot on the floor. One of our greatest powers is imagination. So you see yourself with your foot to the floor, and with guided meditation, especially those meditations that say imagining your foot reach through the earth like the roots of a tree, digging further and deeper into the earth. That's a grounding method. That is a grounding method you can utilize. And also, I'm going to always go to my ancestors. I'm going to ask my ancestors to help ground me. We really got to utilize these people and put them to work for us and feed them and energize them so that they can help with this shift. I am not playing. Our kin folks that has transitioned over into the other realm, even the old ancient ones, because here's the thing about ancestors, especially when it comes to grounding and centering yourself and not being so caught up in the world's energies, is that in healing our ancestors and feeding them and all of this here, the ancient ones have to come back. We have to make way for the ancient ones to come back, and they can't come back to mess. So if you're not grounded, and if you're not healing them, and if you're not healing yourself and your current family who's alive, if you're not assisting in community, like I said, you have to do away with self-serving. You have to be community serving. Do away with all of the self-servingness and help healing your family, help healing yourself of your traumas and your grudges and your pains and your family who passed away. When you work on that and started this healing, then the ancient ones are able to come back through us and assist in this shift and rectify all this mess that's going on.
I really liked what you just said about the ancestors and imagination. And there's a couple of things I picked up on here, and I saw that yesterday. Actually, all of them have been my favorite speakers. The one that I've really have resonated with was Kiera Windrider yesterday. Of course, I'm resonating with all of them, but the message that you just gave us really resonated with what Kiera was saying yesterday about the memory, right? We have a brain memory, and then we have an avatar memory, and the avatar memory is the one that holds the memories of all of our ancestors. So if we go internal, then we can connect with those ancestors and enhance humanity, unplugged, explore the internal, right? If we go in and we change the vibrational distortion of our energy and help change the energy of our ancestors, then we can create a vibration in which the ancestors can manifest, when they can come in here and then begin to help us. When you were saying about the imagination, I'm not really quite sure if I heard this on from one of the presenters yesterday, because there's just so much information just the last few days, or if it was I was watching a documentary last night. I'm not quite sure, but I think it was like they had two groups of people, and they had them play basketball, and one group of people physically played the basketball, and then the other group played basketball in their minds. They imagined playing basketball, and then afterwards, when they were playing physically, the ones that imagined playing basketball were just as good as the people that were physically playing the basketball, right? So when you were saying imagination, right, that imagination is very, very, very important, because it sets intention, and also it creates that creative visualization in which we can immerse ourselves and then believe, so that we can manifest that.
The thing about we mentioned remembering. There's things that we have done away with that we're supposed to remember. And when, like, for example, there's a lot of religious folks around here that's doing things they ain't got no business, like having sex all willy-nilly. Okay, let's say you're single and I'm grown, I can have sex with whoever I want to. Okay, that's fine. But you also have to understand that when you're sleeping with that person, that you just collected their spiritual debt. What is spiritual debt? That's like the debt that you owe, a promise that you made that you're going to have to pay for. They ain't got nothing to do with you, but now you have absorbed that because you slept with them. Not to mention whomever they slept with and their spiritual debt, all of them are now on you. There's a reason why they said don't be going around sleeping before marriage, going around sleeping with folks before marriage, but we forgot that. So no one talks about spiritual debt. They just say you ain't supposed to have sex before marriage. But when you explain the science behind that, it's like you all of a sudden remember. It's not like you learned something new. This is not new information. It's a remembering. This was information that was already stored. What you were saying, you have that bank with the ancestors that have this information already. That bank, because we are our ancestors. So we have this information, and when you have somebody like me or my elders or these other elders and teachers that remind us of these things, it's like, oh yeah, somehow I knew that. We have to remember a lot of this stuff, especially in preparation for this shift that's happening.
Yeah,
There's a lot of stuff we got to remember.
Personally, I don't think people should be willy-nilly out there screwing each other. It's dangerous, number one, and second, you lose self-respect, right? You lose self-dignity, and you should only be having sex with your partner, someone that you love and appreciate, so that you can exchange that energy, as you're saying, so that you can incorporate that within you. But if you're just willy-nilly out there, doing your neighbor over here and that person over there across the street and that person over there, that's very, very bad energy. And like you're saying, if it all accumulates together, you don't know what's mingling in there, because that person could have slept with 20 other people and then they got 20 bad energies within them, and then now you took all that energy in, and you're gonna have to detox and do all of that. So it's not a wise idea. And I've always told my children the very same thing. I didn't explain it to them in the manner that you just explained it, but I explained it to them in a way that is dangerous and it's not good for you, and you shouldn't do that because of the fact
we ain't even talking about diseases.
Yeah, and this is the temple that you need to respect, right? It's our divine temple that we've created for ourselves, so that our 26 grams of consciousness can reside within this avatar and respect this avatar. That's why we bathe and we clean ourselves and we have a clean environment, because we want to have respect for this. And as soon as you lose respect for this avatar, then it's going to break apart. It's like if you don't take care of your car and you don't do oil changes and plug changes and wire changes, it's going to break down. And same thing is with this, but just in a different aspect. So Ivana, thank you very much. I love you, my star sister. You're absolutely divine, and I have a lot of respect for you, a lot of gratitudes, and I want to connect with you again after this conference and want to do more shows with you. And I want to really, really pick your mind, because you're incredibly intelligent and just full of love and energy. So before I let you go, please tell our viewers where they can find you and how they can contact you.
Well, again, you can reach me at www.helpbyevena, EVENAH.com. You can also tune in on YouTube and any other podcast platforms and check me out on the Me Middleton Show, where I speak about all things spiritual, magical, naturopathic, and the occultic for the neo-spiritualist or those who are newer to spirituality. You can find me on Instagram at Me Middleton. You can find me on Clubhouse at Speak Ivana, and you can join my club on Clubhouse, the Me Middleton Lounge. I'm somewhere everywhere. And you can email me at helpbyevena@gmail.com or contact@helpbyevena.com. I'm some of everywhere, but if you find me one of those other places, it'll link you to some of the other places.
Fantastic. And guys, I will put Ivana's email address in the chat here really quick once we bring Kathy Mason up. And if you guys want to shoot her an email and connect with her, that would be super awesome. Like we said, there's a lot of resources available in this conference, and these resources are for you to utilize so that you can raise your awareness and go into that timeline with purification. Really, that's the word for this conference. So, my friend, thank you very much, Ivana, for your time. I love you so much, and a lot of respect for you. And I will be in contact with you shortly.
Thank you so much for having me, Omar. And congratulations on this magnificent event. And I'm so honored to be a part of it. Everyone have a super fantastic day. Absorb everything you can.
Thank you, Ivana. And this is a team sport. I just simply couldn't have done this alone. There's a lot of people involved in the background to make this happen. So, it's just not me. But thank you. I appreciate it. And guys, this is brought to you by Michael Feely. So please visit his website at michaelfeely.com. He's going to be coming up here in a few days. So with that being said, I'm going to relieve the stage and I'm going to bring Kathy Mason on. And we are about to get epic download. So Kathy, it is all yours, my divine sister, and I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I am too. I'm so excited to introduce you to Susan. So, Susan, I'm going to bring you on. Well, whoops, wrong one. There we go. Oh, okay. So let's see. I'm going to read your information first, and then I'll put on your PowerPoint. Okay.
All right, sounds great.
Yes. Oh, I'm so excited, you guys, to introduce you to Susan Christensen. Susan Stark Christensen is an award-winning journalist. She's the proud member of 2 daughters and the grandmother to 2 incredible grandsons. So we are going to be working with her today, right now, and as part of a grandmother's circle later. As the owner of Christensen Communications, an advertising and public relations firm, and Walton Group Publications, a publishing business focused on promoting work by women, she won numerous awards. In 2018, she was named the recipient of the prestigious Rasmussen Foundation Fellowship Award. Susan served as a former Deputy Director of Communications for the state of Alaska, Office of the Governor, and as a communications consultant for national and statewide businesses and nonprofits. She developed a successful advertising campaign to bring awareness to the issues surrounding domestic violence and sexual assault in Alaska. Her volunteer work has included the Spiritual Unity of Tribes Gathering, serving on the board of directors of International Cross-Cultural Alcohol Program, as well as numerous local service organizations. Working on the book Women's Voices, The Wisdom of the Grandmothers, and on the documentary The Wisdom of the Grandmothers, was the fulfillment of one of Susan's life dreams. And that film, we'll be talking a little bit about her first film. She's working on another one. That film was actually turned into a PBS special and is available for us to watch anytime. It's wonderful. It was also life-changing, providing her the opportunity to meet and be inspired by the incredible mothers and grandmothers she met along the journey. She is currently working on both a book about an Alaska aircraft accident, which I read and made me cry so much, and a documentary film on the importance of Indigenous prophecies today. So welcome, 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 Susan.
Thank you so much, Kathy. It's really an honor and a privilege to be here. I wonder if you would mind if I started with a traditional prayer.
Oh, please, please. I was hoping. So I'm going to see if I can. There we go. I'm going to make it big.
Well, we can pull up in a bit. We can pull up that PowerPoint, but I would like to start with a prayer.
Perfect.
And to open the directions, and then I'd like to just introduce myself a little bit traditionally, but thank you for all those things you said about me. I appreciate it. So if everyone would just take a deep breath, inhale through your nose, exhale for a moment through your mouth. To the winds of the south, great serpent, wrap your coils of light around us. Teach us to shed the past the way you shed your skin, to walk softly upon the earth. Teach us the beauty of your ways. To the winds of the west, mother, sister, jaguar, protect our medicine space. Teach us the way of peace, to live impeccably. Show us the way beyond death. To the winds of the north, hummingbird, grandmothers and grandfathers, ancient ones, come and warm your hands by our fires. whisper to us in the wind. We honor you who have come before us and you who will come after us, our children's children. To the winds of the east, great eagle, great condor, come to us from the place of the rising sun. Keep us under your wing. Show us the mountains we only dare to dream of. Teach us to fly wing to wing with the Great Spirit. Mother Earth, we've gathered together for the healing of all your children. The stone people, the plant people, the four-legged, the two-legged, the creepy crawlers, the finned, the furred, and the winged ones. All our relations. Father Sun, Grandmother Moon, to the star nations. Great Spirit, you who are known by 1,000 names and you who are the unnameable one. We thank you for bringing us together and allowing us to sing and dance the song of life. To the heart, where it all comes together. Help us to feel the presence of the Creator within, to hear and to see the spark of life within all your creation. Well, thank you again, Kathy. And to the organizers of this event, it's really an honor to be here. And I really appreciate you, Kathy, for inviting me to share a little bit about the journey that I've been on and the upcoming project that I'm working on Indigenous prophecies. I always introduce myself the same way. I always start out by telling people that I'm not nervous and I'm not crying. Many times people will ask me about my voice, and I always like to tell them that I wore a brace when I was younger, and the brace damaged my vocal cords, and I went a year of my life without being able to speak at all. So I had to learn how to talk all over again. And so this is the best I can do. And I always let people know that while that was a very, very difficult time of my life, it led me to the understanding and the importance of women's voices. So it's no wonder that I think I went on the journey I did to learn more about the importance of the women's voices. My Western name is Susan, and my Jewish name, which comes from my mother's side, is Sarah. And I was given the Tlingit name of Chaaksik, which means eagle daughter, by Jim Walton. And I'm going to be talking about him. Kathy, would you mind putting up the slide of the picture of Jim Walton, which is slide number 3? Perfect. Jim used to teach us that many times that the people of the Tlingit nation, when they speak, they will spread out a blanket. And I'd like to spread out that blanket today and ask that the blanket will catch any words that may be offensive to anyone. I'm not an expert, and I'm not an expert on prophecy by any means. And I can only share with you my understanding of what was shared with me. But I did want to talk today about Jim Walton before I talk to you a little bit about the grandmother prophecy. Jim Walton was an amazing influence in my life. I was blessed to be adopted by Jim. His Tlingit name was Klaak. And excuse me for not saying that correctly. If you're Tlingit, I apologize. Jim was the leader of the Kagwantan Wolf House of the Eagle moiety in Sitka. He died on November 18th, 2003 in Juneau at the age of 80. He was born on March 29th, 1923 in Sitka, Alaska, to Rudolph Walton, whose Tlingit name was Klawuk, who was of the Tlingit Kiksati clan, and to Mary Charles Davis, who was a Kagwantan. As a child, Jim received traditional Tlingit training, and he became an expert in oratory and protocol. He graduated from Selden Jackson High School in Sitka in 1943. And as a young man, Jim struggled with finding the balance between his traditional Tlingit training and living in the modern world. And during that time in his life when he struggled, he did what happened to many people of his time. He picked up alcohol and he began to have trouble with dealing with alcohol and many other problems that came to people who were struggling between a traditional way of life and living in the Western world. But in 1953, Jim's life began to change. And Kathy, I'm going to mess you up here a little bit. Would you go to slide number 6? I put these slides out of order a little bit. There you go. Thanks. And the reason that Jim's life began to change was he was introduced to 2 sacred teachings. One of them was the teachings of the Baha'i faith on the importance of the unity of all people. And the other one was the teachings of Black Elk. Jim read the book Black Elk Speaks, and he was so taken by the teachings of unity of all people and by Black Elk's vision as it was relayed in that book, that he actually went to the sacred hills of South Dakota to find the family of Black Elk. And what he wanted to do was he wanted to determine if what had been portrayed in the book Black Elk Speaks actually portrayed Black Elk's vision in a true way. Several years ago, I happened to have the opportunity to meet Myron Puyer, who was a descendant of Black Elk. And Myron told me he remembered that his grandmother, Olivia Black Elk Puyer, had relayed to her that her brother, Henry Black Elk, the great-grandson of Black Elk, had met with Jim Walton to consult about and to confirm that what was written of Black Elk's vision in that book was true. From that time on, Jim would often talk about how that meeting changed his life. And he dedicated his life to bringing about the rebirth of traditional indigenous teachings in order to affect the health of his people and in order to help bring about Black Elk's vision and the vision of unity of all people into reality. And I'd like to read to you just a very small part of Black Elk's vision, which talks about the hoop of many hoops. Then I was standing on the highest mountain of them all, and round about beneath me was the whole hoop of the world. And while I stood there, I saw more than I can tell, and I understood more than I saw. For I was seeing in a sacred manner the shape of all things in the spirit, and the shape of all things as they must live together like one being. And I saw the sacred hoop of my people was one of many hoops that made one circle, wide as the daylight and as starlight. And in the center grew one mighty flowering tree, to shelter all the children of one mother and one father. And I saw that it was holy. Kathy, would you go back to slide 4 for a minute? One of the things that Jim learned about and that became a passion for me was after he learned about Black Elk's vision, he traveled around the world and the country asking elders for permission to start something which he called spiritual unity of the tribes gatherings. And he received permission in the late 1980s. And it was at one of these spiritual unity of tribes gatherings that I first heard about the prophecy that said there won't be peace on earth until the voices of the grandmothers are heard. I'd like to say that again. There won't be peace on earth until the voices of the grandmothers are heard. And if you'd go, Kathy, to the next slide, slide number 5. Why are the voices of the grandmothers, why was this teaching important? What did I learn by traveling north-south across the earth, from Siberia to Patagonia, asking grandmothers about this teaching? And I found that it exists in all across the earth, from the far north to the far south. And one of the things that I learned was that the grandmothers and the indigenous peoples of the earth have a very important connection to the earth. And they have a very important connection to the Creator. And one of the problems, many of the problems that we have in the earth today are because the indigenous nations of the earth were left out of the great circle of nations. I wanted to talk for a minute. Kathy, would you go? I apologize for these being so out of order, but would you go back to the slide right after the first one that shows the hoop? There you go. And I wanted to, while you're looking at the slide, I wanted to share a little bit of information about the importance of the indigenous people being brought into the circle of the world. And some of this comes from a friend of mine who's by the name of Dr. Lee Brown. Dr. Brown spoke at the Baha'i Continental Indigenous Council held in Fairbanks, Alaska in 1986. And sometimes I feel a little guilty quoting him because that talk wasn't supposed to be taped. But someone at that conference asked Lee Brown if they could tape it because one of their friends was unable to come to the Indigenous Council and they wanted to share it with them because the friend was ill. And Lee Brown gave permission for that to be shared with that person. But instead, for some reason, that tape was shared widely, and that caused a lot of problems for Lee. But I've come to the conclusion that there must have been a divine reason because that tape is still out there today, almost 40 years later. And it's still on YouTube, and there's people that have taken it and put it in other talks. And I wanted to share some of the things I learned from Lee at that Indigenous Council. We talked about the circles of the earth and the guardians of the earth. And these are some very important prophecies, and I wanted to briefly touch on them with you today. He said that there were cycles in the history of humanity, and this is an indigenous teaching that go back many, many thousands and thousands of years. The first cycle was the cycle of the spirit. The second cycle was the cycle of the mineral or the rock. The third cycle was the cycle of the plant. And the fourth cycle was the cycle of the animal. And in the 90s, when Lee gave this talk, he said we were at the end of the cycle of the animal and entering into a new cycle for humanity, which the elders called the cycle of the human being. And that in that cycle, it would be the time in which the highest powers of the human being will be released. And he tells a story about these directions, and I'd like to briefly tell you that story. The story is that many tens of thousands of years ago, the Great Spirit gathered all the people together on an island, which is now under the sea. And he told them that they were going to be going out into the four directions. And eventually they would change into the four colors of the people of the earth. And to each of these directions, he gave a guardianship. To the east, who became the red people, he gave the guardianship of the earth. And he told them that they would learn the teachings of the plants and the foods and the herbs, and that they would be the guardians of this Mother Earth. To those that were sent to the south, the yellow people, he gave the guardianship of the wind. Great Spirit gave the guardianship of the wind. And they were told that they would have the guardianship of the sky, and that they would learn how to bring breath in for spiritual development. And to the direction of the west, that were sent to the west, the black people, he gave the guardianship of the water, the chief among all the elements, the most humble. And to the north, to the white people, Creator gave the guardianship of the fire. And it was told that if you look at what white people have created, the center of so much of what they do is fire. If you look at a car, the spark in the middle of it is fire. And if you look at the light bulb, the spark in the center is the fire. And the fire moves and it consumes. To each of these directions, he gave 2 stone tablets, which represent the original sacred teachings. To the red, those sacred teachings, those stone tablets, are guarded by the Hopi people. The yellow, those tablets are in Tibet. To the black, they're at Mount Kenya, to the Kikuyu people. And to the white, to the Europeans, gave the stone tablets, which are now guarded in Switzerland. And Lee talks about how the Hopi word for the sun is the Tibetan word for the moon. And if you could drill right straight through from Hopi land, you would come out in Tibet. And the Tibetan word for moon is the Hopi word for sun. And the Great Spirit said there would be a time in the future when there would be gathered back together all of these people, all of these directions. And they would share these sacred teachings. And this would be a time of peace. If when the people came together, if they remembered their sacred teachings, if they remembered the teachings of the stone tablets. Well, there are many prophecies about these times, and the peoples of the earth were given options when they came back together. But unfortunately, according to the stories, all of the people didn't remember their sacred teachings. But one of those teachings that has become really important to me and that guided my work with the grandmothers is that the longest journey that we will ever take is the journey from the head to the heart. And that journey from the head to the heart is the journey of the human being. And the time that we are living in now right now, those of us that are born in this time, we are living in the time when we will be transforming into that human being, and these circles, these colors of the peoples of the earth have to come back together and remember one another and live together again in unity. And in this time, we have to learn to listen to our own heart and learn to live simply according to the prophecies, in harmony with the earth. And we have to learn to evolve into that human being that will recognize the earth as one country and all human beings as the citizens of the earth. Kathy, would you go to slide number 7, which is the Hopi, there you go, Grandmother Percy. I want to talk for just another minute. I realize my time, I've been talking for a long time, so I'm getting close to wrapping this up. But Grandmother Percy on me is Hopi Tewa. And Grandmother Percy is an amazing woman. I hope you have an opportunity to hear her speak sometime. And I felt very blessed when Grandmother Percy took me to the Hopi sacred places. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see a picture of the prophecy rock. Oh, keep going. Keep going. Sorry. Nope, we missed it. Let me see. There it is. Thank you. Thanks, Kathy. And this isn't a very good picture of Prophecy Rock, and I am not authorized to speak of these prophecies, and I don't. Grandmother Percy talks about them in the documentary that I'm working on. But this is a picture that has been authorized to share, and it's an enhanced photo. And I'd like you to look at that picture for just a minute. And you can see on the bottom of the picture, there's these two men. And do you see how it goes up and then the road splits? And you can see, and you can't see it very well on this picture, but on the top where all those people are, there's some stairs. There's some lines that go up and they look like stairs. And when I first saw the pictures of Prophecy Rock, for some reason, coming from a Western mindset, I thought that all of those people that were on that top stairways that goes up, that meant that they were somehow going into the spiritual world. That was my original thought before I saw Prophecy Rock. But then if you look at that bottom line, the second line there's only one person on that line, and there is a small line between these two lines that connect them. And I was told that this is the time we're at now in our history, where people can make a choice how they want to live and which one of these worlds they want to be in. But Grandma Percy says that it's that bottom line, that line that only has one person on it, that continues. And she says, I'm from the Sand People, and I teach my grandchildren that we are walked upon. People walk upon the sand, but we are important because we are close to the earth. And the Hopi teachings talk about the importance of staying close to the earth. And what I didn't know until I saw Prophecy Rock in person, and you can go online and you can learn more about this, but that bottom line continues around the rock, and that top line ends. And I think that the teaching has to do with staying humble and staying close to the earth, the way the indigenous peoples of the earth teach us. If you'd go to slide number 9, Kathy, right there, yay. I had an opportunity to interview a Mayan elder by the name of Tata Ernesto Campos, who's part of the Mayan Council of Elders. And Tata Ernesto, Uncle Ernesto, was involved with the Mayan Council of Elders, sending out a staff of peace from the south to the north. And if you go to the next slide, Kathy, you can see a picture of Tata Ernesto and Elizabeth Arroyo, who is also a part of the Mayan Council of Elders. And they talked a lot about the prophecy of the condor and the eagle, of when the condor from the south and the eagle of the north would join together. And this would also represent an end of a cycle. Many of you are probably old enough to remember when the Mayan calendar, there were a lot of fears when the Mayan calendar ended. People thought that it might mean the end of the earth, but the Mayans said no, and Tata Ernesto talks about this. It's not the end of the earth, it's the end of a cycle. And again, this corresponds with the Hopi teachings and with those original teachings about everyone coming together and remembering who we are and bringing our sacred gifts back together. And Kathy, would you go to the next slide, please? This is a gathering that Tata Ernesto came to in Japan. And I was invited to come to that gathering because I was blessed to be able to carry the Mayan staff of peace to Alaska. And all of the people who carried the staff, the Mayan staff of peace, were invited to come to a Shinto peace gathering at the base of Mount Fuji. And when we were at that gathering, they took us into a cave. And they call this cave the Cave of Mother Earth. And they said that this cave, it was quite an amazing thing. I was convinced that I was going to die before I got into that cave. I don't like closed spaces, and I am not particularly athletic. And we had to crawl through this very small cave over rocks. But I remembered something that the elders used to say, and it came to me as I was deciding whether or not I was going to go or not. And it was, today is a good day to die. And I thought, okay, if I'm going to die, this would probably be a good place to die. So I managed to get in there. And inside of that cave was a rock that the Shinto people who had a temple above this cave that they were the caretakers of told us that this was this cave of Mother Earth. The rock looked like, I can only describe it as looking like a pregnant woman standing on two legs. And underneath this huge rock of this pregnant woman standing on two rocks that looked like legs was another rock that looked like a male phallus. And they said, this is the center of our beliefs of our Mother Earth. And the Shinto people they're very much like the indigenous people of the world. They believe in the connection to our mother, the importance of the connection to Mother Earth. And that this time is an important time in all of our lives. So if you go to the next slide, Kathy, I want to end with, this is a picture of the Shinto doing a ceremony at the base of Mount Fuji for peace, calling in that sacred mountain to calling in for peace. So what I'd like to end with is, I'd like to end with something that all of the prophecies that I've been told about and all of the people that I spoke with and interviewed, I interviewed Mayan, I interviewed people from Alaska, I interviewed people from tribes in South America, and all of them say the exact same thing. What do these prophecies tell us? What is the purpose of this time? What's the importance of knowing them? And what they said was It's because this is the time when we can come back together, remember our sacred teachings, join together in the hoop of many hoops, and come together from all the four directions and remember our sacred teachings. And there are people in all of these directions, in all of these places, that know their prophecies, that know their teachings, that know who they are. And all of you and whoever I'm speaking to today, who's ever touched by any of these stories, you are those people. You own that spark of the Creator. You have that knowledge within you. And the time of shamans and teachers telling us what to believe is over. This is the time when we have to get in touch with all of our own knowledge, that we can listen to the grandmothers, we can listen to our elders, but we have to know that it's a time to be reborn, and to be reborn in the spirit. Kathy, do I have time to read one more thing, or is this a time I should end? Kathy, are you there?
Hi,
Well,
Suzanne. I'm here. Yeah, go ahead. You have time.
okay. Well, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to read then something that I wrote in the spring of 1995. And everything that's ever come to me of importance in my life has come to me because of a dream. And I wrote an article about a dream that I had in 1995. And it was published in a magazine called In Context. And it's called Black Elk Was Right. And I think it'll take me about 5 minutes and then I'll be done. So Kathy's nodding. Thank you.
No, don't worry. We have plenty of time.
Okay, so I'm going to end. Thank you, Kathy. I'm going to end with reading you this I'll just end with this and then I'll close the directions and we can take questions. Okay. The grandmothers came to speak again today at the great circle of all nations. And once again, I was filled with reverence and awe. One by one, they came forward into the great hall, each wearing their traditional tribal regalia. It seemed to me I heard the drum today for the first time, its beat reverberating throughout the council chambers like a heartbeat at a great birth. I was so proud that my great-grandmother was one of those chosen to share memories of how this great peace, foretold by spiritual leaders, medicine men and women, and seers for thousands of years, had come to pass. Here are her words. Great-grandmother speaks. Mitake Oyasin, all my relations. I would like to remind this gathering of the vision of the Ogallala Sioux medicine man, Black Elk, and the vision he had at Harney Peak. Then I was standing on the highest mountain of them all, and around and beneath me was the whole hoop of the world. And while I stood there, I saw more than I can tell and understood more than I saw. For I was seeing in a sacred manner the shape of all things in the spirit, and the shape of all things as they must live together like one being. And I saw the sacred hoop of my people was one of many hoops that made one circle, wide as the daylight and as starlight, and in the center grew one mighty flowering tree to shelter all the children of one mother and one father, and I saw that it was holy. I was just a young woman when the first spiritual unity of tribes gatherings were held at the Pasqua Indian Reserve in Saskatchewan. Each morning at dawn, the people gathered, and the medicine men would bring out their pipes and hold their morning ceremonies. In 1988, the elders were insistent and filled with urgency. Understanding must be given to all of humankind, they had said. The the time has come to begin preparing the people for the fulfillment of Black Elk's prophecies. That was before the third great shaking of the earth at the turn of the century. The lives of the people then were filled with the pursuit of material and physical pleasures. They had forgotten the values of respect, tolerance, compassion, and honesty. They had embraced the false values of rationalism and had moved far from the spiritual teachings of their ancestors. There were great wars then and great fighting. Men, women, and children were all victims. In that time, the grandmothers had lost their voices. Mother Earth was ruled by men, and the energy of male and female was out of balance. But at those first gatherings, there came those who remembered Black Elk's vision and who knew that these days we are living today would one day come. On the whole earth, only a few thousand came to the first gathering. But within 7 years, gatherings were held from Siberia in the north to Australia in the south, and in the heart of Turtle Island, North America. They were held until wars and economics collapse stopped all travel for a time. At the last gathering, only the old ones met at 6 nations in eastern Turtle Island. Then the third great shaking of the earth came, the great destruction, the great purification. I remember my fear in those days of darkness. During that time, I remembered the words of the elders at the gatherings. I remembered the prophecies they shared and the certitude that they had that these days of peace would come. And I remembered Black Elk's vision and his prayer when he returned to Harney Peak as a very old man. And when he said, "Hear me," that they may once again go back to the sacred hoop and the good red robe, the sheltering tree. In sorrow, I am sending a feeble voice, O 6 powers of the world. Hear me in my sorrow, for I may never call again. O great Spirit, make my people live. I am here speaking to you today as an old one, because that great prayer was answered. The sacred tree does live, flower, and bloom. We all sit, all nations as one nation, hoop in many hoops. We are the people of the earth who have walked the good red road from north to south and from west to east to bring back to all humanity how to live the sacred spiritual teachings. I have lived to see this great peace unfold. I have lived long enough to see the Indian nations of the world invited to the table of the United Nations from which they were first excluded. I have lived long enough to see the coming together of all the nations of the earth into one hoop of many hoops. We, the grandmothers, are the image of Mother Earth. We give life and strength and are the foundation of the family. When our voices were not heard at the table of nations, there was no heartbeat of love by which to bind together the sons and daughters of Mother Earth. I have lived long enough to see this day on which the wisdom of the grandmothers and their knowledge of ancient life is once again being shared with all the human race. This is a great day to live and to share with you. All my relations.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. That was amazing. I just want to take a breath for a second. So we have plenty of time. So I would love for you to talk a little bit about both the Women's Voices Project and the Wisdom of the Grandmothers movie, so that people can get an idea of the depth of information that you've gathered for them and how they could benefit from it.
Thank you, Kathy. Well, briefly, the Women's Voices Project and the Wisdom of the Grandmothers came together. there is a book that I was able to publish that has stories of the grandmothers that I visited from Siberia to Patagonia. And then when I was doing the book, I taped the grandmothers, and I had this idea that people needed to hear them in their own voices, that reading their stories was one thing, but being able to hear them speak themselves was another. So I went back to the beginning, and because I hadn't made it all the way to South America when I did the book, I started back at the beginning, and I put together a film called The Wisdom of the Grandmothers. And I didn't know how to turn on a camera when we started, but I started compiling their stories and their visions and put together a documentary, which ended up being shown on PBS stations across the country. And that's available on the website, The Wisdom of the Grandmothers. And it's available for free. And the documentary I'm working on now, which isn't complete because I haven't been able to get the interviews with the Australians. And thank you, Kathy, for bringing this up. I wanted to mention it. The Australian people, the Aboriginal people of Australia and the people of Africa, who you heard about a little before this presentation, they hold a very important place in the prophecies, and they have very important wisdom to share. And so my putting together of the documentary about the prophecies can't be completed until, and I was on my way there when COVID hit. The day I was supposed to leave was the day they shut down all the air travel, but that's open again. And I'm hoping to work with people, whether I go there or not, who will send me some of their stories. And if I haven't shared enough why these stories are so important, I learned from the grandmothers that this knowledge, this sacred knowledge, this stories that these are our origin stories. This is who we are. This is how we can connect with those origins and with that star seed that is planted within us.
Perfect.
So,
Perfect. Well, and there's lots of questions and comments. So let's put this one on. It says, we've been working with the Australian Aboriginals for the past 3 years, and this conference is inspired by them. So that's what I had mentioned to you, that there's people here, and we'll have you talk with Omar and get connected with them. Okay.
yeah,
Then,
it's amazing. Their origin stories, so many of the stories, Western people say, well, those are myths or those are stories. When I talk about some of these things, they say, well, those are just tales. But actually, they are the history of the people. They are what was passed down from generation to generation. They establish how the people got there.
right.
And how they're connected to those sacred places that we are hopefully connecting with again at this time. So thank you for that
Yes.
comment and your inspiration.
So Kyra put, I also have significant messages in my dreams, beautiful reminders of the elders' wisdom.
Thank you, Kyra. I really believe strongly, and again, if my words offend anyone, I hope they'll be captured in the blanket. But the time of shaman and leaders, and we can learn from our elders, and we can learn from those people who have more knowledge than we do, and it's really important we do that. But the time of how they could teach and how they could share their energy and their wisdom, some of that time is over. Our role, I believe sincerely, our role today is to help you connect with your own inner spark, your own inner wisdom, your own dreams, your own visions, and to know that they are real and they are the way in which Creator can communicate with you. And as we develop our brains and as we develop this new human being, we will be able to connect much more easily than we have been in this time of materialism of the past. So
Right.
thank you for your comment, and good luck and good blessings to you on your journey, Kyra.
So do you find that as far as dream work, do you request for knowledge? Do you certainly yourself, Susan, do you request for knowledge? Because I have to assume all of this was a divine assignment.
It was from the elders and wanting to know more about them, but also from dreams. I don't. That's a hard question for me personally to answer. I pray. I was told that we need to pray at morning and at night. We need to call ourselves into account. And I do that. And I pray by the fire, and I pray in many different ways. I don't actively seek dreams, but I actively seek the Creator's guidance. I don't know if that, and how it comes, if it comes, is a special blessing. And when it comes, and I did want to share something that the elder said, and Jim Walton used to talk about all the time. You don't ask the Creator why. You don't say, why me, when you have one of these dreams or visions. You never ask that question. You just say, what? What can I do? How can I do it? And you trust that you don't have to see the end in the beginning. I never know where something is going to go, but I was taught that we listen and we follow it, and we will be shown whether we understand or not. Sometimes for me, it's been 40 years of understanding, and I still don't understand. And honestly, I'm old enough now to realize I don't need to understand. I just need to do what I'm asked to do to the best of my ability, and it's good enough. So if you're a young person out there with a dream or a vision, or an old person, don't wait anymore. It's time.
Perfect. Okay, this is another one. Regarding the rock drawing, what did the bottom line with one person on it represent?
Oh, wow. That is a very good question. Well, these lines represent the split in humanity. There's the top line ends. I can only tell you that. It's the one that most people take, and it goes up some steps, and there's like stick drawings of people on it, and it ends. But that bottom line, the line once the split happens, that continues around, there's only one stick figure on it. And to me, that represents the person following the humble path, following the path close to the earth, not necessarily following. And again, this is my understanding. Please forgive me, but Grandma Percy and I talked about it some. But that humbleness, that living close to Mother Earth, that living simply, and we're all being asked to do that now, and it's not easy. I went from being a big shot. I'm almost done, Kathy. I promise that I thought I was really important when I was doing all those things, and I worked for the governor, and aren't I important? But none of that mattered. Like,
Yeah,
I had to walk away from that if I was going to follow my path and follow my dream, and recognize that, if I want, I'm happier living simply and living close to the earth, and that in the end we don't take any of those things with us anyway.
right.
So let's walk this path close to there. That's what I think it represents, but I encourage you to find out more.
Good. Okay. So what would you say is the theme that you heard from either the prophecy, because you're a student, you're a scholar, you're an investigative reporter, you're going and talking to people with an idea of, I think you are hopeful about the human race, and that there's nothing to fear, that this is the evolution of our species. But was there a theme that you heard from all of this new film, the prophecy film? Was there something you'd like to share?
What I tried to say in my talk, and I apologize if I didn't do it very well. I'm not very good at this, but the theme is that of one of hope. Our destiny, and all of the tribes and all the different prophecies all shared this. Our destiny is to come back together as all the races of the earth, to be together in the hoop of many hoops, to share the gifts and the sacred teachings that are given to us, and to go forward into a time of prophesized peace. Now, that is so hopeful. And
Yes.
we live at a very hard time. We live in the time when people have been asked to wake up and they're not, and the male, not men, but the patriarchy is still fighting, and they're fighting over pieces of land that belong to Mother Earth, and they're killing each other. This will end, and the prophesized time of peace will come. And our waking up individually first, because you can't give away something you don't own, and collectively together will allow us this time, even if it's after a time of darkness, which is prophesied. I didn't talk about the third great shaking of the earth. Lee Brown talks about that. The Hopi prophecies talk about that. And a lot of people get stuck in that, oh, there's going to be this horrible time. But the message isn't that. The message is we'll get past it, and we will build together a world of peace where we remember the sacred teachings that we were given. We remember what was in the stone tablets, and we come together and hold hands with all races in love and unity and oneness. That's the time we're living in.
Perfect. Wonderful. So, okay.
Do we have time to say a prayer to close the circle?
Yes, we do. We have 5 more minutes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we close the direction.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I realized that we needed to do that because we're going to reopen them in a again. Okay. So this is Kyra saying, yes, we are creator itself. Remember how to embody. Thank you, sweet Susan. And this is Stone Hobbit. And she said, living simple, simply living, with a big kiss. So, and here we go. Igmu 2 says, set us into divine action and motion, creator. So you're getting a lot of yeah. So your movie, could you tell us a little bit about this work? Because part of the reason we didn't get to show a clip of the movie is that it's a laborious experience translating each one of these sections. We've got like 4 minutes. Could you just talk? So a little bit of talk and then the close.
Sure. The interviews I did, I interviewed a Tlingit elder in Alaska and a Mara elder from South America, two members of the Mayan Council of Elders, Tata Ernesto and Elizabeth. And I interviewed, I'm finishing, hopefully, the stories from the Aboriginal people in Australia. And some of the interviews were in Spanish, and so they need to be translated. When I did the Wisdom of the Grandmothers film, one of the comments that someone posted when they saw the film on YouTube, they were mad at me because I had a translator's voice over the voice of the elders that were speaking in their own language. And I took that to heart. I felt it was important to have subtitles and so that they can speak in their own tongue and you can hear them in their own voice. And the Shinto people in Japanese. And so there's a lot of pieces But again, they share their stories, they share their hope, and they share their wisdom. And they are among the many people who have stories and hope and wisdom to share. And I hope you'll all go out and listen to your own elders and your own grandmothers and learn these stories, learn your stories, and remember that they all pointed to this time that we're living in now to reawaken. Thank you for letting me share, Kathy.
Perfect.
Blessing.
And here we go. Sugar Bee said, "Thank you for all of this. It is truly the great awakening." Kiss, kiss. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So, do you want to do your close now?
Yeah, if it's okay with you, I would, if you don't mind, I would just like to close the directions. And one of the things that I've become really aware of recently in this difficult time is often we'll open the directions and we'll ask for wisdom and guidance, but sometimes we don't close them when we go out into the world, and that can be kind of heavy to pick up everything. So I just wanted to close them. So if I could ask you to take a deep breath, breathe in through your nose, blow it out through your mouth. To the winds of the south, great serpent, we thank you for being with us today and teaching us to shed the past and to walk softly on the earth. We thank you for teaching us the beauty of your ways. We thank you and we release you. To the winds of the west, Mother, Sister, Jaguar, we thank you for protecting our medicine space and for teaching us to live the way of peace. We thank you and we release you. To the winds of the north, hummingbird grandmothers and grandfathers, ancient ones, we thank you for warming your hands by our fires and whispering to us in the wind. We thank you for allowing us to honor you and those who come after us, our children's children. We thank you and we release you. To the winds of the east, great eagle, great condor, we thank you for coming to us from the place of the rising sun and keeping us under your wing. We thank you for teaching us to fly wing to wing with the Great Spirit. We thank you. We release you. Mother Earth, we thank you for allowing us to gather together for the healing of all your children, the stone people, the plant people, the four-legged, the two-legged, the creepy crawlers, the fin, the furred, and the winged ones, all our relations. We thank you and we release you. Father, Son, Grandmother Moon, to the star nations, Great Spirit, you who are known by 1,000 names and you who are the unnameable one, we thank you for bringing us together and allowing us to sing and dance the song of life. We thank you and we release you. And to the heart, where it all comes together, we thank you for helping us to feel the presence of the Creator within. And we ask you to allow us to heal and see the spark of life within all your creation. Gunal Chish, Aho. Thank you, Kathy, and to all the organizers for allowing us to be here. It's truly been an honor.
I got chills. Thank you so much. And I can't wait to see this next movie. And I want to encourage everyone to go to thewisdomofthegrandmothers.com. I've put it in the comments all along, or the Women's Voices Project, and learn more about this incredible work that Susan has put together for us. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, everyone. Blessings.
Blessings. Thank you. Love you very much. Talk to you soon.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. That was wonderful. That was beautiful. Really, really resonated with that, especially the Hopi and how you involved the Aborigines from Australia. For the last, this is the third year, but for the last 2 years, we've been doing winter solstices in carrying out the prophecy of the magic box. And this is the final year for us doing that. And this conference was inspired out of the last 2 years so that we can create a timeline of peace and love. So thank you. Thank you very much for your service and your contribution. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you for yours.
And that voice from above was Omar.
Yes.
It wasn't God. It was Omar. There he is.
I didn't want to be rude and jump on the
No.
screen,
Oh,
right?
you could have.
Thank you for being
But
here.
it sounds like the voice of God when you can't see anybody.
Much appreciated what you're doing.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank
I
you,
love you, and
Suzanne.
I
Love
appreciate your contribution. Thank you. All right, so it is stretch time, guys. Our normal routine. We've had some beautiful, beautiful uploads here this morning. Eleanor, and then Ivana, and then Suzanne. It's epic, and we're just going to take a 10-minute stretch break so that we can relax our avatars and our minds, so that we can sit back and get a beautiful upload from Trina, and then again from Suzanne Christensen, the Grandmother Circle panel, and then Stephen and Evan Strong from Australia, who are going to be talking about the prophecy of the Aboriginals in Australia. So really, this is all going to come together very, very nicely. So Leanne, I'm going to give it to you, my beautiful star sister, and it is yours.
Hello. All right, let's wake my phone up and play a little music. Hopefully the levels are all right. Okay, let's take a couple of deep breaths and feel our feet on the floor. Feel our one precious body ground into the earth. Take a deep breath in and exhale. One more. And one more. Okay, let's take our heads in a circle. Go the other way. Again, switch sides. Switch. Okay. Put our knees together and go around in one direction. Switch to the other direction. Switch. Switch. Okay, hands on hips. You can put your feet out wide if it's more comfortable. And let's go around in a circle here. Don't forget to keep breathing. And switch directions. Switch. Okay. As you guys are able, let's get down on all fours and start some cat cows. Exhale, down. Inhale, lift up. Then a couple times. And this time come up into a down dog. Exhale, what feels my heart? Feel like you stretch my side. Feel the stretch on your side. Walking out a little. We said goodbye. Put our right leg up. And bend it a couple times. That's any fancy things you guys like to do. Open up your hips. Feel free. I love you. I love you. I love. Let's all move forward and bring our knees forward into a nice. And then back. And then stiffen our leg up again. and really stretch. And step through. I'm going to pivot so that my back isn't to you. Come up into warrior 2. Stretch. And now swing your arms around in a big windmill so that your right arm is over your left. Try to lift your arms up. Feel that nice stretch between your scapulae. Scapula. I like saying that word. You try it out. Scapula. And then extend back out. And put our forearms on our leg. And it's only just begun. Put your arms up. What are you reaching for? Deepen your stance. And now adjust your feet. And put your right hand down on the floor and come up into, I think this is half moon, if you can. Otherwise, just continue to stretch or improvise. We're rising. All right, carefully come down. We're rising. Actually, let's do a chaturanga. Let's get into plank and come down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And into a nice sphinx. Keep breathing. Okay, breathe out. Come back up into down dog. Walk it out a little bit. I'm going to flip sides again. And now we're going to lift our left leg up, weight in the floor, and get a couple times. Do your fancy things if you like doing fancy things. Keep breathing. Let's come down into a plank and bring our left knee forward. Keep breathing. And let's go back. Stick it back in here. Bend it a couple times. Keep breathing. And on an inhale, let's move our leg between our legs. And come up into warrior 2 on this side. With palms open. And let's do a windmill so that our left hand is in front. Try to pull your arms up and stretch your shoulder blades out. Keep breathing. Arms back out, palms open. Everybody doing? Forearm on the knee. And reach up. Okay. Now reach up. And brighten the lines. What are you guys reaching for? Keep breathing. And if you want, keep stretching. You can also go into triangle or come up into whatever this is with me. If you want to get crazy, lift your hand with 5. Okay. So I'm going to give this. And doing the one more chaturanga. I'm going to plank. We're going to go down for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. On your elbows, lifting your knees, and 2.
Another minute, Leanne. Another minute, and then we will bring our panel on. Or sorry, Trina. Trina is next.
Just come into a nice child's pose and take a couple of good breaths. Alright, coming back full circle to my heart. Let's carefully sit, cross-legged, or whatever makes sense to you. Just see how your body feels after you did that. Deep breaths. 2 more. Eyes down, palms up. So our avatars, our one precious body, our higher selves, our loved ones, how much I love you. Alright. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to stretch your containers. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful day, and I will be back. I'll be back, she said in her best Arnold. Yeah. A little later. And we can do it again. Kind of like a mini skirt. She keeps coming back. Save me, Omar. Bad humor, not going good. I love you. We'll go back to I love you.
Awesomeness. Thank you very much, my beautiful star sister. I appreciate it. And these stretches are always needed. They're, in fact, a integral part of this conference because we have so many speakers and so much to learn. And because we're all just sitting here all day long on our chairs, on our beds, on our couches, wherever. So it's nice to, get up and stretch every 3-4 hours and get the brain ready for some more uploads. So beautiful. I'm going to bring Kathy Mason on, and then we will continue with our next speaker.
Yeah.
That was great.
I'll tell you what, if we weren't stretching, I'd be falling asleep because staring at the computer for so many hours, my eyes are already bugging out. But just listening and closing my eyes and absorbing, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Didn't that energy last night help you? My goodness.
Oh my God, yeah.
That was something.
We're still integrating, I think.
I didn't go to sleep for a long time. For a long time after that.
Yeah, me neither. Well, I am so excited to introduce you to my dear friend, Trina Cooper. And Trina is a sister from another mother. And we have done so many fun things together over the years. So I know that you will really enjoy to meet her. So Trina Cooper is a passionate New Thought leader, lifelong entrepreneur and business leader, community activist, business and spiritual consciousness teacher and coach, public speaker, author, as well as a wife, mother, and grandmother. With over 43 years of business experience, she is a partner in several businesses, including Journey for Conscious Living, Meetings and Events, Experience Events, and Evolve Expo in Denver. And I was a sponsor also of Evolve Expo for years. Is a leader in the referendum creating Broomfield County in Colorado, which is where she lives, and co-chair of the 2014 GMO labeling initiative in Colorado. Trina fosters the transforming force of compassion and action. One of the things I want you to know about her is she's able to do all of the 3D items in business, but then she does it from a higher perspective and an indigenous perspective. Trina holds a master's of metaphysics. She has been a spiritual conscious leader and teacher for almost 20 years. Trina is also a contributing author in the recently published best-selling book, Speaking Your Truth Too, Courageous Stories from Inspiring Women. And she was co-host of What's Up on the Consciousness Unlimited Radio Network on Blog Talk Radio, and currently is co-host of Quantum Leap Book Club on Law of Attraction Radio. And Trina and I, for 2 years, did a training program once a month for people as well. So Trina, with that, I want to welcome you, and I'm hoping that you will enjoy this group as much as they will enjoy you. Today, you're going to talk about Shatter the Structure.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this. I'm really excited about it. I was listening to that and I was like getting tired hearing. I was like, oh my gosh. I've had a busy life, and I really want to be able to share with some of you some of the teachings that I have received, what I've learned, some of the knowledge that I have. And I really was inspired listening to Susan, because the native path is one for me that, while in this lifetime I do not have an ounce of Native American or indigenous blood that they're finding, I also know that we are all from the fire. And so every one of us has roots in an indigenous path. And whether it be one of the Native American, the Aborigines, the ones from Southeast Asia or Africa or wherever we're from, there were indigenous tribes, there were indigenous people with teachings that were so deep. And I really do feel that the strength that we have in this lifetime is to be able to learn and take in as much as we possibly can from all of these teachings, because so many people in the world now are not a true blood. They are many mixed races, many backgrounds and cultures. And the more we open up to who we truly are, this blend of spirit being embodied in this form and being able to express and share and love each other, the more powerful we're going to be. So as Kathy said, I have been an entrepreneur all my life. I've never really held a job, and have just pretty much created things from the time I was about 18 years old. And I became very interested, always having dreams that would occur. That was kind of my path into, or my lead into, the spiritual path, because I wanted to know, why was I having these kind of prophetic dreams? What were they meaning? I also had an extremely strong draw to the Native American teachings. And I grew up in a very strict Catholic home, married a Jewish man, which created havoc in both of our families, which was interesting. But being able to find that balance between cultures and between teachings was really phenomenal. And then to be introduced to a more native way of looking at things and really incorporating it all together, so it became this really rich kind of soup or stew. It was just amazing. And I feel like that's where where people are going now. So again, I've got this business background, and I do a talk called Shattering the Structure for business, because I feel like we need to get people out of their boxes. We need to get people opening up to things. And I drop seeds in this, and I've had some really wonderful responses. I've also do a lot of psychic fairs, healing fairs, and I bring them to places like golf course clubhouses and places where you'd find more mainstream. And I'm absolutely shocked at the number of people waking up and wanting to learn more. So there's such an opportunity for everyone that has any kind of a teaching or anything they want to share from the heart to go out and start doing it in whatever way you feel comfortable doing it. That's where the power lies in every one of us. I'm also a mom and a grandmother, and I find the wisdom in my children. I find the wisdom, especially in my grandchildren. They're coming in now with wisdom that is beyond. It hasn't been tainted by years and years of being told certain things and creating boxes around them. And when you listen to their questions and you see their connectivity to the earth, you can really begin to experience it all over again yourself. So as Kathy shared, I've done a lot of things, and Evolve Expo is one that combines new energy technologies, alternative healthcare, spirituality, sustainability, relaxation, meditation, a lot of things, but it brings it to mainstream. And I think even the work that Kathy and I did together on the Women's Way was very much the same, combining a more feminine perspective to business teachings and how to improve your lives. So it's pretty fabulous. Back in about 2006 or so, I had the opportunity to meet Grandmother Perisha. And Grandmother Perisha is my elder. She is of a Cherokee descent, but she's also a mixed race with a lot of Irish in her background. Grandmother Perisha grew up under her grandmother, who was full-blooded Cherokee, living in the woods in northern Alabama, in North Carolina, that area, and learning directly from her grandmother what it was like to be Cherokee, what you needed to know to be Cherokee, and the very, very deep teachings of Nuwati, which is a native medicine way. And the best way I can describe Nuwati to you is that it's about beauty. It's about generosity and abundance. It's about living as God is and really embracing Creator in your life. Grandmother had the opportunity to move out into the Southwest and be with the Hopi people for a very long time, where she was connected with Grandmother Anime, who I've also met and who has transitioned from this life but still speaks to us. And Grandmother Anime was a tablet holder and a reader and a spiritual director living in that area. And she was an amazing, amazing woman, small and frail, and the most powerful being I think I have met, one of the most powerful I've ever met in my life. But I was gifted with a name through this when I was initiated, and my medicine name is to the principal people, I am known as Kanuye, Raven. She walks between two worlds. And it really does talk about my life, because my life is one of walking through mainstream and walking through spirit. And I laugh when I think about it, because I used to think my business life was my Clark Kent life and my spiritual life was my Superman life. And one day I had this big aha that that's just who I am. Clark Kent and Superman were the same person. And it's like, I am spirit, and I am here in the physical to do something. I came here to be here to do something. So all of a sudden it was more of this blending of both in my life, instead of doing one thing in one place and one thing in another. And that opened me up to so much that I am so grateful for. So what my one lesson from that is, really live who you are, live truly from who you are. I also became a sun dancer, and part of the practice is to do vision quests. So it's going out on the land with no food and water for several days and being with yourself being with, and this is part of what we need to do as a sun dancer, but being with Creator and being with the earth and being with ourself, being with our higher self, and coming back with a new appreciation, with learnings or teachings or whatever vision came through to us during that time. And sun dancing for me is a way of life. It's not just being at the dance, but it's living in beauty. It's living in beauty's way. It's honoring the earth, and it's honoring and being able to go out and dance. Dance with intention. Dance in prayer is something that is incredibly, incredibly powerful. And I offer you that possibility of even just stepping outside, taking in a deep breath, and feeling the earth under your feet. Go barefoot and dance in the grass and feel the wind and say your prayers and be with the sky and be with the sun and the moon and the stars that all have impact on us. So the question is then, why do I call this shatter the structure? And the reason I call this shatter the structure is because it's time for us to do that. It's time for us as humanity to break down all these barriers, to get rid of the blocks and get rid of all of the things that we think are truth, things that we have inherited over time through all the teachings, and begin to examine those and begin to challenge those and open ourselves up again. When I talk about this with the people in business and I drop seeds, I can see the light bulbs going off in their head, starting to wonder why I ask them to drop everything. And because what I want them to do is come back to this state of innocence and openness like we are as a child, and to take things in again and to listen to all sides and to see if there's something bigger that we can bring into our lives. The name of this actually came from a card from the Tarot of Transformation, and it popped out of the deck. It was number 16, and it was called Kali, Shatter the Structure. And when you think about Kali, it's the cycle of creation and destruction. And it's about honoring this in our lives, that things are not permanent. The only thing that is true is that life is full of change. And the more we hold on to it, the more we try and control it, the more difficult it is. Where if we become aware, if we keep ourselves living from that higher space, that greater perspective, and we start noticing all the things coming in, and how do they relate, and how do we put one thing to another, and what is the aha or the synchronicity that happens, that we go, wow, I just said this and look at what's happening. Those kinds of things are awesome. But Kali says it's really important to let go of these boxes, these things we create, to allow for the new creativity to come in. It's time to break old patterns, old way of doing things, and do something different every day. Because when we bring something new into our lives, what ends up happening is we become a new person. So every time we open up to a different teaching, or we listen to the prayers of the grandmothers, or we bring in an indigenous idea, it changes us. We're not the same person we were a few minutes ago. So change is something we want to embrace. We don't want to avoid it. We want to face it. We want to honor it. And we want to be really good with it. Because what it does is it enriches our lives. I have a saying, that if something happens, if someone invites me or someone asks me a question and it's kind of out of the blue, something I haven't been thinking about, it's just random, I take that as a signal that a new door is opening. And so I want to explore that and see where it leads me. And this is in honoring of yourself, because we're all on a journey. Our ancestors talk about the journey we're on. We're all on a journey. We're not supposed to remain the same. We're supposed to continue to evolve into that really sacred human being that we are. So one of the things that grandmother always said to us is life is a circle, and a circle is a cycle, and all things come back to where it began. So while so many indigenous hold the ancient teachings for us, excuse me, it's really time to open and accept and bring all of that in, because it makes us richer. And we're in the family of humanity, and now the world is so small with all the technology and the internet and the webs and all of that. And even some of the teachings now about quantum remote viewing or quantum jumping, those types of things are things our ancestors knew, and they still practice, and they're still there, and we can open to all of those. And we need to set a place and a space that we can hold this steady for others as they're coming. Last night in a meditation, I was sitting, Mother Mary came to me and sat down next to me and held out her hand and said, sit here. And I held out my hand, and a staircase opened up in front of us. And people came from all directions to move on the staircase, move up. And there was an opening at the top, and I didn't know whether it was a ship, whether it was moving into a higher dimension, if it was ascension. I wasn't really sure. All I know is I was sitting there, and she said, be here, be strong, and hold it so it's firm and stable for them. That was an important message for me. And I told Kathy, I said, this whole talk has turned out to be a little different than I thought, because as I started working on it, I just kept getting downloads, and I thought, well, I'm getting them for some reason, so I'm going to share them with you guys. The other thing that grandmother always says to us is that we all come from the fire. And so make sure you go back in your lineage. What's there? And that we, in our present, really hold all the wisdom and knowledge of 7 generations past and 7 generations in the future. So if we sit down in meditation, we can tap into that. We can hold that. And I think for me, it became real. Part of my heritage is Italian. And I went to Italy, to the little town called Rionero. It's about 3 hours east of Naples. And I sat there in the dirt, and I thought about my ancestors growing the plants here and eating those, and all the wisdom that was being taught, or all the things that they knew. And then this was passed on to me through the sperm or the egg on the cellular level. It's still there on the cellular level. So it became very real to me to understand my own ancestry along with the ancients and the ancestors of the indigenous, because there's such a richness there. Another thing I did, because I was brought up so Catholic, was dive into the most basic teachings of the Master Jesus, getting away from all of the interpretations and the re-recordings and the things like that, to really get to the root of the message, because there's a richness in the root of the message. And when you dive back into any of these ancient religions, and you dive into the root of what was there, you find the richness of the teaching. And it is also similar to what has been spoken in all of our indigenous traditions. So don't push aside, if you're of the Western culture, don't push aside any of that richness, because it's there for you as well. And you can take it and relate it to people that you know that are of a Western culture, that are opening up and exploring. Another piece, another card that kept coming up for me probably in the last week 4 or 5 times was the Fool, innocence or ignorance. And it speaks to so much of the same idea. We have an opportunity to step back into innocence, into who we were as a child, and find a fresh perspective. And grandmother was just talking to us the other day about the fact with the wars going on, and how do we really find peace? Open yourself to the perspectives of both sides. Find that center and that balance in the middle, and see how you can assist for all good things. And sometimes all good things are just what is perfect for that person. It may not be perfect for you. So you wish people all good things and blessings in their lives. She talks to us about that we have an inherited right to health, wealth, and happiness. We all have abundance. We have a right to abundance. And when we live simply and we appreciate, we receive more. But in the circle, we cannot just take. We cannot just receive because we cut off the energy. Remember, life is a cycle and everything is a circle. And energy works in the same way. So if you receive, you have to give in order to receive more. Or if you give too much, it cuts off that energy too. So what you want to do is make sure if you give, you open yourself to receiving. You need to keep that flow of energy moving in a circle. The other thing with the Fool card, which I loved, was that we open as a child and we journey. And then we have this innocence, but as we move through life, the complexities of life provide us with a deeper perspective and a grounding of the wisdom. That's what we need to do, not get stuck in things, but stay from the perspective of a child, but move through with this wisdom and share with others this wisdom. And a successful journey is when we get to come back to beginner's mind again, and we can see everything through the eyes of a child, but with the wisdom that we've accumulated along the way. So we give gratitude. We give gratitude to all of those who share with us. So right now, we're living in this time of the shattering of structures, whether it's banking, whether it's religion, whether it's countries, whatever it is, it's going on. But if we truly believe that we're co-creators, then somewhere inside of us, we're creating this. So how can we get to peace in the world unless we understand peace for ourselves? What does peace mean to you? What is it? How do you describe it? How do you find it in your life? How do you find a balance? Can you stay in that light? Can you stay in a place where it whirls around you and still hold steady for all of those who are in the middle of it? We need to step inside. And every teaching says the prophecies of where we're going. But so much of that is us going inside and finding that inside ourselves. We need to shatter the old structures that don't serve us. We need to shatter the old belief systems where we're stuck. And I usually find that when I immediately find myself thinking, oh, that's not going to work, or that's going to be difficult. I thought that the first time I brought a fair to the golf course and I went over to look at the space, and in my head, I'm thinking, well, I don't know if this space is going to work because this is a metaphysical fair. And I walked in and I met the person there, and someone was sitting there and said, hey, Terry, who's this? And she said, oh, she's here. She's taking a look at the space for a metaphysical fair. Well, there's 3 golfers sitting there, and one golfer goes, wow, that's the coolest thing. My mom has gotten into indigenous teachings. She's even had a tattoo of a feather put on her arm, and she's like 73 years old. And the other guy goes, my wife just loves this stuff. I know she'd come with all of her friends. And the third one sat there with this deer in headlight look, like, what in the world are you guys talking about? So you're going to find that people are waking up all around you, and they're yearning for this. And when I got 2 out of 3, I said, I'm bringing my fair here, because the world needs all of us to open up, needs us to share who we truly are. And my fairs that I've had there, I've had 2 of them so far, and I would say probably 70% of the folks, because this is in a new area that I haven't been in, I haven't done them before, 70% of the people had never attended a fair before and were just amazed and had so many questions that they wanted to open up and they wanted to learn about themselves. So this is a time of awakening for all of us. And those of us who are really gleaning information from this program need to take what we learn, what we hold as truth in ourselves, and share it with other people in whatever way our talents and skills can do that. So this is really about how you think and how you act and how you do things. So work on yourself first. Learn what you can learn. Take in what resonates with you. And look at the boxes that you've built. Look at where you judge or where you think that something will not work. And ask yourself why, or whose voice is it that's speaking to you. Because in the grand scheme of things, in that field of potential, all the answers are there. The native peoples, the ancestors have told us to go inside. They've told us to ask for assistance, ask for clues, ask for information. It's there for us. And some of it's recorded and it's wonderful. And some we need to pull out on our own. So this is really changing our perspectives. Check yourself. When do you play victim? Can you turn yourself from a victim into a creator? Can you stop reacting and take action? We are a force of nature. As humanity, we are a force of nature. And we can destroy and we can create.
Perfect.
So where do we want to take this? As a force of nature. Remember, when we live and when we die, our body, our avatar, goes back to the mother. Right now, we just use it as a tool. So we need to take care of it. We need to honor it as an altar. And we need to use it to bring Creator's words and love through us, throughout the world. So anytime you notice yourself getting stuck in a way of thinking, when that repetitive monkey mind gets going, see what's going on there. See what you need to change. Something is popping up for you. And the crazy thing is that our minds run on stories. And we love the stories. But who creates the stories? We actually create stories. And the way we either create balance in our lives, we create harmony, we create community, is from our minds, and it's from the stories that we create. So create the stories in the life that you want to live. Step outside the box. Answer the call when the questions are asked or someone invites you to something that you are completely oblivious to. See how it can change your life. I had a reading from an astrologer, and in part of the reading one time he said, "You need to go to a millionaire school." And I went, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, you need to go to a millionaire school." And I thought, where in the heck am I going to find a millionaire school? Well, within 1 week, someone walks up to me with 2 tickets to the Secrets of the Millionaire Mind. And I would not have even paid attention or gone, except that a seed was dropped and it was there. And I went, wow. So I went. The invitations show up all the time. Creator sends them all the time. They're in the animals. They're in the squawking of the hawk during the day. They're in the breeze that blows. Listen for the messages that pop in your head and follow those. Follow them when your heart opens up. So go deep into the indigenous teachings, even those that are your ancestors, and begin to live simply. One of the teachings Grandmother Perisha gave us, which I love, and I use it every day. I wake up to it every morning. It says, "May I meet 100 beautiful, wonderful beings today. And may I behold and touch 1,000 beautiful things." When you start your day with that intention, your day turns out to be beautiful and new things come into you. So embrace, ask for the 100 incredible beings and the 1,000 beautiful things, and see how that'll change your life. And I just wanted to share some other teachings too that have come through me, that have come to me that have been incredibly important. One of them came through a download. And I want you, because I've learned some tough lessons. I lost a house in a wildfire a year ago, something that was with me for 37 years. And I didn't realize it then, the difference between attachment and appreciation. But if you just close your eyes for a moment and take in a deep breath and relax your body, feel how your body's feeling, and then just think the word attachment. What do you feel your body doing? Does it feel like it starts constricting, or that there's control, or you can't move? Now take in another deep breath and let it go. Get yourself centered and calm. And think the word appreciation. Does your heart open? And do you feel expanded? So open your eyes and notice that difference. I didn't notice at the time when I lost it. I felt okay because I sat down and appreciated the fact that I had the time with that house, that there were beautiful memories, that there were things there. And even though I was sad, I wasn't distraught like a neighbor of mine who cried over all the little things that she was attached to. I felt like Creator had given me those to experience, to have joy in my life, and I was so grateful. that the experience for me, while there was sadness in it, there was a richness that was deep, deep, deep in my soul. And it helped me move through all the things that happened. So when we notice attachment and we notice that holding on to, it's us trying to control it again. And we can't do that with life's changes. What we have to do is turn around and really appreciate what we can of what we were given, and then give it back to Creator, because Creator gave it to us in the first place. Another teaching is about responsibility. The word responsibility means responding with ability. And if you take on something in your life and say, I'll be responsible for this, then respond with ability and do your 100%. The grandmother just talked to us again about what we could do during this time. And I shared a little of it. Open yourselves to hear all sides. And when it doesn't really resonate from you, if there's a perspective that doesn't resonate, ask questions. You cannot create peace through war. You cannot create balance and harmony by going head to head. But when you ask questions and you open them up and you hear another perspective and you can feel somebody coming from their point of view, solutions show up. Both sides can come closer to the middle if both sides are heard and if both sides are respected. And if you move from the heart and not the head. And while we want to bring peace to the world, and I definitely believe sitting in circle and doing meditations and prayers with intention is powerful. It's been measured by scientists that it has an impact. But also when we come face to face with those that appear to be opposite of our point of view, play coyote. Ask them questions. Ask them to explain to you. Let them open up and give you their perspective so that you can embrace it. Grandmother Anime was one of the best coyote that I had ever met. And she would spin off into something with questions, so innocent, but so strong. And then the point would land later. You had an opportunity when you ask questions to share your point of view when they open up. And that's how you find a balance and you find peace in the center. The other thing is, remember, we heard beautiful opening up of the directions. It was absolutely beautiful what Susan did. And I do that in drum circles here, or when we have gatherings here. But I also want to make a comment that those directions are part of you. The mind and spirit and emotion and the body are all part of you. So call them in, be aware of them. This awareness, living in awareness, is being aware of the fact that you are part of those four facets when you are here in a human body. So make sure that you honor the fact that you're spirit, and you honor the fact that you have a creative mind, and that you honor the fact that emotions drive you and they tell you way more than what you expect. And also that your body is a temple, it's an altar, and it's here to help us. So there's a couple resources that I think I have a couple more minutes. Is that right, Kathy? I think I have a couple more.
Yes.
Okay. So I had a prayer here I wanted to read. This one's Lakota, translated by a Lakota Sioux chief, Yellow Lark, in 1887. And it's a great spirit prayer, and I really love it. It says, "O great spirit, whose voice I hear in the winds, and whose breath gives life to all the world, hear me. I need your strength and wisdom. Let me walk in beauty and make my eyes ever hold the red and purple sunset. Make my hands respect the things you have made, and my ears sharp to hear your voice. Make me wise so that I may understand the things you have taught my people. Let me learn the lessons you have hidden in every leaf and rock. Help me remain calm and strong in the face of all that comes towards me. And help me find compassion without empathy overwhelming me. I seek strength, not to be greater than my brother, but to fight my greatest enemy, myself. Make me always ready to come to you with clean hands and straight eyes, so when life fades as the fading sunset, my spirit may come to you without shame. And if you want some resources, there's a wonderful, beautiful book written by M. Scott Peck. It's called The Different Drum, Community Making and Peace. And right at the beginning, he says, in and through community lies the salvation of the world. Now, indigenous people had community in the way that they lived, and ours has become very dispersed. But there's a way to learn how to create community in your small family units, in your own towns, in your churches, wherever you are. We need to create community because he says we're needed for all of us for salvation. We must come into community with each other because we need each other. And peacemaking must be the first priority of our civilization. But that can't be achieved without community, without getting to know each other, without appreciating each other, without embracing our differences and diversity. We must learn the principles of community. So again, that book is The Different Drum, and it's a beautiful, beautifully written book. There's another book called Sand Talk, How Indigenous Thinking Can Save the World, and it's by Tyson Yunkaporta. I hope I said his name right. But this book, it says we're accustomed to a certain way of thinking. We want the world to be simple, but we talk about it in complicated ways. Indigenous thinking is different. It knows the world is complex and finds deep ways to communicate this knowledge through pictures, carvings, and stories. And so he invites us and challenges us to think differently to help save the world. There's a beautiful movie that I saw not too long ago. It's a little bit older, but called Cleo and Theo. And it's about an Inuit man who comes to the city to bring the message that we need to become more simpler. That he talks about how we build skyscrapers and we can't even see the sky anymore, that we need to come back to nature. And the message in that movie is incredibly beautiful. But these are things we need to touch into. A wonderful gentleman, James Twyman, did peace prayers and peace concerts around the world. And they were actually measured, and it made a change. It made a change in the war and the fighting. So all these things are things we can do to take action and to make a change and to shatter the structures that are actually in place right now. I have two other things before I close. One is a Cherokee prayer. It says, "Sky our grandfather, moon our grandmother, earth our mother, I am thankful. We love each other. We are grateful." And a little song, that's the Children of Joy. Hey Nayana, hey Yat, hey Ana, hey Nayana, hey Yat, hey Yo, hey Yat, hey Yo. We need to be children of joy. So remember that you're of the earth. So connect. Remember, you are spirit using a body to contribute to all that is on this earth. Remember that the directions are part of you. So explore them and get to know them. And remember to give appreciation and gratitude when you awaken, before you go to sleep, throughout your day, and shatter the structures that hold you back from being the true, authentic person that you are.
Perfect. Thank you. That is a different version of Shadow the Structure.
I know, because you know my other one.
I do. It's fantastic. So I want to share some of the things that are coming through right now. We've got Anon said, help me find compassion without empathy overwhelming me. Wow, that's my new mantra, which is good.
Yeah.
And then let's see. Mountain Devil wrote, one day I found myself in my light body looking back at the earth, was connecting with many who were as I healing the planet. My question is to this lady, were you there? Were you in Mountain Devil's dream?
You know, that's interesting because I lead a peace prayer through the Nuwati circles. We do a prayer for peace on the new moon every month. And a lot of times I take the journey around the world, and whoever we happen to meet, and we bring in the ancients and the elders and wisdom keepers to share along the way, and we smile at everyone, and we bring healing, and it's wherever the people want to go. And you can do this on the new moon at 7:30 your time. It's your time zone. You kind of just move around the world, but that's what we do. We go around the planet and we find places that we can just hold that space for whatever healing needs to occur, because we do know that we don't heal. It's like the field is what heals, and the people heal themselves, and we just hold that space and open it up for them. So I could have very well have been there.
Well, I love working with you anyway, because it's constant downloads and constant awarenesses, and everything is respected. It is not like, oh no, I'm not paying attention to that. You know that if it's there, it has a divine purpose.
Absolutely. I mean, everything is purposeful. And some people say to me, I don't know how to find my purpose, and I had an aha moment at one point in time that it was like, right now, in the now moment, is my purpose. It's like whatever I'm doing at this moment is my purpose. And then as I follow the breadcrumbs, it leads me to things that I can take action or create or whatever. Yeah. But my now moment is a purpose.
Well, I'd like to ask you for recommendations how there's a lot of people on these streams that are way awakened, and they're struggling with 3D. They're struggling with how to play in the matrix without being in it or being weighted down by it. You are an expert at that. Could you share what you do?
I think service is probably one of the biggest things, is like volunteering in different places. It grounds you. It really grounds you, because you become part of something that's actually happening on the planet, but you can bring your wisdom into it. And, some of the things, there was a need here. The reason why we worked to create a new county was because there was a need. We were in 4. So that was a good thing to volunteer for. Working on a GMO labeling initiative, because we need healthy food and we need to get rid of the pesticides and things. That was something that could really ground you in. But your wisdom, when we did that campaign, we had a circle of people with an intention of how many signatures we were going to get it on the ballot, how how many were going to be accepted. And we came in with a higher percentage, with a higher number than what we needed. And even though we didn't win, our intention wasn't to create a new law. It was to bring awareness about healthy food and what was in your food. So I would say to really ground in, get involved in community, volunteer. There's so many things people can do, and your wisdom's needed.
And the other question I have for you is about the book club that you do with Grandmother Parisha, because it isn't necessarily about Indigenous information. It's mostly about the human capacity to create. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. It's on Quantum Leap Book Club on Law of Attraction Radio. And you can even go to quantumleapbookclub.com. There's a website for it. And it's usually aired on Sunday nights, but they also have the archived editions. And we pick books that some of them are quite controversial, and some get into like the Anunnaki, and some get into creating abundance. And right now we are doing the book, A Different Drum. And we just finished one up that had to do with awareness, conscious awareness, living a quantum life, basically. And so there are Indigenous teachings that got brought in by Grandmother all the time. And most of the people who are co-hosts on there are also part of the circle. So we bring our teachings in as we're on that. And then you can also find out on Facebook, Grandmother Parishes on, I believe it's Parish's Circle or Parish's World on Facebook. You can find some things with her there. But she's very much, how did she put it to us? Do not be so spiritually connected that you're no earthly good, or something like that. So we're here in the body for a reason. And that's, and you know, that's one of her biggest messages, is that if someone asks you to do something, ask yourself first, is this mine to do? And your heart will jump and you'll know if it is, and then jump in and help, do something. You know, help your fellow humanity in whatever way you can, because definitely we need it.
Well, the other thing that I love about everything that I've done with you is that it has been totally in service, and we didn't really frame it that we were giving to get. We were just giving. And that's been my experience with you, and I think you with me, that just like we're doing this right now, we have no idea what this information that you're sharing, where it's going to lead and how it's going to help and support other people. And that's what we're here for. Plus, people need to not be in fear, and they don't realize that this is all a cleanse that we're going through, that will be fine. I mean, Susan, I don't know if you got to hear all of Susan's talk.
I did.
We have a happy ending here.
Uh-huh.
Or if we're supposed to, we make it. If we didn't decide to have our lifespan past this time, we won't. But
well, Grandmother talks a lot about the Hopi prophecies, and also the others, because she's quite connected with the Tibetans and with a lot of other people, the Aborigines and things too. And it's like, this has been prophesized. We're here because we chose to be here. Exactly. And we're here to assist. And so don't go into that fear place. Go into a place of service. And what can we do? And, you know, there's a principle that we're taught, that we give to the principle of 10 to 100 to 1,000-fold. One of my biggest lessons was to open up to receive, because the giving was easy. The receiving is what felt uncomfortable to me. And when I recognized the fact that I needed to just open up and say, I really appreciate, or I'm grateful, and, you know, and receive from people, that's when the energy ramped up. Yeah. So it really was I was blocking it. I was blocking the energy circles. So when you think of everything moving as energy in circles, really explore how you can keep it moving and not stop it.
So I want to make sure that everyone knows that they can reach you in lots of different places. And I've been putting your links. You have a website, trinaleecooper.com. And you do help people with coaching and evolving their visions to make them real. Do you want to talk anything about that? We have a few more minutes.
Well, it's kind of under construction. I'm kind of in the middle of moving some things around. Same with Journeys for Conscious Living. It isn't a big change. It's a big change time right now.
Yes.
And so things are being redesigned, redone. Good place to find me too is Trina at Journeys for Conscious Living. And we're going to be bringing out, I do a kind of crazy online drum circle and then the prayers also.
Yes.
And again, my name's spelled with a Y. It's a little different than other people's. My mother had to do that because I'm different and unique. And that's the one thing grandmother says. You are all like your fingerprint, different and unique and bringing something special into the world.
Yes.
So, but I'm in the process of building out my website more and offering some more things because some of my other stuff is moving.
Right.
Life is changing.
I think anyone would be so lucky to work with you, to be guided with this loving, nurturing kick in the butt. Because I think your perspective of what it takes to reflect back to somebody their divinity is it's no nonsense. It isn't. You're kind and loving the way you present it, but then you're firm, and I love that about you. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I've always enjoyed working with you, and maybe as part of this transition and change, other things will ramp up.
Of course.
Between the two of us too. So that's always good.
Of course. Well, so Trina, one last thing, the way that you see this next period of time, do you have any pearls of wisdom that you'd like to end our talk with?
Wow. I think we have to each move in our own unique way, and we need to support each other, which means giving of ourselves, but also receiving. We need to keep ourselves healthy. We need to keep ourselves focused, and we really need to take that time with Spirit, because Spirit's going to guide us where we can best serve. And do not go into fear. Fear is nothing but constriction. And know that you're protected, and know that you have all you need. And that's what we really need to be aware of. I learned I can live in a tent with a sleeping bag and be perfectly happy without any of the things around me. And I just know I can live under the stars. So, when you're connected, it's like beautiful. So find your place of service, listen to the guidance, stay in a really, really good space.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. So everyone, please get a hold of Trina if you want to learn more from this incredible wisdom keeper. Thank you, Trina. Love you.
Appreciate being there. Love you. And thank you, Omar, for opening this up to the world. So wonderful.
You're very welcome, Trina. That was beautiful. I resonated with what you were saying. It was hitting me like right here. And I see that you have a dream catcher behind you, and I do as well, just right up there, just right above my head by good old Bob. I truly appreciate your contribution and your wisdom and your knowledge into this conference. This is a message that we need to get across. And as I've said, we're trying to create a new timeline of love and acceptance. And your wisdom and contribution is, it's an integral part of what we're trying to do here. So thank you for your service. Not even today, but for all the years that you've been doing this, and for all the years that are coming to do this, because you're the type of teachers that we're going to be looking towards when this system collapses and when we begin to create this new one. So you're one of the elders that we'll be going to look for wisdom and sitting at your feet and just ears open and just listening and taking it in. So thank you.
Well, Wado to you, and Aho for your blessing. Appreciate both of you.
Oh, yes.
Love
Bye-bye.
you, Trina.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, there we go. So Omar, is the voice of God coming back?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
So do you want me to introduce, or do you want to do this?
I would say that go ahead, Kathy. You're
Okay.
doing wonderful, and you're going to bring them up and be involved.
Sure.
So I would say go ahead, please.
Okay. Okie doke. Okay, bye. Okay, thank you, Susan. You're back in, and you're all muted, so hello. So hello, everyone. I am so excited to share this incredible opportunity to experience a grandmother circle. What we're doing today is we are going to actually get to see how circles contribute to building peace. And I'd love to introduce the people here first. You guys already know me, I think, so I'll leave that introduction. Susan was able to share with us earlier, and Susan is again.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I just want to say only see this part. I want to make sure that everyone knows that Susan is a author, a filmmaker. She has 2 projects that are quite pertinent to this work, and she's starting another film. One's called Women's Voices Project.com. The other one's called The Wisdom of the Grandmothers.com, which is a movie that's for free on YouTube. So we want to make sure that you get a chance to watch that. It's quite amazing. And next, I wanted to introduce Diane Hargrave. Would you wave? So there we go. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Diane is a descendant of the Shinnecock Nation and a distinguished professor at the College of Southern Nevada. She has served as a Peace Corps volunteer in Liberia and later went on to work with Save the Children for over a decade in Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, Kenya, Malawi, I don't know where that is, South Africa, Mali, Egypt, and the Gambia. Just so you know, my daughter was in Namibia with the Peace Corps for 3 years. A consistent theme in her fieldwork has been the role of cultural beliefs and behaviors in human health. She's traveled all over the world, and she had the opportunity to address a special assembly at the United Nations, where she emphasized the role of culture in emergency relief efforts for refugee populations. She was named the CSN's Distinguished Professor of the Year in 2017 and received the prestigious Nevada Regents Teaching Award in 2019. Wow. She's the author of the book Health, Healing, and Culture, now in its 2nd edition, and director of the Biological Anthropology Laboratory at the College of Southern Nevada. So welcome, Diane. And I'm going to introduce Suzanne next. And let's say Suzanne is joining us from Germany. So we have a very international grandmother circle today. Suzanne Krumset from Bonn in Germany is a passionate professional circle worker with 30 years of experience. She conducts workshops and facilitates circles for professionals and volunteers who work with seniors or in intergenerational projects. Suzanne is the owner of the anyway, it's
Leave it out. It's mine is
a training, consulting, and facilitating institute that partners with communities, social welfare organizations, foundations, and citizens initiatives throughout Germany. So just so you can see, these women are going to represent to us the opportunity that we have to create a new earth through circle and create the peace and the love that we hope to find. So welcome everyone. I hope I didn't botch names too much. So welcome. And let's see, we've got the introduction. So now we want love if Diane would be so willing to open up with an opening prayer.
Thank you, Tabutne. I pick up the feather, and I'd like to welcome everybody that's viewing now, that's viewing later, so across time. And let's take a moment to just take a breath in and exhale. Close your eyes if that feels right. Imagine yourself in a circle. A circle of all of the people here on this broadcast, all of those watching from all over the world, all of those that will watch later. I'd like to call in my grandmother sisters from our grandmother circle and everyone. And imagine in your mind's eye that we're all in a circle together. We can hold hands if we want. And give yourself a moment to feel that. And as we come together in this circle that stretches across time, across all places, I want you to also imagine that in the center of this beautiful circle, there is a symbol of peace, a white dove. And as we hold this, we ask that at this time and at this place, our hearts are softened and that they're open. And turning our hearts to the east, we open up and call in the medicine and the healing of the east. We call in its wisdom, we call in its teachings, the light of a new day. And we ask that medicine to be with us at this time and at this place. And now turning our hearts, everyone in our circle, to the south, we ask that the medicine and the healing of the south open up to us and be with us at this time and at this place. And we welcome the warmth of the south, the teachings of the south. We welcome that into our circle. Turning our hearts to the west, the looks within place, we open up and ask the medicine and the healing of the west to be with us in our circle at this time. We turn our hearts now to the north, the place of the ancestors, place of wisdom, and we ask that the wisdom and that medicine of the north open up and be with us in our circle at this time. Now imagine in our circle, you're looking skyward, and we call in the energy of Father Sky, the energy of the star nations that watch over us. We ask for that energy and that teaching and that medicine. We ask for that to be with us in our circle and at this time. And then just gently opening our hearts to Mother Earth, whose sweet face we walk upon. And we ask that the healing and the medicine of Mother Earth be with us at this time. And then we ask that you focus on your heart. And we ask that the wisdom and the teaching and the medicine of our own hearts and the hearts of everybody in our circle open up and we come together in a sacred way. Akwe Mahaksana Se Diane, a descendant of the Shinnecock Nation. And there is a word in Shinnecock, Mambo Wenene, which means we all move together. And at this time, I would ask that you hold the energy and the frequency of Mambo Wenene with us as we share in this circle at this time. And so it is, Taputne. I place the feather back.
I don't have a feather, so I'm going to use this tool.
That works.
Okay. So the first round of questions that we wanted to share is, what is the role of the grandmothers in bringing peace? And how did the grandmother circle grow into what it has become today? And I put this back.
Well, this is Susan. I'll pick up the stick and the feather here. Thank you, Kathy. And I'll answer that question as best I can. Our grandmother's circle grew out of a vision that Four Worlds Development Project had. Chief Phil Lane, who's involved with the Four Worlds Development Project,
I know him.
did a course on Indigenous circles and the importance of Indigenous learning. And he asked several grandmothers, one of them in Canada, Grandmother Shore, to initiate some circles around the world. And a number of people who were in that class invited some people. And over the years, our circle has grown, changed, morphed, and taken on some more of this prophecy or this teaching that there won't be peace on earth until the voices of the grandmothers are heard. So we've explored what is the importance of grandmothers' voices. How can we as grandmothers bring our energy, as was the previous speaker just so beautifully talked about, and there's earlier speakers today, how can we bring that energy, bring that the gifts that we have into the world? And our circle has grown to both be a support for its members, but also as an outreach to explore topics that are of importance for today. And I return the feather.
I'm going to pick up the feather to add to what grandmother Susan said. I think I joined the circle around 2016, 2017, somewhere in there. But what I've observed is it's like weaving a web. And you just see different people coming in and different connections over and over and over. And so many other circles or women from other circles joining us. So you have so many circles. It probably looks like a bubble bath somewhere of all of these different ones. But it's really, it's heartening to watch how the circle shifts and changes. But it always has the same feeling. Feathers back in.
And this is Susanna picking up the feather.
little thing I would like to add in this round is I joined the circle, I think, around 2015, so it's several years now. We meet on a weekly base. We meet every Wednesday for 2 hours, so it's really intense, and it's living by our heart connections. It's a heart circle, and we have heart relationships and heart connections. We meet and share our hearts, and we support each other not only on Wednesdays, but we are in heart connections all through the week. If there's something we need for us, for our families, for our friends, or we have a prayer request, we have a line, a communication line also beside our circle, just to get in touch. And that's really beautiful. It's really, the circle is always around us. And when we meet, we step in a physical way from different places all around the world. And this is very special. So thank you. Put back the feather to the center.
I want to pick up the feather. The way that I was introduced to this beautiful gathering, the circle, was through all of our friends, Elsie Ritzenheim, who's now in spirit. And I met Elsie because she was in a chapter of a book that I was publishing. And then we just became family. And then I ended up getting to create a book with her about the creativity, the opportunity for creativity now, and the possibility space. And she loved you all. She loved this circle, and it was her her love connection. A lot of times it was the thing that really kept her balanced, because of all the other things that were going on in her life and her family. So I just am very grateful to have been introduced to you all through Elsie. And I'd like to dedicate whatever we do today to Elsie Ritzenheim. Thank you. And I'm putting the feather back in the center.
This is Susan. I'll pick it up and ask the next question.
Okay.
Maybe, Diane, maybe you could start out, if you don't mind, and talk about how the grandmother circle operates and the main principles that that we use when we're operating in circle.
Sure, I'll pick up the feather. I'm happy to do that. There's two main themes to how our circle operates. It has to do with sacred listening and the sacred sharing, which we are already demonstrating, but I'll talk a little bit more about it. And the other theme is how we hold space for others, and how we hold prayers. So the sacred listening part, this is my favorite thing. Oftentimes when we come together, even with the best of intentions, we're still humans. So somebody's speaking and we're hearing what they're saying, but then maybe we're already thinking about, okay, what am I going to say when I pick up the feather? Or I should say this, so we've got this dualism. And then for some of us, we could have several conversations in our mind going. With sacred listening, it's a really straightforward directive. You simply listen as if the voice of the Creator is speaking to you, regardless of what they're saying. That you just listen, and so personally, if the Creator was in front of me, I would not be thinking about what I was
want to say. I was just like, oh my goodness, I just want to absorb every single thing that's being said. So that's the idea behind sacred listening. And the other side of that sacred sharing, when a person is sharing, and this is called heart sharing, when someone picks up the feather and they want to share, we encourage them to place their hands over their heart and to close their eyes and then share. What that does is it takes a lot of the head talk offline. And so many times in our circle, and I can only speak for myself, but if it's a topic that we're talking about, sometimes there's a topic and then we're going to share on that. And I close my eyes, I put my hand on my heart, and what comes out of my mouth is nothing I would have thought. But it's because we've just, temporarily blocked off the thinking about it and just letting our heart speak. So, and then as I'm doing that, everybody else in the circle, sometimes they close their eyes too, but they're listening as if the voice of the Creator or the voice of God is speaking. And that creates one of the sweetest, most sacred and powerful spaces when that's done. So that's one way that our grandmother circle operates. We also just hold space and prayers for those that we know, those that we don't know, situations. We take the time, we leave time every week to send out our prayers, our intentions for peace, for whatever is needed. And so that is a constant stream of prayer that's radiating out from our circle. So I'm going to put the feather back in case Susan or Suzanne want to add to some things I've said.
Well, I'll pick up the feather. I just wanted to add that this is a practice that was brought to us by one of the grandmothers in the circle, Grandmother Diane, who learned some of the practice from her husband, her late husband, Gilbert Walkingbull. And we have found that we do have to practice it. It's not always easy to learn how to listen as if the voice of the Creator is speaking, and it isn't always easy to learn how to speak from our hearts and not from our heads. But I think one of the things, and Suzanne will talk about this more, but one of the things that this practice has given us is something that we can teach other people to do, and we feel that it's an important practice for the world. I return the feather.
I'm just quickly picking up the feather to say we have 3 Dianes in our group. And so the Diane she was talking about was not me. She was talking about Diane White. Sorry, feather back.
Sure. I would have added that. This is Susanna picking up the feather. A little thing I would like to add is this practice is to do that every week. It really helps really to learn how to listen. We in our Western culture, we are so used to answering questions. And when we listen, I think Diane already mentioned that. When we listen, immediately at the same time to create our answers, or we could say. And this practice of heart listening and heart sharing really helps to move from the head to the heart, like Susan was sharing earlier in her presentation about indigenous prophecies. And it helps really to move into the heart and really to feel, when it's my turn to pick up the feather, really to feel in the heart what is important to share right in this moment. Because in our Western society and culture, we are used to talk and talk and talk. And in our circle with this practice, it really helps me, it helps us really to feel what is important to share in this very moment. And this is very, I think, a very important exercise and practice in our modern world of today. With that, I return back the feather.
I'll bring the feather in. The question I have is still part of the last question, because the main principle of the circle, how do we want everyone to understand the main principle besides the idea of listening? It's also the speaking side. Could one of you please share about the speaking from the heart side? And I'll return this back into the center.
I can pick up the feather. I think just to add that, as Suzanne said, because we practice this every week and it's not easy, it starts to filter out into other aspects of our lives, and we bring that in we express it, we practice it in other ways, and so that expands out, and it kind of leads into that next question that perhaps I'll ask our sister Suzanne to respond to. But in terms of why circles and functioning as a circle is so important for peace, what is it about the circle that helps transform processes and can serve as a tool for transformation in our world today? So, Grandmother Suzanne, I'm passing the feather to you.
Thank you. I will start to share from the heart about this huge question, and Susan and Diane will add their wisdom. Circles are a very ancient model of collaboration for thousands of years. It can be found in many indigenous cultures and traditions all around the world. For us today, being in a circle, I feel it has two directions. On one hand, it is about remembering the wisdom and the gifts of circles by our ancestors, to remember that wisdom and the gifts of the circle. And on the other hand, to transform that in our modern life and in our modern world. So it has two directions or two levels on that. The question how circles can contribute in bringing peace, I think is a very huge question. I will share from the heart some of my experiences on that. As a grandmother in our circle for several years, being a member of other circles, but also as a professional circle worker for almost 30 years over here in Germany, or in a little bit of Europe, who is German speaking or English speaking. Susan and Diane will add theirs, and being in circles and being a circle worker was and is very sacred to me. My roots of this connection to circles is very old and very deep. And I feel it's part of my spiritual mission in my present life. Just that as a little bit of a background or the foundation which I stand with my feet on. I love circles. Susan and Diane know that. Everybody knows that in our grandmother circle. I love the energy, the dynamic, the mystical magic, which often just happens unplanned, as a surprise, as a gift by spirit, I feel. His spirit is coming in when people are sharing and being on a heart level in a circle. It's amazing sometimes what's happening. And after all these years, I'm still amazed by circles, by its wisdom, by its power. And I would like to share a little bit of this love for circles and why I believe they are so important in bringing peace, especially in times like ours where we have so many wars on our planet, especially during the time we have this terrible war over here in Europe, in Ukraine, which is 3 flight hours from where I live. So it's really close over here in Europe. I would like to start with a wonderful wisdom about circles by the Lakota people. I just read it because actually it says it all, just so much better than I could. In the circle, we are all equal. When in circle, no one is in front of you. No one is behind you. No one is above you. No one is below you. The circle, the sacred circle, is designed to create unity. In these words, everything is there. Why circles are so important. The equality of members. There is no hierarchy in a circle. Every member brings his, her own unique gifts to the circle. This equality, not having someone more important than another, this equality helps us to create unity and let us feel that we are all related. This is a huge shift in perspective, I think. We feel many times in our circle on Wednesdays. It changes our perspective, how we look at challenges, at conflicts, at problems, and also how we find solutions. It realizes that our complex world, with our complex challenges, conflicts of our times, of war and peace, of climate change, of dealing with the pandemic, of taking care of our planet Earth, there will be not one leader, one man or one woman who knows the solution. In our time, we really believe that in our times, the one man and the one woman show comes to an end. It's not working anymore. The solutions of healing, for peace, for transformation into this new world we are all so longing for and we are all so working for, will be found in the wisdom of many, not of one. And the circle model, it's not the solution to everything, but it's one alternative model of cooperation and communication, to organize and to cooperate in a new way with each other, so that by sharing from the heart and listening from the heart, spirit can come in. And oftentimes, and that's something what I have experienced many times in circles, and we experience that in our grandmother circle too, that sometimes suddenly from the circle, from the center, in the flow of the circle, suddenly solutions appear one person never had thought about. None of us had thought about before. And this model of circle means we move into a new way of leadership, of communication and problem solving. What does this mean in a practical way? For example, in our weekly grandmother circle, how is this, can this be seen in the model of our circle, how we operate? We share leadership. We don't have a leader who is taking care of everything. We share responsibilities, for example, according to hosting and facilitating, sharing and teaching, and also organizational things. That means everybody is responsible. Each of us, it's our circle. It's not the circle of one person and the rest of us are regular members. It's our circle, and each member is equal. And we carry and hold the circle together. That's also a totally different energy. The move, like Susan shared in the beginning, the move from a circle with one leader to a grandmother circle with, there are two wonderful circle workers from America, they call it a leader in every chair, was a major shift in growth for us. Sharing and operating as a circle is supporting cooperation between people. And in times like ours, it's essential that we leave competition behind us, because competition doesn't give us the solution we need to create unity and peace. It's the cooperation we will find the solution how this can work. That we learn to find ways how we can share our different views, how we can envision a future of love, peace, justice, and unity, and how we can learn how we can work for that together. The indigenous wisdom of circles gives us a model to practice. And this is maybe one of the really important answers to the question. When I look at our little grandmother circle, meeting every week for 2 hours, sharing and listening from the heart, praying for people in need for the world, doing healing ceremonies. Do we have an impact on this huge worldwide dynamics of peace, of healing, of transformation? Do we really feel or think that we have an impact on that? I would say, yes, we have. I truly believe that. We feel that. Because our circle is a practical place. We can practice this. We are not used to, in our Western world, to share leadership, to step in our own truth and walk our talk. We are often not used to cooperate, not to compete. We need to practice that. And circles like ours give us a chance to explore and practice how this new way of leadership and of communication cooperation can be working, and how it can be done. And the last thing I would like to share in this round is spiritual circles like ours and many others out there like ours are little spaces of light and healing. In challenging times and transformation times like ours, it helps me, it helps us to stay focused, to stay in the light. And in staying in the light by ourselves, we are able to shine our light out to the world. Thank you. I stop here. You feel I have a deep passion for circles, but I need to stop here. I apologize. I put back this feather to the center and give Susan and Diane maybe to add something, and also to watch time. Oh.
Well, I'll pick up the feather very briefly. This is Susan. I think that learning how being in a circle, how it contributes. One thing is that, and you asked about heart sharing, Kathy. In the greater world of school and Western thinking and everything, have you ever noticed how sometimes the people that talk in meetings tend to be a certain type of leader? They tend to feel, people that want to jump in, and they always have something to say. And very often, the person that's quiet, that doesn't say anything or doesn't jump in, often holds a key to the solution that never gets shared. And when we go around the circle and we each take the feather or the stick, or have an opportunity to hold the talking stick, and we know it requires the people that are quiet to step forward, and it also requires the talkative ones to sometimes step back, because they are so used to being in a certain role that a circle allows them the opportunity to just be a part of and be equal within it. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that was what was in my heart to share. I return the feather.
I'll pick up the feather, and obviously I'm one of the chatty ones in our circle. But what's magical about it is I have to talk a lot as a professor. And what I can do every Wednesday is not talk, or just listeners. It allows everybody to open up another space of themselves outside of perhaps their daily activity, or the daily way they sort of walk through life. And so then you're expressing each individual gets to express themselves in a much holistic way. There are times in our circle when one of our sisters has, maybe been sick or ill, and they show up, but they just sit in the circle and we hold them there. And you can be your authentic self with ease and with grace. That can be difficult to do sometimes 24/7, especially now the way the world is. I forgot also to mention before I put the feather back that this time is when we would normally have our grandmother circle, but they are actually watching this broadcast. Perfect. So we're still having our circle. We're still in circle, even though the configuration is different. And it opens up so many possibilities And that openness, in my opinion, is what is necessary to come up with creative ideas for the challenges we face as individuals and as people and as a species. So, feather back.
Kathy, I want to pass the feather to you. How do you answer that question?
Well, excuse me. I'm curious about, I'd rather ask another question so I can learn, if that's okay. How many people usually show up? And how do you figure out 2 hours, excuse me, is not that long for a conversation? Excuse me. How do you figure it? I'm putting it back in.
This is Susanna. Thank you for this important question. We are between 10 and 15 people, so it's not, it's changing. Sometimes we are 8, sometimes we are 14 or 15. We have a little group of people who are there almost every week on a really a regular base. And then we have others who join once in a while when they can make it. But they are also part of our circle. And sometimes we just have guests who come, who will be there for 1 or 2 times. Sometimes they stay, and other times they are just there for 1 or 2 times, and then they leave again, which is okay. And it's good to have this this form. We have 3 rounds. We do. That's a normal circle. Sometimes it's not fixed, but our regular format is that we have 3 rounds. We start to bring us into circle with gratitude. What are we grateful for today in this week? The second round, it's a sharing. It's our deep sharing round. The second, it can be a specific topic. One of the grandmothers is bringing in, sharing, teaching or something, and then we share about that. Or we do just a heart sharing. What's on our heart right now? What we would like to bring in circle today. And the third round we do at this, since for a few months now, we have a prayer healing circle we open up, and we can bring in people from our families, friends, or situations from the world. Just we want to bring in for praying, and we pray on that, and then we complete. 2 hours. It's true, it's not so long, but we try really to mind time so that everybody, and that's also where we see this, that we share responsibilities and leadership, that everybody is taken care of, that everybody has time to share and to have a little bit to pay attention to that. Everybody has about the same time to share, so that if everybody is taking care of that, it's working normally. I put back the feather.
Susan, I'll pick it up on that. We were horrible at it in the beginning. We tried a bunch of different ways. We used to have a dinger and a bell and a this and a that. I mean, it's part of the evolution of circles is to learn, what do I really need to say and how long do I really need to take? We've had people that just went on and on and on, and we some of us, I'm sure, had a hard time listening to the voice of God coming out of them when we wanted we might have been in our head trying to think that maybe they should shut up already. But I've learned over the years that that's my issue, and that, you know, they have something to share. And the reason we use the feather, we didn't really say that in the structure or this talking stick or whatever, is because it gives a physical presence of being finished. Sometimes people are uncomfortable with silence, and sometimes someone just needs to think, or there's something else that they want to share. So by returning the feather to the center, it gives us a physical clue that they're finished. And we encourage other people to start their own circles. We wanted to mention, that was one of the points that we thought collectively, we're available to help if someone wants to start a circle and they have questions about format or how to do it. If they want to send us an email and join, you know, participate as a guest in our circle and see how it works and be there. And we just want to encourage other people to feel comfortable. We have found, and some of the principles around circles that Suzanne didn't share, is when they get too large, it just becomes spiritually overwhelming to try to listen for that long. So we recommend, or it is recommended, that we try to keep the circles under 15 people so everyone has an opportunity to share. And I return the feather. Thank you.
I'll pick up the feather. I don't have anything to add except in terms of timing and just the logistics, like the housekeeping part of it, it organically manifests.
Good.
Where if one person's not available to do that, there's several grandmothers that are really, you know, technical, and that helps with, and it just literally seems to work out without there having to be like a rule, or, you know, kind of like what Trina was saying, like that shatter the structure. That structure doesn't really exist in our circle, but it manifests organically because everybody's sharing it. And place the feather back.
I have another question. I have another question from me that is, do you find when people share from their heart that it applies to everyone in the circle? Is there some sort of divine assignment that was created by being together or by recognizing to be together that you've experienced? And I'll put it back.
I start with that again. That's a little bit what Diane shared about heart listening and heart sharing. That's exactly what happens very often. For example, I have stopped to think before circle what I would like to share today. I don't do that anymore. It's because being in circle, feeling this circle flow, being connected with each other, really listening to the shares of the other and feeling when it's my turn to pick up the feather. In this process, it's been shaped in my heart what I need to share today. And it's not what I thought maybe earlier or before circle. I thought, I need to share that today. It happened so often to me that this changed totally. And then really this weaving is going on around when it's, for example, a question. So, one grandmother is bringing up, we are sharing, And then it's a weaving going on, which is a lot of time very spiritual and very mystical. And it's really adding, it's a weaving. I think it's weaving a net. And this is, when this is happen, oftentimes it gives me goosebumps, because so many amazing thoughts are, and words, ideas, or whatever, inspiration is coming, is appearing in the circle, putting back the feather.
I'll pick up the feather. I do sometimes think about, oh, what are we going to talk about this? It's never what comes out of my mouth. There's never been a week where it's just come out, but it's so much better. And sometimes when people share from the heart, tears come first, or emotion comes up, and they don't have to speak. They can just hold the feather. And the other thing we do sometimes is a few of us might get on a couple of minutes early just for like technical stuff. And a word may come up, or somebody says, oh, I just saw a crow outside my window. And usually that then somehow becomes the theme. But every week, no matter what the topic is, no matter where everybody is in their hearts, it's always some form of synchronization where everybody's sort of in the same kind of space or can relate to it.
Awesome.
I'll pass the feather back to Susan if she wants to add.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Awesome. There are some questions coming in, but I don't know when is the appropriate time to bring them in. Are we good now? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So one thing that Stone Hobbit put is she put groups are opening in many spaces. So with several energies, we'll get to find their voice and become more comfortable. And that's what your hope is, right? Okay. And what is the protocol for answering questions? Are you going to use the feather as well, or?
Yes.
You can tell I'm a newbie at this. Thank you. Okay, hiding that. Okay, and we've got this. I'm loving this panel. And the energy is so enhanced. Okay, so Anon has asked, yes, is there a place to find the information on circles that Suzanne read? The Lakota quote at the beginning was inspiring.
The Dakota quote you can find on the internet. It's just, if you, in the circle we are all equal, if you put this sentence in the Google, it will show you. Okay. I'm sure. And the other information about circles, there are several books, my own homepage, because I'm here in Germany and I have a German business over here. I'm sorry, but it's in German and not in English. So probably you won't be able to read that. But there are several books on circle work, the way I'm working. Maybe I can put a little book list together and pass it to Katie. Maybe have a chance to publish that for everybody who is interested in. So, because it's, of course, there are a lot of good books out there. It's, yeah, I have learned. I have had teachers. Thank you for that question. Putting back feather.
So that was a capture of what one of you said, a leader in every chair. And
that's the name of a book. It's The Circle Way. And the title under is A Leader in Every Chair. It's one of my favorite books. I will put that on the book list.
okay.
And
Sorry for jumping just in.
This is Susan. I'll pick up the feather on that. Also, Four Worlds and Phil Lane have quite a bit of information about indigenous talking circles. And there's a lot more practical kinds of quote unquote practical things coming out about how to use the circle in Alaska. There's been circles used in circle sentencing in law, trying to get, rather than a judge, having people in communities and villages come together to come up with things. There's a lot of ways in which it's being used, and there's a number of books on that. People can find it. And Kathy, you can feel free to put my email in the chat if you'd like. So if anyone would like to contact us, we can reach out to you and get you more information.
Okay. I'm putting my, it's not a feather. How do you see circles affecting community in the future? How does the wisdom that's held in a grandmother's circle show up in a practical way in our future to build the new earth? And I'm putting it back in the middle.
I'll pick up the feather for an example of one of the things that is happening now that I've observed. In my work, I try to model aspects of circle work with my students. My courses are forensic anthropology, biological anthropology, which at the beginning you may not say is very uncircle-ish. But in the way I try to present the curriculum and the discussions, where I'm not always lecturing. It can be a topic or an issue that then students have to discuss. And the criteria is that they have to share, and then they have to respond to at least 3 other sharings. And that can be done live or virtually. And what it does is it changes the dynamic where students are now, they're learning from each other. They're getting to hear what other people have to say. Also, as Suzanne mentioned, it's a way, the ones that are a little bit more shyer, they do have to sort of step up, and then the ones that could just go on, they have to taper back. So there are ways, and I bet you every grandmother in our circle could talk about a way that they model circle work in their lives. And you have to stop your brain to be in a circle. If you're going to do sacred listening and sacred sharing, you kind of have to stop your brain a little bit, and then you're just being, because you've shifted down into the heart, like Suzanne said. That changes the whole dynamic for how people interact with each other. So that's a practical example that I would share, and I'm sure for future scenarios that's going to be necessary. It's going to be necessary. And place the feather back.
I'm sorry, I'm getting really excited. This is Susan. I'm not modeling good circle behavior. I had to pick up the feather because it's not just the future, it's now. I would love to get a Ukrainian grandmother and a Russian grandmother, both of whom have lost family or have family affected by this dynamic, in a room. And I've said this about a lot of conflicts, and I guarantee you they can come up with a plan for peace. I mean, there are so many of these issues where if we can get people together, and part of the circle of, in the beginning when Diane said a prayer, she asked us to envision something in the center of the circle. There's a quotation that I really love that talks about when we have an idea and we release it into the center of the circle, those ideas can spark truth if we let go of them. If we hold on to the idea and we have to prove our idea, we have to let it go into the center of the circle and let it clash with other ideas, but out of that can come the spark of truth. If we don't hold on to it and we don't go, this is my idea, I'm so important, I'm the most, that all that ego stuff, it's needed now. It's not just the future. And that's why I think practicing these techniques and being in circle with other people. And I want to say one other thing before I give up the feather. Kathy, we were using Zoom before Zoom was a thing. I mean, the grandma started, we've been using Zoom for years and years and years, and the world caught up with us during the pandemic. But we can be in circle virtually as well as in circle. And I wish Zoom would have little circles instead of squares so that we were dots. But anyway, thank you for letting me share. I return the feather.
So I'm afraid we're at our end of time. We do have people from New Zealand next, Australia, New Zealand next. So Susan, you might want to stay. Diane, I know you wanted to do a prayer to close the circle. And thank you, ladies, so much. I did not get to put much information into the thing because I was in circle. So I will afterwards. But Diane, will you finish with closing with the prayer, please?
Absolutely.
1 second. I'd like to pick up the feather here, and and just quickly say something. My feather is kind of beat, as you can see. I've had it for a long time, and I have my cat energy and my little star cat. Daisy plays with this a lot, so I thought it was appropriate to pick this up. I want to say, first of all, this was an amazing panel, and the information that you shared, I resonated with absolutely right down to the core. Being Indigenous myself, I would have to say I carry the love and the knowledge as well as the trauma of my ancestors. So for me, to get this type of information and to do that work within, not only am I helping myself, but I'm also helping the future generations, the past generations, and the ones that are living right now, even if they don't know it, because I'm doing the shadow work and treating that trauma so everyone can live in harmony and peace. So, and also another thing that you said was throw the idea into the circle. And that's kind of how this conference started. When Rob and I were sitting here talking and decided to do this conference. And after that, we just got everybody involved, right? Our own circle that we have, Kathy and Dr. Joan and Stephen and Evan Strong that are coming up next, Rob. We just threw the idea in the middle of the circle. And the next thing we know, just within a few days, we had like 80, 90 speakers just ready to, just come on and just put it on. And we were like, wow. So what you just said, is absolutely true. Throw that idea into the middle of the circle and allow everybody to, manifest whatever they need to from that circle and put their energy in there, and the universe will just make it happen. So this is, I really resonated with this. So thank you very much, ladies. Grandmas, thank you, and I appreciate it. And I put the feather back.
This is the circle energy, exactly what you talked about. Thank you for having us.
I will pick up the feather to, since we know we have international presenters waiting to do the closing prayer. So just a quick deep breath in and out, and let's envision again that circle that we've all been in for this time together. And let's turn our hearts to the east to release with gratitude its teaching and its medicine. Let's turn our hearts to the south. And again, with gratitude, release all of its medicine and all of its teaching that it brought to us today. Let's turn to the west and express our gratitude as we release the energy and the teaching of the west that will still be with us in our dreams. Turn to the north with gratitude and humbleness for the medicine that was given to us. We release the north. We release the Star Nation and Father Sky from its wisdom and its teaching today. And we release Mother Earth in her support and her nurturing and her wisdom with our circle. And we turn now to our hearts. And I would ask you to envision us in a circle one last time, holding hands with that symbol of peace in the center of our circle. And if you can imagine a white dove flying up from our circle, and as it flies up, it turns into 2, 3, 4, 1,000 doves. And let us just finally join our intentions that these doves of peace travel wherever they need to go, wherever there's conflict, where people are suffering. Let's send a few extra doves to Ukraine and to Russia, but to anywhere where people are suffering or hurting. And just know that this intention with all these doves flying everywhere around the planet is our way of contributing to peace. And so it is. Tabutne mambo enhene. Thank you.
And so it is. Blessings. Thank you so much. You guys rocked it.
Thank you so much for having us and for letting us operate as a circle here.
I learned a lot. Whoops. See, I've already forgotten. Oh.
Thank you.
It's okay. It's the end. It's okay. It's the end.
Okay.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye. Thank you for your Omar. Thank you for your words.
Thank you, Omar.
Yeah, thank you.
Love you
for having
guys.
us.
Love
Love
you.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
So that was amazing, Kathy. Thank you. That was totally amazing. Thank you very much to our star grandmothers for that epic, amazing upload and the information that we all need in this time of creation, because that's what we're doing. We're creating because we are creators. And speaking of creation and creators, here are more creation and creators coming up. These are just amazing people, friends of mine for a number of years now, and we've worked very closely together. And this event and the past couple of year events that we've had during the solstices has been inspired by Stephen and Evan Strong. I look at Evan as a brother, and I look at Stephen as a father, because they're my mentors. And the information and the knowledge and the wisdom and the love that they have to share is absolute unconditional. And I appreciate that. So Stephen and Evan, welcome, guys. And thank you very much for being here. I know it's very early in the morning for you guys. So I truly appreciate it, guys. And it's yours.
Well, thank you so much, Omar. And it's nice to feel even older than I am. Anyway, look, we want to sort of follow on to an extent with what the ladies were talking about. And we're going to open with a couple of prophecies. And I know at the moment, quite recently, Evan explained to me that quite a few people are attacking us for doing woo-woo things, haven't they, Evan?
Yes.
Well, this is going to be very woo-woo, but we're going to try and intersperse this with a lot of facts. What we want to do is explain a prophecy that took place and was enacted in Australia, then give positive proof as to actually what happened. Now, I'm going to start by explaining how this began. About 5-6 years ago, we were first told about a ceremony that was taking place at Uluru. And it was one of many. It had been going on for 9 years. I've been doing preparatory ceremonies to build up to one that was going to take place on the 21st of December 2020, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. At Uluru, where the elders were going to sing up a magic box. Now, what we've done is, since we heard about that, we started to prepare for it. And in the last year, we started a series of online conferences letting people know what was happening. And on the day of that ceremony at Uluru, there were 15 to 20 million people around the world that joined in. Now, very simply, what the ceremony was about was that what was the elders called a magic box that turned out to be Uluru itself was going to be turned on. And if it was turned on, by the elders to put it into neutral, so to speak, and by the others who joined in around the world to put it into first gear, that would begin the healing of the planet. There wouldn't be any conflagration or catastrophe. It would be the healing of the planet, but it would also mean that not only would the planet be healed, but every animal bar one would be welcome to join the planet in its ascension. But humans had to earn their passage, their rites of passage. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was primarily the prophecy. Now, what then we're going to do is Evan's now going to read not just the original prophecy, and I'm going to finish off with another one after, but he's going to read the Hopi prophecy of the same days. I'm going to go over to Evan now, then I'm going to come back with a prophecy from Auntie Bev, one of our grandmothers.
We've been telling the people that this is the 11th hour. Now you must go back and tell the people that this is the hour. There are things to be considered. Where are you living? What are you doing? What are your relationships? Are you in the right relation? Where is your water? Know your garden. It is time to speak your truth. Create your community. Be good to each other. Do not look outside yourself for the leader. There is a river flowing now very fast. It is so great and swift that there are those who will be afraid. They will try to hold on to the shore. They will feel they are torn apart and will suffer greatly. Know the river has its destination. The elders say we must let go of the shore, push off into the middle of the river, and keep our eyes open and our heads above the water. And I say, see who is in there with you and celebrate. At this time in history, we are to take nothing personally, least of all ourselves. For the moment that we do, our spiritual growth and journey comes to a halt. The time for the lone wolf is over. Gather yourselves, banish the word struggle from your attitude and your vocabulary. All that we do now must be done in a sacred manner and in celebration. We are the ones we've been waiting for.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to add a little bit more to this prophecy. This time around, I'm going to refer to Auntie Minnie Mace, one of our elders. And I remember quite some time ago, she was asked what would be the first sign of this change that all the indigenous people around the world, and even the Bible and Christian religions, talk about. And she told us that the first change, the thing that we would recognize that was the beginning of this change, would be there would be a rush around the world. This was 5 years ago, on toilet paper.
Mm-hmm. Of all things.
Of all things, toilet paper. And then she went further. Further on, she added something to it. I think she was asked what would be the last sign.
Yes.
And she told us you look to the birds. She said they would do things that would not make sense. Once that happens, she said, I think it was something like 9 months, didn't she? Prepare for the next 9 months. And
9 months of darkness or something.
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about that some more as we go along. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Hopi tell us this. The original people say this. The Adamartha have a prophecy, not quite as eloquent as that one, because the Hopi are the keepers of prophecy. And it goes that it began here, it will end here, and begin again here. So it was always meant to happen in Australia. So what we're going to do is that's the prophecy, and primarily what it said was this, that each human would have to make a choice. And the Hopi talk about going back to the old ways, don't they?
Yes.
Now, that choice was to link themselves up with the mother, with the earth, and to realign yourself. Now, the deal with this was simple. there would be a time for every human to basically sign up on this, to commit their soul and their spirit towards honoring the earth, honoring old ways. In fact, they call it, don't they, the Hopi? They call it the old ways, the old teachings. You must get back to them. So, and what they said, there'd be a time, and we'll talk about that further on the piece, where you had a period of time to commit yourself, and after that, it just didn't matter. Each person is now going to become Peter at the gate. They're going to judge themselves. So what we're going to do now is, it's a rather bizarre prophecy to make, and we've heard these things all before. The end is nigh. Well, this is not the end, it's the beginning. The earth is ascending, and that's what this is about. And because that ceremony was successful, that ascension has taken place. Now, unbeknownst to us, when we did this ceremony, and we went to Uluru on that particular day, and we took the rocks there, or asked to, and we did a ceremony some 15 k's away from Uluru, I always wondered whether we'd ever have proof. And what we want to do now is assuage the rational part of everyone's mind to show you that the sort of stuff we're talking about actually did happen. So, Evan, let's go through the slideshow now.
Yeah, I might get the slides up a bit bigger on the screen, Omar. Thank you.
Right, here we go. Evan's pressed the button and it hasn't worked. We're off to a wonderful start here. We might be ad-libbing as we go.
That's why you don't buy $20 clickers from Kmart, or the equivalent would be Walmart.
It would be Walmart there. Yeah. People would say, what is Kmart?
I thought, this is a good deal, and half the time it doesn't work.
Okay, so there's Uluru, and what happened on that day, on that particular day at 10 o'clock, the rock was closed down. It was closed down all of the next day, and everyone was ushered out, because they were doing their business in there, which was not ours, and they had to do that without any distraction. So the rock was closed up. They did their ceremony. We did ceremonies away from that, and that is the rock itself. And I've got to tell you, they did call it the magic box, and I understand why. In these days of Lord of the Rings, if you were to tell people, I want everyone to meditate on a piece of rock, they may not grab that as a great idea. But if you told them it was a box inside, that did resonate, didn't it?
Well, it kind of looks like a box.
Well, from above, not from so much there, but from side on it did. Yeah. Okay, moving along, please, Evan. Let's now look at the prophecy. It was a choice we made. And I want to thank the 15 million people who joined in, because on every occasion we spoke about this on our online conferences, which are still going. We're now talking about how to prepare for the change, because you're going to see it's real. We always wondered, and we told people we're not convinced it's going to happen. So everyone that joined in didn't join in because of empirical proof. They joined in because we said it could happen. So moving along past the prophecy, this is number one. Here are the results. Let's have a look at them. Okay, this is in Croatia. And what you'll see there is a disc in the top, and then a light that sort of runs into the sea. Now, this was seen by thousands of people, and it was discussed on the internet, and we got people from Croatia who told us about this. In fact, this particular photograph was shown not in Croatia, but in the neighboring Slavic states. Bosnia, and I think a couple of others showed this at the time, and they said, what is this? Now, we're going to, in a while, Evan's going to read another prophecy from the Hopi about the signs, and they will speak about the signs coming from the skies. Okay, let's have a look at the next one, please, Evan. And here's the Schumann resonance, which is a resonance of the earth. And there's two ways of measuring. One is 7.83 and another is about 0.3. Two different measures, ways of doing this. Now, what you will see there is on the 21st at 7:30, there is a 100-fold increase in the resonance. Now, 7:30 was the beginning of the actual meditation. And to see that happen is a fascinating, perhaps coincidence, perhaps it's been a catalyst. We can't say for sure on that, but that's basically what happened. And Evan's now showing us a diagram of how the resonance works. It's basically like the Earth's half-beat. Okay, moving along, please, mate. Right, there it is in detail. There's the actual map at that particular time at the 7:30. And you've got that taking place for the next 4 hours, which was primarily the time when we were meditating. So we have some circumstantial evidence that something may have occurred. And Evan's watching the rabbit who's now breaking
So
into
it isn't a ghost. It's a rabbit pushing through the door. So if you see the doors moving.
Okay, moving along, please, Evan. We will leave the rabbit out of this. And there's a map of the Schumann resonance soon after, where for 24 hours it disappeared. In fact, it's longer than that. It went so high further on, and this has been a commonality since that point. It's gone off the charts, literally. And this has been happening more and more and more since that happened. It's like that particular trip switch was initiated. When those 15 million joined in, that charged up the whole system so that the planet was now in a healing mode of itself. And then giving us the opportunity. Because, by the way, if that ceremony didn't work, we were told, and there was a keeper of the alternative prophecy, the world would be cleansed in a much more catastrophic way, and all the animals were going to suffer. This is a much more graceful and eloquent approach. Okay, here we are at 7:30, and this is just after. Now, what was quite fascinating is that cloud you're looking at 15, 20 minutes before was grey, dark grey and spat. And we thought we were going to be rained on. We did the meditation and then we look back, and by the way, look at the colour of the sky on the horizon, and it's a washed out blue, but look at what's happening in the middle. You have this deep blue patch, and I'm going to emphasize that because the prophecy of the Hopi speaks of the two blue brothers showing themselves in the plaza, and they talk about the sky all the time. That was the plaza, and right in the center is that massive color of blue. And everyone sort of, after the meditation, there were other activities were going to take place, but everyone got taken in by the sky. And the sky, when you looked at it from different points of view, had different colors in it, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
And we asked the security guard there, had you seen sky like that before? And she said, never. And it took everyone's breath away. And I thought, well, this is interesting. It could be coincidental, but there's something going on in the sky. Okay, next up, there's a full scope. And what you're going to find is this cloud formation, what goes from Katachuka on one side to Uluru, and it just covered that area. And there's different pictures of it from there. And it stayed there. And as it did, we got different pictures, and you'll find that all different colors are there. So moving through that again, because we've got a lot to go through.
There's a before and afterwards.
There's a before and after, ladies and gentlemen. That's 20 minutes before, and that's after the event. And you can see that blue, and look at the horizon. Remember, the sun has now set, but the sky is doing things we've never seen before. So we figured, okay, fine, that's one part of it. So what comes next? And this is what comes next. At exactly the same time in the northern hemisphere, very importantly, remember this for later on with the prophecy, we also have a blue patch. And for those of us who claim, and they will, oh, that was some sort of effect of the sun. That ain't the sun there. That's the moon. And you've got that blue patch there. So one in the southern hemisphere, one in the northern hemisphere. If there were signs, well, then we'll find out, because the Hopi, who are the great keepers of prophecy, will add some depth to those two blues events, won't they?
Definitely.
Okay, so moving past that, because we've got a lot to go through. The next one is the most important, and we're going to play this twice just so that people watch this. This was taken by another group. Our meditation group with the rocks, with about 300 people, was probably about 3 Ks away. These people sat, there was 2 people behind them. This is not a flash. Somebody's made that point. It's not, because when you look at this, and I want you to play it the first time ever now. Right, and now Evan's going to go back and play it a second time. Look for that flash. That covers, now we've slowed that up and we've looked at it, and that white flash covers the whole sky, but the people filming it never saw it at the time. They saw it later. And more importantly, when that flash takes place, if you look at it one last time, you will see it does not cover the rock. It comes out and it covers the whole sky. It covered the whole of the planet. That was when the magic box was turned on. 7:37. That was Holly Clark who did that, and they sent that to us. That to me now starts to make me think, hang on, are we starting to get empirical proof that something was happening there. Okay, next up, this is in Newcastle in Australia. You've got another shaft of light. And I want to make the point with this, that both the first two shafts of light I've shown you took place during the day and took place in not so cold country. And we'll get to that later, won't we, Evan? Because don't worry, down the line, to begin with, mainstream ignored all these events that are coming out of the sky. But in the end, they came up with a reason and an explanation, which they all nodded their head and said, well, that fixes that up.
Yep.
We don't have to talk about it anymore. But we won't talk about that for now. We'll just show you what came in. Moving along, please, mate. And there's the arc of light that came, and that was taken straight after that, but it wasn't raining. And by the way, that is not a rainbow. So we're getting these lights that are coming out of the earth or from the sky, but we're starting to think it's more coming out of the earth. But we'll find out more because we can't be sure about that. But certainly something was going on. And there we are. Where's that one?
Hungary.
Hungary. That's right. Yeah. And this one, you've got these different lights, and there's a couple of shots of that people saw. And now, again, Hungary's a bit colder there, which fits in with a mainstream explanation, but they're in different locations. Now, let's go elsewhere. This is all around the same time this took place. This one was seen in Glasgow, and there's a quote there from the local newspaper, the Glasgow News, that said, like something from the War of the Worlds. Well, this was something from the War of the World, plural, not singular. And you'll notice if you look very carefully, one of those shafts of light is in front of a house. So they're spread all over the place. And we've spoken to people from Glasgow, one that's just passed on. We won't mention his name. We'll call him the captain, who said he lived in Glasgow for 25 years and never saw this. So these events coming out of the sky are unusual, but they could be scientific. We're not sure. And, of course, our scientists will give us an explanation. Don't worry. They always do. Moving along, please. Oh, they're still having trouble with that 20-cent machine.
Okay.
And then there was bird sign, and we're going to talk about that some more. See those two cockatoos?
Oh, glass.
Oh, glass, was it? Sorry. When I set the rocks up, I spent a lot of time setting it up the right way. And when I stood away and said, yeah, I think I've got this right, those two birds, a male and a female, flew directly above me, only a couple of meters above, and over the formation and flew off. And that meant we had bird sign. That meant the arrangement of rocks was correct. Okay, again, we've got a lot to go through. Okay, now during the ceremony, we had about 300 people sitting in 5 circles around the rocks. They were given sacred ash from the last ceremony our elder, Carno, conducted, and then they waited. Now, Evan is one that was involved in this. And Evan, what happened to you while you were actually meditating?
I had keeping in mind I'm not the best meditator in the world, but I had a compulsion to put my hands into the dirt, the red kind of sandy soil. And it just so happened there happened to be a patch in front of me. So I put my hands down in it. And what ended up happening was I could feel a pulsing in the ground. And physically, it made my arms shake to the point where everyone around me is looking at me like, what's going on? Because my hands were shaking like this. And I said, I can feel the pulsing into the ground.
And Evan wasn't the only one. I noticed other people had their hands in the ground and raised them up in the air. And I suspect this was something, and other people mentioned it, didn't they, Evan? Other people mentioned they could feel the earth actually shaking. Not earthquake shaking, just vibrating.
Yeah.
Because the earth was re-energizing itself and reviving itself. It was like a renaissance in this planet. And this planet is now ascending. I was told this many times by the elders. The planet was going to ascend, and the Schumann resonance that peaks and throbs will stay at an incredibly high level. And that is why some people will not be able to stay here any longer, because they will not be able to exist. So moving along, and of course, on that particular day, that little circle there was where the rocks were placed. And on that day, after this was finished, and you can look at the sky now, and it's gone purple, and it's gone different colors again. people started breaking into a tribal dance, and it ended up with hundreds of people joining together, and they sung for about half an hour and kept joining in. It was like nobody called it. It just happened spontaneously. And it was like the energy of the planet was turning these people who were doing this ceremony tribal. But I mean, that's just a subjective viewpoint, and it could have been that they were just crazy hippies, Evan, with nose rings and just couldn't help themselves. But there were quite a few older people there that didn't look that way. Anyway, moving along, please, ladies and gentlemen, because now here we go with the interesting part of the equation. What happened here was Sarah was at the ceremony, and her husband, Austin, who is legally blind, I've got to explain this point, stopped elsewhere, looked at this guy and said, what the hell is this, and started filming it. He had no idea what was in the sky moving around, and nor did we. And what we're now going to play you is a 1-minute 20 video, and I want you to watch an object that slowly makes its way across the sky and makes its way towards that blue. Okay, Evan, can you put that on? I hope. Here we go. There it is. Right. Is that finished?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you would have seen, there's the object. You would have seen an object moving through the sky. Now, don't worry. The cynics have said plane, helicopter. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the flight path of all the planes in Northern Territory at 7:32. And there is one plane, a Jetstar plane, and you'll notice where Uluru is. Which one is it? Are we the orange, the yellow one? We're the yellow spot, and you'll notice that's about 400 k's away, and it is to the east, and we were looking to the west, and that was the only plane that was flying. Now, I know we've had all sorts of explanations about what took place, but that was the only plane, and there it is again there, and we're going to talk about those two pictures in a sec. Leave them there. Okay. Now, so it was not a plane. I want to make the point. We were sitting in the middle of the desert, 300 of us meditating. If there was a plane flying around, we would have heard it.
Yeah.
Then others said, no, it's a helicopter.
Well, we definitely would have heard that. They're even louder.
They're even louder. Well, here's the problem with a helicopter. Sarah and Austin were the last people to sit in the helicopter, weren't they? They took a helicopter ride from 4 to 5 o'clock, and then they closed down the helipad. So it was not a helicopter. It was not a helicopter. But here's the interesting part of those videos. At 1 minute and 59 seconds, that when you scan back on the film, there is nothing there. And it's near that blue patch. As you can see, it's right next to the blue patch. But what's really interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is look at 1 minute 20 and you'll find it's down there in a different spot again. Now, what they found is this, that in those shots, the 1 minute 101 and the 1 minute 20, what that person did, Amanda slowed down the film and there were 4 frames per second. And what she found is at 1 minute 59 seconds and 1 minute 20, it appeared for one of the 4 frames per second, but the other 3, it wasn't there. It's as if it's disappeared, then popped back one more time, then fully disappeared. The first time up in that blue patch, and then the second time it reappears in another blue patch again. Now, the other 3 frames, it wasn't there. So I'm going to tell you now, if that's supposed to be a Cessna or a helicopter, I'd love to know how it can disappear for 3 frames at 59 seconds and 60 seconds, then is gone for another 20 seconds and reappears down the bottom there. How does a helicopter or plane do that? Or even swamp gas when it comes to that. And of course, we have been told that it was drug runners and they were using a plane and therefore nobody would find them. Well, if that's the case, they're going to land at Uluru, which was in complete lockdown, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to land with their drugs at Uluru, and every community was in lockdown. And by the way, where they're going to land the plane?
Don't know.
Well, that's the sort of stuff we got in return. Well, I can tell you now, it was not a plane, it wasn't swamp gas, and it wasn't a helicopter. What you're left with, oh, thank you, Evan, and it wasn't Superman either when it comes to that. And if it was a weather balloon, as it was said once, number one, weather balloons go up. They don't go across at about 50, 40 k's per hour. And that makes another point. How does a plane hover in the air moving that slowly? So, ladies and gentlemen, what we had out of this was a series of events of things that have been filmed that make you think what was happening at Uluru at that particular time. You could talk to the 300 people who were ceremony and not one of them will question for 1 second they weren't part of something life-changing and historic. So that was the beginning of this story. Moving along, please, mate. Now we come to the Hopi. And what Evan's going to do now is going to read a longer passage about the change. And it's about the 2 brothers, the 2 blue brothers. And we're going to look at that and then compare what we've seen before and what's happened since. So over to you, please, Evan.
Okay. It will come when the Shashawaha, the blue, sorry about the bad pronunciation, the blue star Kachina dances in the plaza and removes his mask. In the final days, we will look up into the heavens and we will witness the return of the 2 brothers who helped create the world in the birthing time. The twins will be seen in the northwestern sky. They will come and visit to see those who remember the original teachings, flying in their Patuataha or flying shields. They will bring many of their star family with them in the final days. The return of the blue star Kachina, who is also known as Nanga Suhu, will be the alarm clock that tells us of the new way of life. A new world is coming. This is where the changes will begin. They will start as fire that burns within us and will burn up with desires and conflict if we do not remember the original teachings and return to the peaceful way of life. Not far behind, the twins will become the purifier, the red Kachina, who will bring the day of purification. On this day, the earth, her creatures, and all of life as we know it will change forever. There will be messengers to those on earth who will leave messages to those on earth who remember the old ways.
And the last part you're going to read is this, that part there.
No living thing will go untouched here in the heavens. The way through this time is, it is said, to be found in our hearts and reuniting with our spiritual self, getting simple and returning to living with and upon the earth and in harmony with her creatures. Remembering that we are the caretakers, the firekeepers of the spirit. Our relatives from the stars are coming home to see how well we have fared in our journey.
All right, so that's what they've come, and they talked about the flying shield, and they talked about the 2 blue brothers, one in the northern hemisphere and one in the southern hemisphere. Well, at 7:32, 7:36, there was a blue brother in the southern hemisphere. We saw it. It was in those clouds. And in the northern hemisphere, there was one in Atlanta, Georgia. So there we've got the beginning of a story. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can move ahead, please, Evan. Okay, now what then happened is summer solstice number 2. I've got to make the point that after we did that first piece and all those people came, we actually decided we do one thing. We will put on a series of online conferences, and they're still on, and you're welcome to join us. And I think there's a special discount for people joining us from this group, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Right. We decided we would get people ready for this, and we decided that's it. We're out of this now. We're spectating from this point on, and we'll do commentation. There'll be no more. Then about 10 days before the second summer solstice, the rocks, the rings, the skulls, and all the different objects we had demanded that we redo this a second time and a third time. And I want to make a point before we go any further. We had 10 days to put this together, and we rushed through, and Omar and Rob and others helped by screaming this also. And we knew this was ridiculous. We can't get this out in time, but we did. We put it out, and quite a few people got involved. But here's the point. I knew that this second solstice, the second ceremony, was important, but not as important as the third one, because we were told we had to do a third one at the end of this year. Now, what's interesting about that third one is the first solstice, there was the summer solstice and the alignment of Jupiter and Saturn. In the third solstice coming up, and 3 is a magic number anyway, there will be 3 solar system objects in alignment again. The summer solstice, a full lunar eclipse, and the alignment of Uranus, which is the planet of sudden change. Thank you, Barry Eaton, for that. And this is about a southern change. So Evans put up a picture of what was involved in that second solstice, and it was different because it wasn't just the rocks. We had rings, we had skulls, and we had objects Paul and Phoebe brought from around the world, and we put them all inside. This was not just an original one. This was a global one. We had all sorts of objects with the rocks, and of course the rocks were the main components, but they joined in making a circle, and we've got to do it again a third time. Now, what's important, and there is a picture of the circle that was set up, and you can see skulls there, you can see rings in there, you can see all sorts of objects that were placed in there, and some more were put in from, I think, Paul and Phoebe further on, weren't they? Because that was an earlier photo. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's now look at what happened after that particular ceremony. And I'm going to be honest, people said, will you be getting evidence this time? And I said, oh, come on. You got enough on the first one.
Isn't that enough?
Isn't that enough? No way, man. I said, that's just not going to happen. That's the sum total of it. Just goes to show you when these prophecies are going on, we know a little bit about it, but not much. So let's have a look what took place there. Oh, that's us at 2:30 in the morning, wasn't it?
Yeah. So that was our turning.
Oh, man. The first time around the Northern Hemisphere doing it, and we were quite happy with that. We we're quite okay with that. The second time around didn't work out well. And I'm not sure when the third time is, but I'm hoping it's not 3 o'clock. Okay, around the world. What did we get this time around? Let's have a look, Evan. Now, here we are. Where are we this time? Canada. Yeah, we've got the lights again. Now, remember, you've got to remember the Hopi talk about the signs being in the heavens. And at one stage talked about, hello, the rabbit's just broken in. Right. In the heavens. And that's where we look, because we were told that's where we would see the signs, and we would see things that didn't make sense. So there we've got the lights playing around again. And we've got another one in Sweden. But, Evan, we should pause right now.
We should and tell.
We need to explain to you, by now, this was happening so often that the scientists decided they needed someone to be the sacrificial lamb and tell us a story that we'd all feel comfortable with. And this is how it goes. In Sweden and in Canada, in these cold countries, at night time, what actually happens, I don't fully understand this process because it's rubbish anyway, but I'm going to give them what it said. They said this. They said that what actually happens is in the night when it's really cold, crystals form. They sort of form near the air there, and they suck in the light from around and then suck it together and then funnel it up into holes like that. And all the different colours you get funneled up were done in cold countries. And yes, the one in Hungary and in Scotland and in Canada and Sweden are in cold countries. But hang on, Croatia, was that in daytime? Wasn't it? There were no lights shining. How did it do that? What about the one that Ros did in Newcastle?
Well, that was in the summer down here.
That was in our summer. Well, yeah, there's a problem with that, but let's go a bit further. And by the way, Evan's just put in more places. Can you have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen? You'll see that this is happening a lot. There are signs in the sky. Now, this is where it gets interesting, ladies and gentlemen, because the Hoppy spoke of the two blue brothers, then the red purifier. Now, this took place in Spain, and I'm going to tell you, if you were walking around the streets and then you looked up and you saw that, you would think to yourself, what is that?
Yeah, what is going on?
Now, I know that the scientists are going to say there's some sort of strange refraction and it's an unusual cloud and it's shining from one angle, but that was called the red purifier, the red eye in the sky. And it would show itself. And in Malaga, I don't even know how to say it, Spain, something was in the sky. And I'm going to tell you now, if someone tells you that's a normal formation, don't have a conversation with that person, because there's nothing you can do to help them. Just walk away and shake your head and say, well, you're not coming. You're not jumping in that river. You're not getting on the two roads the Mayans spoke about, because every indigenous culture spoke about this. And they said there'd be signs in the sky, and these are signs, and we got plenty more. Okay, where are we now? Russia again. Oh, we got a good one. That one's pretty deadly.
Yes, yeah.
If that was over my house, I'd be looking outside thinking, what is going on here?
Someone hand me the popcorn.
Moving along, please, Evan, because we've got a lot to talk about. This one in Russia, fair income, you would swear that's Photoshop, man. You'd say, come on. But look, we're starting to get a clue here. Are these things coming out of the sky or coming out of the earth? And as we look further into this, we're starting to think that the great majority, maybe not all, but nearly most of these things are coming out of the planet itself. So moving along again. Right. And then around the world, we've got different ceremonies that took place. Here's one of the red effect again that's taking place in Ohio. And then we've got stories about birds doing the most amazing things. And I'm going to tell you one story of my bird things. Are the birdies coming up, Evan?
The birdies are coming up, but they're towards, I think they're towards the end, actually.
Well, can I leave the magpie story until we get to the birdies? Okay, so take it as given. That's the magpie, and we're going to talk about what that magpie did in a lot more detail further on, because I'll talk about the second part, because Arnie Bevs did speak about two things. The first sign would be
toilet paper.
Toilet paper. And the last sign would not be toilet paper. It would be birdies. So we'll get to that a bit later. That one's a bit out of sync, but you're forgiven. Here's another one, but this was done in Australia in the summer. And by the way, can you have a look around you? There's bush there, but there are no lights.
No lights.
No lights.
No ice crystals.
No ice crystal. This is summertime. And let's go with another one, please, mate. Right. This one's interesting. This is in Russia, and I think this one we're going to play because I want you to listen to the voices of the people who were watching this. Right, I can tell you now, those people were saying, oh, that's normal. I see that every day. Oh, how boring. I'll move on now.
Yeah.
That's something we see constantly. So in the skies, the signs are there. And they're around the world. Now, this one's particularly interesting. This one came from a lady called Peggy Brewster that sent it to us quite recently. And these were 4 rays of light that came out of the ground. She was insistent about that. And you notice as it goes up, it starts to fade out to nothing. And by the time it gets to the clouds, it's not there. Now, these 4 lights came in a sequence. There'd be one, then a pause, there'd be nothing, then a second, then a third, then a fourth. And she didn't have a video, but she did have a camera. Now, I've got to tell you, that was in Perth. And it was, I think, in December last year.
No, February 28th.
Oh, February this year. Okay.
2022.
Right. That's quite recent. I knew it was in, and that, by the way, February in Australia, that is our summer. There were no lights. And I can tell you that person, that scientist who claimed this is all frozen crystals catching the artificial light at nighttime, it's a lie. All these light events are different from each other, distinctive from each other, but keep happening. The earth is vibrating. And as the Schumann resonance goes up, so it is shooting out different forms of light. And these are signs for us. But it goes further. I remember this at the time, and people spoke about this. And this was the earth. And when I said it was healing itself, it's time to prove it. This is called not an earthquake, but an earth shake. And what Evan's going to show you is Namibia, Korea, Philippines. Keep going, please, mate. Ecuador, Afghanistan, Florida, Brazil, Puerto Rico, New Zealand, and it goes on all around the world. In the middle, Australia's in there in Charters Towers. And by the way, we don't have earthquakes, and it's not an earthquake. It's an earth shake. It was deep within, and it was measured all around the world, and they've never heard of it before. That is the earth righting itself, because as you know, the North Pole and South Pole are slipping and moving. Everything is about to tilt. The whole axis is about to tilt, and that would have happened if it wasn't for the fact that 15 million people joined in on this ceremony. Okay.
Another blackout.
And the blackouts are common now, ladies and gentlemen. They're just par for the course. There's one, a 19-hour blackout. They're not just small points. And we've got to remember, in the future, after that third ceremony that takes place the end of this year, we've only got 9 months to go, roughly, there will be a blackout all the time. It will be above the measurement of any particular object. That will be the way the earth will be. The earth will be rotating and vibrating at such a high level. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, aliens have come to this planet and been part of our history for so long. This place was always an experiment where everyone could incarnate and become part of this experiment. When you did incarnate here, you forgot everything. That is what this was all about. They call this the great event. So what we're seeing with the Schumann resonance, which is continually to ramp itself up, is a part of this transformation and renaissance of the planet. The planet will become unlike any planet in the cosmos. And what happens here will spread everywhere. Now, let's talk about the birds. That's it. I've had quite a few birds over the years that have come to me, wild birds. That's nothing unusual, is it, Evan?
Yeah.
That's happened a lot, but not like the magpie. And that was about 4 months ago. And what happened was we were out the back there, and this magpie just landed between us, a young one. And basically, and there's Evan patting it while it's on my arm. And I've got to tell you something about it being on my arm. Look at the edge of those little paws they've got there. They've got the sharpest little things there, and it used to move around my arm a lot. And every time it did, I've got to tell you, it hurts big time. The little birds are fine, but that one, now that bird just appeared from nowhere. We've never seen it since, have we? No, it's never done it again. It landed between us and walked around for a while. And then we had a grasshopper plague at the moment. And at one stage, Evan was buried into this bush somewhere, and so was the magpie. And it actually was upside down.
They were co-hunting.
They were co-hunting grasshoppers. And what had happened is when it grabs the grasshopper, it throws it on the ground and pulls off its legs, doesn't it?
So it can't jump away. Yep.
Before it can jump away, and then eats it. And they were eating grasshoppers. And then it just walked around and walked around. And then what it did, it just jumped onto my arm. And then sat there for what, 40, 50 minutes?
Yep.
Didn't move. And sometimes it'd walk up my arm and it'd come close to me with that long, sharp beak, looking at my eyes. And I'm thinking, if it pecks my eye, that's it, I'm blind. And I'm thinking, what's going on here? And while it was taking place, mother and father were calling out all the time, weren't they? Basically saying to their kid, get away from these humans. But it wouldn't move. And every time it called out, it would look up and listen to them and answer them.
Yep.
Every time. And said, no, I'm staying. And after it started to get dark, it just wasn't going to go. After about 40 minutes, we had to make tea, and I had to basically get it off. And it stood around for a while and then left and never reappeared. Now, you might think, oh, well, that's just one sort of weird bird sign. But remember, Auntie Minnie Mace told us, and she explained why, didn't she, Evan?
Yep.
Okay, I'll get you to talk about that in a sec. Let's have a look at some bird sign now. Here is the first one. This is in Walmart. By the way, language warning.
Yo, what the fuck is this? Oh my God. I feel like that Bird Box shit, that movie. No, they're landing on my car. I need to clean either way.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was in Walmart, obviously in America. And the man, as he pointed out, we've got some more coming up. The birds there were doing something they don't normally do at the car park at Walmart.
Yep.
That was wrong. That was way wrong. Evan's now showing you a picture of a flock of birds that are flying in the formation of a bird. That looks a bit odd. Now you might say, look at that first picture up the top, you actually can see the wings flapping. Now you might say, oh no, that's just a coincidence. And the Walmart thing, they were feeding on bird crumbs, you know, a little bit of grass on the ground, a few seeds, they're all feeding on that. You might claim all that, but we've got a third one we'd love to show you. And this went around the world. No, but I've got to tell you what the answer was too. The experts have given us, here we go. Now, quite a few birds died when that happened. When they hit the concrete, there's quite a few that laid in there. I think about 100 or so were dead, weren't they?
Mm.
But, ladies and gentlemen, let me point out to you, again, the scientists decided with this bird business, they better give an explanation. The explanation is this. Very simply, what happened was the birdies were flying in the air and they saw a hawk. And what they did was the 5,000 of them decided, there's a hawk, what shall we do? Let's fly straight down into the concrete, and that way we will escape from the hawk.
Yeah.
Now, that's what birds do when one bird, and by the way, believe it or not, there is an expert. We won't show it to you now, but trust us. That's what he actually said, that this was actually a hawk that scared them all and they flew into the concrete. We live in the rainforest and we've got all hawks, wedge-tailed eagles. We've got quite a few different things that are taking place there. And I'm going to tell you now, we've watched birds fly away from them. They fly away. They don't kill themselves by throwing themselves onto concrete so that the hawk can then come down and pick up whichever ones they want.
That's right.
And what's also interesting, if the hawk was chasing those birds, why was it there isn't any film of the hawk then saying, right then, smorgasbord.
There's a whole bunch on the ground.
I'll go and pick that and get my mates in. We'll all have it's a Bay Marie right now. We'll help ourselves. Evan's doing some shameless publicising our next online conferences. Now, let me explain. Can we take those ads? I'll leave them there. It doesn't matter.
I'm almost finished, and then we'll go back.
Okay. Let me explain what this leads up to, ladies and gentlemen. I want to explain what this all means. What we've tried to do in that, and we've done it very quickly, wanted to race through this. We wanted to give you some proof that such a ridiculous notion that if you meditate at a rock in the middle of Australia, it will change the world. I can tell you now, we don't have any scientists backing us up. Obviously, quite a few are trying to explain some of the consequences of that ceremony. And they're trying to prove to you that, look, forget about this. These lights are nothing. And the birds. And don't forget, Minnie Mace made a prophecy 5 years ago, 6 years ago, about the run on toilet paper. There was nobody in the world that made a prophecy like that. And then she told us the birds would do it, raising things. Now, why were the birds doing this, Evan? Now, we've heard the scientists say it's a hawk.
Yeah. So offhand, she said the birds would act strangely because of the kind of ley lines, the geomagnetic grid work that they follow would be kind of different, would be wrong, would be altered. Therefore, it would make them
react,
and all sorts of weird things would happen because of that.
Yeah, they would start to be confused and not sure what was going on. And all of a sudden, 10,000 might park themselves in a car park, or another 20,000 might turn themselves into the shape of a bird. Or maybe just a couple of thousand would decide, let's all fly into the concrete and bounce off it and see what happens.
Yeah, here we go.
Here it is.
I think it will happen as the ley lines begin gaining speed as they are coming back towards us. So the birds and others, as well as the whales, follow the frequencies. of the harmonic grid.
All right. Well, that's what you're seeing now, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's the point in this. These things are happening now. And at the moment, I wanted to, and I know that we keep going back to indigenous prophecies of the past, and we're not going to apologize for that. And we do refer to the Hopi a lot because we believe they are the great keepers of the prophecy. The Mayans spoke about 2 roads that were going to be formed, and each person would have a choice on these roads. That's what this is all about. And I want to make the point, and I want you to think about this. I remember when we went to Uluru a year and a half ago, and we were told about the 2 roads. And at that stage, when we got to Uluru, we got out on the plane. No one was wearing a mask, and no one had a temperature check. No one asked us where we came from. We just went straight through, got into a bus. We sat with, we actually got in a car. I think some people drove us, didn't they?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Those people. Who was that drove us?
Adam,
that's right, yeah. Drove us there. The rest got in a bus together. No one was scared of anyone else, and we all sat there and we did the whole thing. And when we were talking about 2 roads, then I thought, oh, yeah, I can't really see any sort of real roads here. There's a bit of an issue with a virus around at the moment that everyone's talking about, but nothing much is coming of it. Since that prophecy, the 2 roads are there. It's really easy to see. There has been a division, a major division, and the world is now running on a fear campaign. And we were told, and I can guarantee you now, you can ask people who listen to our talks when we were doing them live 5 years ago, and we told them in the final years there would be pandemics and threats of war, and people would become fearful. We were saying this 5 years ago, well before even we knew of that prophecy, or we knew of the prophecy 6 years ago. But that was part of it. Now, I want to explain to you or give you an idea what these roads are. One of the roads is made. It's here now. And that road is a road where we don't now touch other humans. And when a human walks towards us, we're told to be fearful and careful. If you get too close, they may be carrying a sickness that will get to you, and then you might die or get very ill. And it'll keep happening time after time. So you have to be scared of people who come near you. And if you are going to be involved in, say, worshipping in a church or going to a concert, that's a no-no, isn't it? Because we can't have those sort of things going on where you're going to actually enjoy yourself. So that's banned.
Mind you, sporting events.
Oh, sporting events are okay. I mean, if you've got, like in Australia right now, we can't have live concerts and people aren't allowed to sing. But if you go to a sporting event and you all chant and scream next to one another, that's okay.
Yes.
Because that's not a dangerous activity. That won't spread anything. But the other things would. So you have this sort of choice of, I have to be scared of the people around me. And when I get up in the morning in the air, there could be something in there I could breathe that could make me very sick. So I must be scared of the air. I've got to be scared of the sunlight because I might get cancer. I have to be scared of Russians and Chinese people because they might want to invade our country one day. Australia is right on the top of their list. I have to be scared of the terrorists because they're still around, aren't they?
They're still around. Yeah.
They could still do things to me. In fact, I have to be scared of losing my job. A lot of people are scared of that. And I've basically got to be fearful when I get up. When I go to work, if I'm allowed to go to work, I may not be allowed to go to work. I might be in lockdown at that particular time. And everything I do from this point on, I have to be scared because that's the new norm. That is the road they're giving us. Now tell me, do you honestly believe that road will get more fearful or less fearful? But that's one road. And many, many people are on that road right now. Now the second road, the so-called woo-woo road that we've been criticized for adopting for so long and talking about, that's a road of faith. we've given you some evidence. It's evidence, and it certainly indicates there's a possibility that there could be something in what we're saying. But I want to make the point. When we started this, we did 7 online conferences leading up to that first ceremony. On each occasion, we told people we're not sure. We're not sure. And sometimes we said to people, we're pretty sure this is not going to happen. But then I would say to people, look, even though we're not sure, what's going on right now is pretty bad. And I think it's going to get worse, and it has got worse, because you're going to find that all our rights, all our individual freedoms are disappearing on a daily basis. We're being watched. There's now face recognition going on. Everything's going on at the same time. That was always the concern, and it continues to happen. That's now a truth. There is one road that is there. It's real. I can see it. The other road we talk about, all Indigenous people on the planet said this was going to happen. And the Hopi spoke about it. And I want to make the point with the Hopi. They made it very clear, and they've said this many times, that the beginning of this change would not be in America, it would be in Australia. The Inuit have said the same thing, and so many other people have said this too. It was always going to start here. And the reason for that is because this was a long-term plan. This moment when the earth would ascend was known way back. And the Pleiadians, which came only to Australia, they joined their genes with ours, and then we went out to the rest of the world and we've shared our genes, and every person on this planet has within them Pleiadian genes, the so-called junk DNA they talk about. That's what's been turned on. But I want to make a point here, and it's very important you understand that come this third ceremony on the 21st of December this year, it's our understanding, and we may be wrong about this. We're not wrong about the fact that ceremonies have happened, but we've been told that come that third ceremony, past that ceremony when it happens, past when the solstice and the alignment takes place, that's it. You're either on the road or jumping into the fast-flowing river, or you're not. And you can't make a decision otherwise past that point. Now, as to what happens next, that prophecy Evan spoke about, I think somewhere in there, let me see if I can find it.
After the arrival of the twins, they will begin to vanish before our eyes like so much smoke.
Right. That's what they say about the people and the souls who do not connect with this change. In Corinthians, which is the Bible, ladies and gentlemen, it also talks about 1,000 years, the golden age. So this is not just an Indigenous thing. In the line that everyone's probably heard, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Everyone knows that line, but people don't know the line before, where the meek are told, the ones who run the place at the moment, you shall look upon them, then look away, and when you look back, they will disappear. Now, my understanding is this, because this is all guesswork past the fact there will be this change. Our understanding is that what will take place is that change will be rapid. Because once the earth ascends and is vibrating at a massively higher level, most of the people on this planet will not be able to exist, to continue to exist under those conditions. It will be too painful and distressing and will make you leave. As simple as that. Now, how that happens, I don't know. But my understanding is that the earth will ascend. It will become no longer a kindergarten, but a university. And it will basically radiate two things, pure love and pure magic. And unless you are open to both parts of the equation, you will not be able to continue to exist. It is not as if people who don't make it are being sent to hell, because that's not right. Because many people who don't make it are inherently good people. But you come to this planet to learn two things. One, to learn about love, and secondly, to learn about why we are here and what it all means. You can't sit in one class alone and skip the other one. You must attend both. And if you don't have that understanding, and if you don't embrace, as the Hopi say, the old ways, the old teachings, to live with the planet, to make the planet the first consideration in everything we do, you are no longer welcome. That's what this is about. What we are doing now is our online conferences continue, and we've had different elders. In fact, probably half of the people involved have been original elders. In fact, I think coming up next time, we've got another one, haven't we? Yes. And we keep doing that. And what we are doing is we talk about different aspects of how the change will take place. What will our children, how will they be educated? Will we continue the way we are? where virtually in our schools in Australia, from about the time of 7, they're giving standardized national tests to compare against each other to find out who is passing and who is a failure. And year after year after year, they sit for test after test after test after test, and they call that education. I call it torture. Because here's the point. In every one of those tests, ladies and gentlemen, there are children who are going to fail, and they know they fail, and they think of themselves as failures. What tests do is divides us into good readers and bad readers. And the people who read well succeed, and the ones who failure, aren't they? They should just go and hang their head in the corner and just look upon themselves as a failure for the rest of their life. That's what our education system does. That's got to change. So we do those sorts of things. But here's the point. We're finishing up. December this year is the last one we're doing like that. We may do different stuff after that, but we don't need to do any more past that point. All we're going to be doing for the rest of this year, and we're talking about children next, and we're going to be talking about other things, what should be taught for our children in the future, how we've got to behave. We're running out of time. And I'm going to close with this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm original, so is Evan. And we have a philosophy called seed dreaming. And seed dreaming is where you throw the seeds out all over the place. And you throw them out once only, and then you walk away. And you let the seed and the person who's receiving the seed decide whether they want to germinate or not. You don't go back and nag them time after time after time. What we are asking you to do at these times is when you go out and see other people who don't know about this, you tell them about it once. Now, if they decide, no, I want empirical proof, send them to our website or get them to join our online conferences where they can go back. If they become a subscriber, they can watch all of these 17 other conferences and get all the information. That's right. And all the empirical stuff is there, and they can find that and say, yeah, I can see there's something here. Then once that germ, that seed will then germinate. Now, in some cases, ladies and gentlemen, it will not germinate. You've lost them. And whatever you do, if you go back time after time and try and convince them, that won't work. This is not what seed dreaming is about. Everyone now is accountable for themselves. And I know we've got about finished now. Is that about right?
Yeah, no, we
I just want to...
Yeah. All right, I'm going to finish up now and finish with this. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're asking you to do now is when you see people in the street talking about fearful things, stop that talk and say there's hope and explain what the Indigenous people around the world are saying is going to happen. And then put that seed out there and then walk away and say, I've done my job. And thank you for that. We better finish up now.
Thank you, Stephen and Evan. That was totally epic, and definitely we're changing timelines. I don't want to waste words with me, but I want to introduce Grandmother Suzanne to you. I'm going to bring her on screen, and I think that you guys should meet. This totally resonates, and I'm going to take myself off screen for a few minutes, and you guys just engage.
It sounds like a marriage proposal.
Grandmother Suzanne, you're muted.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your sharing. I did a talk earlier today on some of the Indigenous prophecies, and you said the same thing that I said in different words. And I've been working on a film called Indigenous Prophecy Today, and I was on my way to Australia when COVID hit. The day I was supposed to leave for Australia, you guys closed down Qantas. But I've been keeping in touch, and when you had that ceremony at Uluru, the day that it was, I can't remember the exact date of it. All I know is that I'm from Alaska, but right now I'm in the border between Canada and Alaska, right in Lummi Island, near Lummi Island. And I knew that was an important ceremony, the first one at Uluru and I said, this is what I was taught we were waiting for. I went to Australia probably 5 or 6 years ago. I met Auntie Minnie. I spent the night at her house. I love Auntie Minnie Mace.
Oh.
And Auntie Rochelle is in my original documentary. You might know Auntie Rochelle as well. But when you said Auntie Minnie, I was like, oh my God, I love Auntie Minnie. But the point I'm trying to make is that we said that until that happens in Australia, the rest of us cannot move forward. That had to happen. That was prophesied. So I remember that day of that ceremony, sitting here on the water and just praying and trying to connect to the ley lines and connect into what was happening and the energy of what that ceremony was bringing. And all I can tell you, we all have our own spiritual experiences, but all I can tell you is that I was surrounded by eagles. My Clicket name is Chaaksik, Eagle Daughter, but there was a circle of eagles that came and flew. And when I was in Australia and I went to Bunjil's cave, and we were greeted by your beautiful Australian eagles flying, and it felt like such a sign. And I thought, okay, this is happening now. And I spoke a little bit earlier this morning. I showed a picture of Prophecy Rock, and I'll put you in touch with Grandma Percy Ami, who is Hopi. She's but Grandmother Percy took me out to First Mesa, and it was an absolute beyond blessing to go there. But she also took me to Prophecy Rock, and the two lines that you were talking about, I showed the picture of where there's the split, and in the first line that goes up on Prophecy Rock, that ends. That's where all the people are, and it ends. But then there's the lower line, and I didn't know until I actually saw Prophecy Rock in person that lower line, the one that connects to the earth, the humble, that continues around the rock. And there's only one symbol on that lower line, but it represents, and there is the time that we're at now that you're talking about. There is a line that connects the upper line and the lower line. And when we pass through, but when that time is over, we've been told there's no more choice. You make that choice to walk the spiritual path. And this time right now that they told me this is one of our last chances to make that choice, to by our own free will, to choose that path close to the earth, to choose the simple path. So your words have resonated. The truth of what you say is resonating. I'm so honored to be a part of this, and I can't wait to meet you when I come to Australia. And if you come to Alaska, and I see the Northern Lights a lot. I've lived in Alaska for 30 years, 40 years, and I can tell you that those lights are not Northern Lights. They're not the same thing as the energy that comes or the look of the Northern Lights. No. It's definitely from the earth.
It's from the earth. You're right. It's so interesting you said that, Susan. It reminded me of an account we got of a person who was doing the ceremony you were doing at the same time in Tasmania, wasn't it, Evan?
Yes.
That one. And it's interesting because it was about an animal. And what she said happened was she went out into the bush on her own. No one was near her, and she sat down and began to meditate. And as that time got closer, this cow appeared from nowhere and then sat beside her. And then at 7:32, when she started meditating, the cow cried. And we had to look it up because we didn't know that cows actually cry. We didn't know they do. But the animals sensed it. You're right. The animals were actually, when the eagles came there, they knew what this was about. They were fully aware this was their opportunity. And I believe that they were ecstatic about the fact that we chose them well. Because it was interesting when we did that ceremony, I was given at the very beginning a number that the elders could start the rock up. They couldn't turn it, they could leave it an idle, but they couldn't make it run. That had to come from the planet itself. And we had to do that. Now, the number we were told, when I was told this number to begin with, I said, look, I don't know if we're going to get that number. It turned out that the number of people involved was 10 times above what we were given. And what that meant was that we knew then, once that was happening, that the old ways that we're talking about here, and yeah, I'm not talking about that we all build teepees and lean-tos and we go out and gather bush and all that sort of stuff. That's not what the Hopi are talking about. It's not what the indigenous people are talking about. We have to come back to honoring our mother, the planet. That's the creator. It's alive. A mother is alive, and she's now cleaning herself up. I believe those lights, like you said, this is not ice crystals and northern lights. This is the mother showing us, giving off energy, showing us, like the Hopi said, we would see things in the skies. They mention this all the time. You will see things in the sky and things that will happen that do not make sense. These are the signs. What they're trying to do right now is they desperately want as many humans as possible to stay on this planet. But I've got to make the point that the elders, I did ask once one person, one of the people we're working with, and some of these people, as this went along, they went bad. Everyone was under so much stress when this happened. I asked what percentage of people would ascend, and the number was 2%. But I want to make a point, and this might sound a bit bizarre, that number is far higher now, and I'm going to thank one thing. The virus that we're talking about has helped many people ascend. And we've got a guide, Mesref, from the other side, one of the aliens, who said that this was the greatest gift humans were ever given. And people would think, gift? How can this be a gift? Because honestly, a great gift, and you would know this from indigenous points of view, a great gift must be earned. You just don't get it because it's Christmas and you get one when you sit under the tree. You have to earn this gift. And that's what we're doing right now. Each person is going through their own journey as to whether they are going to earn this gift. And if they embrace it the right way and don't become fearful, because that's what they're trying to do. The mob, that there is the Cabal, or whatever you want to call this group, they do know about the ceremony. You know that too. And we don't have time now, but we could explain to you how the Australian government and Qantas tried to stop that ceremony on the very last day. And we have absolute proof that they conspired together to try and destroy the ceremony. They knew what was going on. And within 6 hours of that ceremony, the Pentagon get together and say they want to do a study into UFOs. Not a coincidence. It's them, because they have to give the truth up. That's the point in this game. Even when they're lying to us, they must also tell the truth. And then, of course, then they're told us, oh, it's probably Russians or Chinese. And it could be them, but we'll put them on the bottom of the list. These are the last moments. And you're right. I heard some of you talk before, and I thought this fits in perfectly, particularly Arnie Minnie Mason. You know Arnie Minnie Mason. The one thing I can tell you about her, and you'd know this too, when she starts talking about something, the wisdom that comes out of her is so great that you don't remember it all. When she starts getting warmed up, you walk away nearly brain dead. You know that all of it made sense. We spent a 6-hour time with Arnie Minnie when she was talking about Egypt, and we came out in a daze, but it was all right. She is so wise. And when she told us, number one, about the toilet paper, well before anyone else. And I remember at the time, it was quite funny because we actually forgot it. Evan and I completely forgot it. We just thought this is rubbish. But then one lady who came up to do one of the talks with us said, do you remember when she spoke about the toilet paper? And we said, no. She said, I bought toilet paper for 3 years after that, and I had a room full of it. And then I doubted Auntie Minnie and started using it. And she said, I used the last toilet paper roll 1 week before the beginning of that word that we don't say aloud. And I hung on to it. She said, I could have made a fortune selling it because people were fighting for it and fighting in the streets to get it. But there's only Minnie 5 years before telling us something no one else would tell us. And then she tells us the last sign is the birds. You can't argue with indigenous old way wisdom. You can't argue with it because the old keepers kept the truth alive all the way through. Forget the scientists. They know nothing. Listen to the elders of the old way and they will tell you what to do. And as we've said many times, each indigenous tribe had a skill. The Hopi kept the prophecies, and all of their prophecies, they should be studied. And in the future, when the change has come, all of our children will be learning all the Hopi prophecies and memorizing what they said, because they are the great keepers of the future. And it's upon us. And as you know, Susan, this is now part of the last time. If people sensed it, people felt it, and then we filmed it. And we can't give you more. What we're doing is chronicling what the Hopi told us would happen. All those pictures, and we've got another one of the red sun we couldn't put up, of the red eye, the purifier that they spoke of, but we couldn't grab it, but it's there. And that will continue to happen. And so what they're doing is, even in these last moments, every one of those signs, they're begging all of the people out there to embrace it. And if they don't, that's their path. But it's running out. Okay. I think we're finished, if that's the case.
Yeah.
All right, Omar, we'll go back to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And thank you for your work, all of you.
It's a pleasure. We're all doing the same thing.
Thank you, grandmother. Let's, guys, are ready to do this raffle?
Yes.
Yeah, share my screen here. This is going to be fun. I did this one time before, and it was a lot of fun. So let me jump up here. Come over here.
He's going to pick someone and he gets a free ticket. Is that it? Yep. Also,
I'll hit my screen up there. We got 20 entries.
Good.
And whoever wins, guys, I'll put my email into the comments. Reach out to me for further information on how to go about collecting your ticket. So you guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Here we go.
This is awesome. Hey, would it be fun if we won the free ticket?
Rockers.
That's Australia, Los Angeles. We didn't win the free ticket.
Awesome.
All right, come and join us. We're going to be doing this one that's coming up. We're focusing in the most important part of the change, our children. And what we're going to look at is basically, we always have a major theme in each one. We want to look at the way our children should be taught in the future, as opposed to the way they're being taught now. And we're going to do a couple of those. And, of course, we'll also introduce new information of the change and stuff like that as well. But, yeah, and congratulations, Rockers, from Los Angeles. And the beauty of this is when we're running this, if it's an inappropriate time, you have our online conference for months, don't they?
Yeah.
You can watch it anytime you want. So, yeah, congratulations, and thank you for that, and thank you for the people who joined in. And those who missed out, you didn't completely miss out, because you can still join in. You can join in at one way. Either way, they get a 10% discount, don't they?
They do. There's a code that has been flashing up.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah. All right. So come and join us and learn about the truth, what's coming. And, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Much love to you. A lot of respect. And earlier when you were saying that, you don't remember anything, well, after you walk away, you're in a daze. That's usually how I feel with you guys. Just I walk away with my head like this big, and I got to go back and rewatch our streams and say, okay, what was he talking about again? And right, because it's next level stuff, right? And I want to truly understand it. And I appreciate you guys, and I love you guys very much. And you guys will be back on closing day, and I'm looking forward to that. So love you guys. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. And
Thank you.
Evan, I'll shoot you a message here in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
guys.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you.
Thank you for your flexibility, Susan.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's been amazing. Thank you so much for the connections.
Yes. That's
I don't know how to get off.
Okay, let's see. I'll get you out. Oh, I removed you. Somebody else removed you at the same time. 2 negatives make a positive, apparently. Okay, so that was energizing and amazing. And I definitely will have to watch it again because I couldn't catch it all either. But I am next going to introduce you to a very brilliant light. Here we go, Dr. Pamela Girali. And I'm going to read a little bit about her bio, and then we're going to give you an incredible insight into how she gained her superpowers. So Dr. Pamela Girali is a visionary and a pioneer in spiritual growth and transformation. She shares life-changing experiences and insights with clarity and humor, which is one thing that really helps during these times. She captivates readers and audiences with wisdom and practical guidance from the blueprint for the human spirit, which you will learn about today, her holistic model for conscious, compassionate living. She is an architect for the human spirit. She was in her past life, she was a registered nurse with a master's degree in public health and a doctorate in holistic health sciences. She is uniquely qualified to present teachings from the blueprint since it evolved in harmony with her own transformation. And tonight we're going to learn about that transformation. I also want to let you know that we published this beautiful book called The Dance of Ego and Essence, Confession of a Divine Diva, that will give you some insights into the radical honesty that Dr. Pamela shares and how incredibly clear the energy is that she offers. So welcome.
Hi, I am so thrilled to be with you, Kathy, and am so excited to be a part of Humanity Unplugged. What amazing people have gathered here to share wisdom and practical guidance with the world. How exciting is that?
Yes. Well, this time of change is really what everyone's coming together because everyone has a piece of the puzzle, either as a teacher, guide, healer, or example of how to live in these new times, because there's no question that we're in a time of huge change.
We absolutely are. And I think we're all thrilled to be a part of that and know that everyone can make changes in their own lives to bring them into a higher alignment with the truth of their being. And certainly that is what the blueprint for the human spirit helps us to do.
Right. Well, what I'm excited about sharing today with you is how you were gifted this knowledge, because you were ill, and then this was part of your transformation to what you know today and the gift that you can share. Do you want to talk a little bit about that before we start and yes. You can just direct me, okay?
Okay, sure.
Please.
I'd love to share a little bit about my background, because I think even though I felt I was an unlikely candidate to receive this divine inspiration, I wouldn't have without the fundamental, very legalistic background that I was raised in. I was raised with the unholy trinity of guilt, shame, and fear, and finally left that behind and pursued a career where I was able to help people through my nursing training and public health. I worked for the Fox Chase Cancer Center in Philadelphia, for the American Cancer Society, the Oncology Nursing Society, Prevent Blindness America. I was the program director for the entire country for Prevent Blindness America. So I had many amazing leadership opportunities in healthcare. And it was during that time that I was given an opportunity to attend the Center for Creative Leadership in Greensboro, North Carolina. There I did visioning and journaling for the first time. And what I realized was that there is so much more than what I was focused on with my career. In fact, I had a whole new vision. And when I went back to work, I realized that my job was no longer compatible with my new vision. So I left it all behind. And talk about a change, and talk about losing everything from my income and a sense of accomplishment. But in the process, I became a spiritual seeker, and I read every book I could get my hands on. I went to every workshop and every holistic expo in the area in an effort to discover what I was searching for. I didn't know what that was, but I kept searching. And I was very fearful because I was raised in an environment where everything that wasn't a literal translation of the Bible was wrong and would take you down that wrong path. So I was very fearful, but yet I continued. And there came a moment when I was gifted with the blueprint for the human spirit. I was awakened in the middle of the morning, 3:30 in the morning, when the skies are clear and the veil is thin, and information started flowing in. I received divine downloads 3 or 4 days a week for 6 months. And as a result, I received this beautiful guide for conscious, compassionate living. And it seemed as if every time new information came to me, I was given the chance to learn more about it, to integrate it into my way of being. So slowly, one step at a time, one concept at a time, and with sacred geometry, which at that point I had no idea what it was, I received the blueprint. And it came to me in the form of a matrix that helped me to understand all the aspects of life and how we live and learn and grow and become more aware, how we learn how to be more authentic, how we learn to discover why we're here and live purposefully, how we live in harmony with all creation and all humanity so that we can do our part in a positive way, and how we truly can be the hands and the heart and the voice of God here on earth, how we can express our divinity through our humanity. That was a far cry from what I was raised with, because I was taught that I was an unworthy sinner. And no one ever told me about my original divinity or that of everybody. So I discovered that through the blueprint. And in the process, I felt as if I could truly show up as the essence that I am. As a result, the blueprint has become not only my passion, but my purpose. It's why I'm here. And I'm here to put all the pieces together. And that is why in the creation of this beautiful blueprint, I feel that I have the opportunity to be an architect for a new earth. And certainly that is what I'm sharing today. I'm so excited to bring that forth because I believe it can help people in so many ways. The blueprint helped me to discover what love really means and how to be love and how to express that. It taught me how we're all energetic beings and all part of the whole, and how we are one with all that is. And in the process, the greatest thing happened to me was that I lost my fear of failure, my fear of death, my fear of being abandoned or rejected, my fear of not being enough or good enough. And certainly that is something we all could use today, because we've been living in a time when fear has been paramount for most people. So the blueprint, I would like to just share an example of one small aspect of the blueprint in the form of a chart. If Kathy will put that up for me. This is the primary 25 cells in the matrix. As you can see, there are 5 columns, 5 dimensions: the physical, mental, emotional, intuitive, and spiritual dimensions in the blueprint. And there are 5 fields of existence: the quantum or energetic, the personal, where we focus inward, the social, where we share our gifts, the global, where we understand our connection and our oneness with all that is, and the eternal realm of being. So that creates 25 cells in the blueprint matrix. Now, we've talked a lot. Many people talk about letting the matrix go, and certainly this is a different kind of matrix. This is just a way for us to understand a little bit more about all the different aspects of our being. And what happened to me is that as I made shifts in consciousness and integrated what I had learned into my way of being, then the lines and the cells start to disappear and to create this sense of wholeness and oneness and allness that we are part of. So certainly you can see that there is a lot going on here. And this is just one small aspect of the blueprint. There are attributes, there are different types of qualities that help us to learn and grow. And what this shares with us is how we make shifts in our lives to bring ourselves into alignment, to bring our body, our mind, heart, and soul into alignment with truth, so that we truly can be an expression of the divine that we are. So this is just an example, and certainly there is a lot more information about the blueprint in my books, but also online. There is a free ebook that you can sign up for on my website, and I'll show that to you a little bit later. So Kathy, you can take that down. So I would like to just tell you that in the process of the blueprint developing and evolving in harmony with my own personal growth, I realized that it was a very interesting intellectual exercise. And so often we get stuck in the head, we get stuck in the mind, and we think we have to know more and learn more. And certainly it helps to a certain degree. But until we make a shift into the heart and soul, we will never fully realize the truth of our being, and we'll never be able to express the essence that we are. As a result of that, I kept learning and growing, but one day I experienced something that changed my life completely. I was meditating, and to be honest with you, I'm not good at that because I'm very hyper. I mean, I'm very energized and very, I move around a lot, as you can tell. Everything makes it difficult for me to just be still and to be quiet. I like to share and I like to talk. But this one particular morning, I was on my lanai meditating, and very quickly, I went into a very ultra deep state for an hour and a half, and I experienced a dramatic event in the lives of like 15 past lives. It was so intense that I could hardly function afterwards. It was on a Sunday, and I was planning to attend a church service. And when I came to, I went into my office and I thought, I have to remember what a little bit about what happened to me, so that because I knew it was extremely important. So I wrote down in my journal just a couple of lines about each of these individuals that I experienced, and realized at that time there were 15. Well, there were 15 primary boxes or cells in the matrix at that point. And when I recalled these individuals, I recalled them in a different format, one in order of the blueprint matrix. Well, I went to church and a friend of mine said, "What happened to you?" Because I was so out of it. I could hardly function. I could hardly talk. And she said, "Just go home and write it down, write everything down that you can." And I'm so grateful that she told me to do that, because I did. And in the process, I learned so many things. I spent 8 hours just writing as much as I could remember. And I will now share the chart about the archetypes. So one thing that I realized was that there were people from all walks of life. There were men, women, and children, and they spanned the ages from ancient Mayan times to more early 1900s. So in the process of experiencing a dramatic event, there was also a reflection of how each one of these had a core shift in consciousness. They reflected a shift that I had made or was making in my life to live more consciously and compassionately and authentically. Some of them were victims that were treated horribly. Some of them tried hard and failed, used ego effort and didn't quite succeed. And then there were those who got it, who understood, who were able to live more consciously. And they also reflected the spiritual journey and how we evolve from being victims to striving hard, using our own effort to make a difference, until we realize that we can show up and allow God to work through us, and then even show up as the presence of God, so to speak, here on earth. So I'd like to share a little bit about a few of these individuals. The first one in the physical dimension was a sacrificial virgin from back in Mayan times. And I will tell you that I experienced this not only at the time that this meditation happened, but also when I was visiting Tulum, because it looked so familiar. It felt so familiar. I walked up to the ruins of a home and I thought, I lived there. I knew that. And this particular gal was 13 when she was sacrificed, and she was born. She was the first one in her community born after the winter solstice. Well, my birthday just happens to be December 22, so that made it interesting. And she was turned over to the high priest by her mother. Now, when we turn 13, that's supposedly the age of accountability. And so that is when our parents turn us over, so to speak, to the high priest, our own higher self, so that we can make choices and learn and grow. And certainly, when we look symbolically at death, it represents changes. So there's a lot of symbolism in each of their stories, in each of these archetypes, or because I do believe that they are relevant to many, many people. So this one, this particular archetype or past life reflected that there is a point in time where we become responsible for ourselves, and we have to take care of ourselves first. If we follow the wisdom of the heart, which first pumps oxygenated blood to itself, then we have enough energy and enough whatever we need to be able to fulfill our higher purpose and to live authentically and purposefully. So the message for this particular archetype is to take good care of yourself first. Now, right below in this chart and the physical dimension is an impoverished mother. She was from Appalachia, and I had heard about her first, or some prior to this time also, but I experienced her in this particular meditation. I had been told by someone, by a medical intuitive about her. I had inquired about why I chose not to have children in this lifetime. And this medical intuitive said to me, well, in a past life, you were married 3 times, went through 3 husbands, had 22 children, many of whom died, lived in poverty in Appalachia, and you grieved so deeply that you said you could never do that again. And then this woman said to me, and how could you be the mother of the earth and bring forth this amazing gift that you will bring forth if you have a family and have to spend so much time and energy caring for them? Well, at that time, I had no idea what she was talking about. But now I understand, because the blueprint started emerging exactly 2.5 days after she shared that with me. And in my meditation, I was lying down trying to rest, and all these dirty little urchin faces were hovering over me, looking at me, waiting for me to feed them. And I knew that I would have a huge challenge because my last husband had passed. I had no way to earn money. I had no way to feed my children. But as social beings, we are here to share and to help others, to nourish and protect those in need. So there are many examples of how in the personal realm where we are victims, as you can see, there are many other of individuals that I experienced these near-death experiences, these past life experiences that touched me so deeply. And each one of them also reflected an aspect of my life today. They weren't just about the past, but they were symbolic of what was happening to me today and what I had experienced. Under the mental dimension, there was a deaf and dumb child from the colonies, and she was forced to go to school, but she couldn't hear and she couldn't speak, and she hid under a desk because the children were very abusive to her. And all I could remember after listening to that about experiencing her was that I had been told many, many times as a child that little girls are to be seen and not heard. And I thought, wow, this is not exactly what we are trying to learn, what we need to know in this day. We need to be able to express ourselves. We need to be able to open our minds and our hearts. But certainly the core shift in consciousness here was to be open and to be receptive and to share and to learn new ideas. So, but as you can see, in each of the dimensions, there were past lives that so poignantly reflected exactly what I was learning from the blueprint, what I had discovered and was intellectually understood, but I experienced it. And unless we truly experience what it is that we are to learn and integrate into our way of being, we will never be able to fully become all that we are. Well, I would like to share two other past lives. The one is the Indian shaman from the global area in the physical dimension. And perhaps Kathy can share his picture. This is Tanate, and I have been in contact with him a number of times as well. This was drawn for me by an intuitive artist as one of my spirit guides back in a few years before I had my meditation. And Tanate is a shaman from Southwest US about 1,000 years ago. And once I experienced him, because I was in meditation, sucked through a wormhole and landed back in time 1,000 years, sitting cross-legged at a fire. And I was tapped on the shoulder by Tanate, by this Indian shaman, and motioned to follow him. We were going on a journey up a mountain. Well, of course, you all understand that going up a mountain is going into higher awareness, but we climbed this mountain and climbed and would pause for a rest and climb some more and keep going. We kept going up and up this mountain. And we got near the top and we merged as one. And in that moment, I realized that our so-called spirit guides, everything that we think of as being separate is actually a part of us. We became one. And I continued to climb. And when I reached the top of the mountain, I was in the presence of God. And it was so light and so bright and so powerful that I couldn't speak. And I was in absolute awe and so touched by this light, this love light, that I have never been the same. But Tanate also came as an eagle, with a scroll of information. And that scroll, of course, is the blueprint for the human spirit. Now, in my meditation, where when I experienced the 15 past lives, Tanate was walking along a path, and he knew what was going to happen. He knew that his tribe was going to be dispersed. They would no longer be there in the Southwest, but he continued to share wisdom and help his tribe to heal and to discover exactly what they could do in that particular moment to live fully and to live joyfully. So there was another time when I encountered this beautiful American Indian shaman. I was walking along a path with him, and he gave me his medicine bag with all the gifts that were in it. And the interesting thing about that is, even though I was in the healing fields, in nursing and public health, I had not been fully aware of all of my healing gifts. But with the evolution of the blueprint, I was also given the gift of intuitive healing. I realized that I was intuitive. And for someone who was so rational and logical and skeptical, that was quite an interesting realization. And I was given the gift of how to share that with others in a divine download where something just went over my entire body. I realized then in that moment that I knew exactly what each part of my body, what each position, what each motion meant in terms of intuitive healing. And so I was given this gift, and today I do what I call spiritual blueprinting. And the process includes the fact that I am able to, in a state of prayer and openness, become like a mirror. And I receive knowings, words, ideas, conceptions, everything just is a sense, it just comes to me like awareness. And my body goes into motion and I act out what I see. I become a mirror. I speak in first person and share what I sense. And when I start moving one way or another, I know what that means and I reflect it. I receive imagery. I see things. Like if I'm playing an air piano and I don't understand why I'm talking about harmony and discordance and melodies and all that stuff, that music means something to the person that I'm working with. So the imagery is also perfect. But in the process, I receive guidance on how shifts in perception can make a difference. How when we look at our life situation, when we look at what is happening to us with new eyes and see things, almost step outside of ourselves and see things for the truth, to realize the essence of what is happening to us and grasp the gift, then this shift in perception brings forth healing. And in order for us to heal, we have to change our mind. It is a shift from perhaps a negative perception or a limiting perception into something that helps us to fully realize the truth of our being. So that was one of the gifts that I received from Tanate. So Kathy, would you go back to the archetype chart? Yes. There's one other I would like to share with you, and that is the beloved child of God. Now, after I had my 15 archetype or past life experiences, I was visiting with a friend later in the week who is a therapist, and I told her about what happened to me. And she said, well, would you like to do a regression? And I thought, it's going to take me forever to really make a lot of sense from what I just experienced, but why not? What's one more, right? Well, she guided me back in time, and I was a child at the feet of Jesus when he said, let the children come to me, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And he was like a beloved uncle who just was so loving and so caring. And in that moment, I really knew exactly what those words mean, because this whole process of us evolving, of discovering who we are and why we're here, and learning how to live more consciously and compassionately and authentically, we become like children. Children are innocent, not tainted by judgment. They are open like sponges. They are curious and creative and absolutely loving. And that is exactly what we strive to be like children, beloved children of God. And that is how we learn how to express our divinity through our humanity. So this is just a little taste of what I experienced and how the blueprint for the human spirit through an experience became fully integrated into my way of being. And it is why I am so compassionate about sharing the blueprint with others and guiding people through this process of learning more about who they are and why they are here. So we will just go back. You can take down the chart, Kathy, if you would, please. So one other thing really happened to me that I want to share with you, and it is about the book that Kathy mentioned, The Dance of Ego and Essence. I had been sick with viral thyroiditis. I was flatlined for about 6 months. I couldn't do anything. I had no energy. And it eventually resolved itself, and I was able to start working again. And I asked the higher powers that be, what should I do first? Because I hadn't been working. I hadn't been focusing on the blueprint. And I was told to go to my office an hour early in the morning to meditate and journal confessions for 40 days. Well, I had no idea why 40 until I started doing some research, and I realized that 40 is the number of rebirth. And 40 is very prominent in a number of sacred stories, the 40-day flood, 40 years in the wilderness, there's 40 weeks of gestation. And so 40 was very significant. And the idea that this process that I was going through would be a rebirth was also very important. What happened in the process was just perfect, because I had no idea what to do, but I just came to my office, lit a candle, sat down, and waited in the silence. And a word popped into my mind. The very first word was discipline. Well, I don't have a good relationship with discipline because I was harshly disciplined as a child. My mother made me stand in the corner, and when you are a hyperactive child, that is torture. My father was much more harsh in his discipline, and certainly we were punished for everything that we said wrong and did wrong because my parents were doing their best to make sure we made it inside the pearly gates. But so discipline, had this visceral reaction. You know, I don't want anybody telling me what to do or how to do it. And I thought, wow, there's my first confession. So I grabbed my journal and I wrote that down. And then I wrote for an hour. I wrote about my personal experiences and how discipline becomes integrated into our way of being so that we become self-disciplined. And when we learn how to say no to one thing, we can say yes to something else. And we can pursue our heart's desires. And in that process, discipline becomes direction. And what a beautiful process. What I wrote was exactly what I had learned about discipline and direction and choosing our heart's desires through the blueprint for the human spirit. The next day, I had another word, scattered. Well, when you're very creative, you're all over the place and it's very hard to stay focused. But when we understand why we're here, we certainly can focus our activities and focus our energies on something that is relevant and important and significant so that we can live purposefully. So I wrote again about how I transformed being scattered to being focused. And every day for 40 days, this happened to me. In the process, I was just letting everything flow through me. And it was a radical honesty process. And I can't stress enough how important it is to be radically honest. Because when we are radically honest, then all the ego's ways of trying to embellish itself and hide its shortcomings and minimize its weaknesses and maximize its strengths, when we get to that point where we can truly be radically honest, cleanse our souls, we can free ourselves of so much of the past, so many limitations, all this baggage that we have brought with us, and all this ballast, all the fake ways that we have presented ourselves. We can let it go, because then we are free. We are free to be all that we are. We are free to embrace the essence of our being. And in that process of being so totally honest, we are free to fly. And that is what happened to me. I was euphoric in this process. I can't encourage you all enough to join me in this process. I have created also, in addition to sharing my stories, I have a companion journal that includes meditations that also were downloaded at the same time. And I have recorded the meditations with a gifted musician, and they will soon be available as well on my website. But certainly, I would encourage you to free yourself of so many things that have happened in the past that may be keeping you from fully realizing and expressing the truth of your being, because you are divine. And as long as we carry around all this baggage and all this negativity with us, we can't fully become the hands and the heart and the voice of God in the way that we were designed to be, in the way that we possibly can be. So there are so many different things that I have discovered by receiving the blueprint, by experiencing all these transformative experiences. And I am dedicated to sharing them with others, because I believe that we change the world from within. What is within us is expressed outward. And in order for us to make the greatest difference in the world, the greatest gift that we can give to the world is our best self, one that is authentic, compassionate, and conscious as possible. And in doing that, then the energy shifts and everything changes. That is how we can change the world to the greatest degree. That is why I focus on this inward part of us and how we become our best selves, how we discover our divine blueprint so that we can be authentic, that we can show up as the presence of God wherever we go, show up as love. I will never forget doing an intuitive healing one day, and this gal who was so earnest about her spiritual growth, she was actually studying to be a chaplain. And she said, how can I let go of ego? I want to be, the best I can be. And I'm sitting there in a state of a more deeper state at the time, because when I do healings, I'm in an altered state. And I started to giggle. And I thought, oh, this is inappropriate. But then this voice came out of me and said, oh, you mortals and your egos. Instead of trying to eliminate your ego, embrace it, integrate it into your way of being, express your divinity through your humanity, and allow the ego and the essence to dance in harmony together so that you can be all that you were born to be. And so that was an amazing gift. But the other gift that came was, in the process, it doesn't matter what you do, who you serve, or where you work. all that you have to do every day is to show up as the presence of God, show up as the love that you are. And the loving energy that you are will just shine forth and transform the situation in life. It will transform the world one person at a time through the love that we are. And so this is why I am here. I believe that I am here in this lifetime to put all the pieces together. And certainly the wisdom that came to me through the blueprint, some of it I had really learned and read through other texts, but it all came together into this beautiful whole that does reflect all aspects of life and guides us so that we truly can live optimally. We can achieve our highest potential as we create the life that we were born to live. So I have no idea what time it is, but I would like to just share with you one more slide that will, well, there was a whole, that's okay. Just we'll pass that one up because I talked about that. Next one. There is on my website a free ebook about the blueprint for the human spirit to help you discover your divine blueprint. And it's called A Blueprint for Conscious, Compassionate Living. It's full of beautiful pictures that my husband took. And certainly this is where you can receive the ebook on my website, drpamelagirali.com. So I am so thrilled to be here and encourage you to discover your divine blueprint, to use the process of radical honesty to free yourself of everything that might be limiting you, and to know that in the process of discovering who you are and living authentically and purposefully, you truly will know your oneness with all that is and be free of fear. Certainly, I lost my fear that I had as a result of my upbringing, and I am thrilled to be able to share the blueprint with you so that you too can experience life in its fullest. What a joy, what a blessing. I'm so grateful for everyone that I have had a chance to learn from and learn with and to be in harmony with, to be in this moment with, because that is how we make a difference. That is how we certainly live to our fullest potential as essence. Thank you.
Hello, I'm back. Pamela, that was perfect. And we do have a little bit of time. We're not going to do the stretch.
You can take down the.
Well, I want to.
You leave it up. Okay.
Well, I want everyone to see this again, because I don't know if you all. I know I've done work where I've experienced a past life. But I don't know very many people that have experienced 15
at once
in an hour and a half. And they're all different.
Very different.
They're all so different. They obviously wanted you to embody the knowledge of the blueprint. Yes. I'm saying God. What do you think? I mean, was there a common thread that you felt was part of the mission? I mean, because these are all different, a nun, a slave, a decadent glutton from Rome. I mean, look at these, you guys. I don't know if you got to see it. Please take a chance and look at this. Gifted artists.
A village harlot.
Well, that might be fun to know. But
yes.
A Indian shaman. I mean, seriously, if anyone's actually catching what you're saying, this is quite remarkable because you have the physical dimension, the mental dimension, the emotional dimension, the intuitive dimension, and the spiritual dimension. And you had experiences that were totally separate in each one. Could you talk a little bit about it?
Yes. Just to kind of summarize a couple things, everyone in the personal realm, the sacrificial virgin, the deaf and dumb child, the rejected and abused nun, the oppressive slave, and the catatonic girl were all victims. They were all horribly treated and abused to the point where, I mean, it was just painful for me to experience that. But in the process, what I learned from each one was that we make a shift. The sacrificial virgin was to take good care of herself. The deaf and dumb child how to be open and receptive. The nun was how to love herself. She was deformed and abused, sexually abused, and she committed suicide because she was so horribly abused. But when we love and accept ourselves, then we're fine, we're good. The oppressed slave had to learn how to stand up for himself and his beliefs. And certainly the catatonic girl was treated poorly because she was a child who was mentally ill and separate from her higher self. And certainly until we discover who we are and embrace the truth of our being, we are separate from our higher self. So those were the victims. In the social realm, the impoverished mother had to learn that certainly from her that we do our best to nurture and protect those in need. The scholar was hung in the Dark Ages. He was like a Galileo type person. And we have to learn how to express our truth fearlessly and without apology. The village harlot certainly didn't know how to express the love that she was, but that's a lesson for all of us to respect. I mean, she gave away a piece of her soul just trying to survive every time she was with another person. But certainly we learn to express the love as compassion and respect. The exiled ruler had to learn how to balance his power because he gave away so much of his power to his cabinet, so to speak, that they exiled him and he lost his power. And the decadent glutton had a chance to live purposefully and didn't. And so he ended up eating himself out of house and home. He was making fun of the poor people who were begging for food, and he was very wealthy, but he ate himself out of house and home. And he became one of them, one of the wandering. But when we learn to live joyfully and purposefully, then we no longer have to deal with that. So those were the area in the social realm were kind of ego-driven failures. And we learn from them how to be more conscious. In the global realm, we have a chance to be conscious co-creators, like the Indian shaman who teaches us to respect the earth for future generations, and the gifted gay artist who had a chance to be like the darling of the wealthy, but chose to share his beautiful art with the public instead of, using it for money. There was a joyful dancer who every time she moved, she lit up and everybody just loved to watch her. And then there was an herbalist, a crone, who used her powers to help her community. And when the powers that be tried to suppress her, she just gave them the evil eye and they shied away from her. And then there was the martyred saint, like a Joan of Arc type person who was burned at the stake. And when she was burned at the stake, her light was so bright that it touched everybody. And she, mission accomplished.
Right.
But what is interesting about this is in the physical dimension, it reflects the circle of life, which is an aspect of the blueprint. The mental dimension is about the circle of wisdom, and the emotional, the circle of love, the circle of peace. The intuitive dimension is about power, the circle of power. And the spiritual dimension is about light, the circle of light. And it all boils down to the fact that we truly are beloved children of God, here to express our divinity through our humanity. So in a nutshell, we make all these shifts in consciousness in an effort to be able to express our divinity, to embrace the truth of our being. And that was the blessing. I mean, to experience all of those in 1 hour and a half, just one right after the other, was a little
Wow.
much.
Okay, so I have one more question, and this is from me, and then I'll get at the other questions.
Okay.
Did you actually have the pain and fear of the death, or just the storyline? I mean, did you viscerally feel each
Yes.
step?
I went through a dramatic event in each of these lives, in each of these past lives. I re-experienced it to the point where I was grieving, I was suffering, I was elated in some, I was just so intensely, affected by others. It was an experience, each one of them.
Wow, 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 wow. I just wondered, because I've heard you speak of this one other time, and I've seen that chart, but it didn't really hit.
Yes.
How incredible that would have put most people in bed for a month. I mean, wow.
So I redirected my energies so that I was able to understand it in a whole new way. So I took it from a visceral experience into a deeper understanding, and felt that I had integrated fully then into my way of being.
So John Johnson all along has said, wow, I love that chart. Wow, he's definitely gotten what you're saying. And he said, were you must have been a little freaked out seeing yourself in prior lives. Had you done anything before to know about your prior lives, or?
Well, I had heard about a few of them, certainly the shaman and the woman at the impoverished mother, and the dancer I had heard about prior to this time. So those three were known to me, but I hadn't, I didn't feel them. I just knew about them. But the rest of them, no, they were all just right there in my face.
Wow. So I
don't want anybody to have to go through that, because let me tell you, it is very, it wiped me out for quite a while. And it has taken me a long time to be able to fully express that, what they mean, and to understand them. But the key that I believe is that each one of them reflected an aspect of my life today.
Right.
Like if you look at the slave, for instance, as a child, we worked really hard. I was raised in the country, and we worked. And I often felt like a slave, and I couldn't stand up for myself. I was not allowed to express my opinion because I was wrong. I was supposed to be quiet and just accept what I was told. So I had to learn how to express myself, how to stand up for myself. But each one of these beautiful individuals from my past helped. They all came together. And the fact that they fit so perfectly into the blueprint is not an accident. And the fact that I experienced them all at once was not an accident, because I needed to do that to fully integrate the blueprint, to experience it. Yes.
So I've just been given the heads up that we're out of time. I'm so sorry, but
that's okay.
I hope, and thank you for being such a good sport about our timeline.
That's okay.
With
Yes.
the overage. But I want to make sure that everyone, I have put Dr. Pamela's website into the chat. I hope you'll go there, get the free book. Also, the Blueprint for the Human Spirit is available as also a free download. And what you'll find is that there's a lightening of spirit that you get from experiencing this work, that it's not just Dr. Pamela talking. You are right there with her, male, female. You definitely get the radical honesty, the radical change. You do. And and John Johnson saying I may just email her. I have a few.
Oh, please do.
Yes. So
everybody can reach me through my website. Yes. Thank you so very much.
Oh,
I'm so blessed to have been a part of this. Thank you, Kathy, for your support. I've been working with Kathy. Blessings to her and to everyone who's been a part of this amazing event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I can't wait to see how your work shepherds in this new time period. We're so blessed to have you.
Yes, a blueprint for a new earth. Absolutely.
Yes. To the architect.
Yes.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. And Amalia is here. Here she is. So, Amalia, how are you today?
Oh, Kathy, I'm in the element, right? In my element with all of you, Kathy and Omar, Rob, Stone, and all the presenters. I feel I'm such in my tribe.
Yeah.
And yeah, I am. And then the Humanity Unplugged, like really going raw. And I love it. I really love it. And so I'm just wanting to even share my past lives,
Oh, good. Okay.
So many.
Well, what I did, I'd like to read a little bit of your bio, and then you can correct me, because anyway, there was so much information. I did the best I could, but anyway, I want everyone to know.
Yes, there are many aspects to the work, and you're all morphing. We know that, so we just have to
Well, I got to meet Reverend Dr. Amalia in person, because she is part of a major part of the Quantum Chi film, which back then was a film, not an episode. And we showed it here in Colorado with Sharon and Amalia, and they taught Qigong, Qigong at the end of the film. And no one wanted to leave. We had to we had to show the film, and then only had a couple of hours, and people had to get out of the building, and no one wanted to leave because the energy was so amazing. So and I knew right away that we were sisters, and had a great connection. So just so you know, that Amalia is she was born in Malaysia. She's Chinese, and she grew up in Singapore as a Peranakan Chinese, and you'll have to explain that. But the reason that she is an amazing goddess is that she is from a line of healers that have worked with kings and queens and monarchs all throughout Indonesia. Her paternal great-grandfather was Chinese physician to the Sultan of Selangor, Malaysia. Your mother and aunts on your maternal sides were shamanic healers, doing herbal medicines, food as medicine from a Thai lineage, and physical healing. Their skills were also in service to the aristocrats of Malaysia. Her energetic Chinese heritage traces back 2,000 years to the time of the notable Emperor Qin Shi. I'm sorry, I'm just killing these words. Heng Ti. And so I'm gonna stop there. So
Qin Shi Huangdi, the yellow.
well, I just want everyone to know of how amazing this multicultural energy and I want to call it alchemic knowledge that your family kept and trained you in is part of your expression now.
Yes,
okay, so with that, and then you'll let me know. I have the video, so you can let me know when you want it.
Okay, but alchemy is the right word, Kathy. You know, we are just all alchemical beings, aren't we? And we are just weaving our realities together in all the different dimensions, our different multidimensional selves. And I'm just very happy that I'm also reincarnated Chinese and Asian this lifetime. It's really good fun. And then integrating all the other aspects of being European, being American, being I'm right now in Ecuador. I'm just linking up my Incan and Canary selves. And so I think it's an absolutely wonderful theater that we are in, this platform that we have, this stage that we have to explore who we are and internally and in our consciousness. And so I think it's really wonderful that to be with all of you just exploring all this. And I suppose that I'm somewhat expected to present my perspective in terms of being an Asian or the Chinese heritage in the practice of Qigong. So as Kathy has said, I am associate producer with Sharon Rose, my beloved sister of Sacred Mysteries, and she's the director and producer of Quantum Qi. And we're presenting Qigong as a multidimensional aspect of knowing oneself. Self-inquiry, self-realization, actualization, and as service to humanity, especially in these times, right? Since we are all incarnated this lifetime and other lifetimes, of course, before. So I would like to present something that was done in Santa Cruz on a beach in 2007. That's right, that's about 15 years ago. And it was during a sacred geometry workshop with Randy Masters, who taught then the sacred geometry in music in Santa Cruz University. And we met and he invited me to attend this. And Elizabeth Upton showed up to take the footage. And then we talked about the sacred geometry in the body. And so I mentioned that that's what I do, is to really change the alchemy in the body, to transform oneself, to remember in our cellular memories of who we are. And another dear friend, Tiara, spoke of this earlier as well. So, perhaps then Kathy would like to show it, and that explains a little bit. And I'll launch into later on the light languages that came through during the practice of Infinity Quantum Qigong. So there's a lot that's integrated, including the ancient aliens part, and then our eating selves, you know. So I hope this will change people's perspective of what Qigong is, because people think that it's just a very slow motion exercise that old people do in the park. Is that right?
No, this is actually alchemy. So, okay, so I'm going to remove myself and put on the video for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
What I offer is a holistic healing, just healing or health from a holistic point of view, which means that there is a kind of mutability and malleability, flexibility in the way that we look, the multidimensional self. So we look at ourselves not only physically, but emotionally, mentally, spiritually. And there's a reality that comes together like a matrix, and we're able to enter different parts of ourselves and maneuver or journey in the emotions, the thought forms, and know that's an interconnectedness, much like psychosomatic studies right now, the study of the mind and the body, the soma, the body consciousness. So this aspect of my understanding comes through in my work. I've been guided to be an interface, to be a bridge between the esoteric, the world of esotericism, what is, beyond, and the world of metaphysics, with the dimension of healing in the medical, as well as in the spa industry. In the medical, then, it is the aspects of integrative medicine, where we combine the modern technical together with the human technical. And then also in spa industry, to develop spas as the true temples of healing as in the past. Itself, I've given talks and transmissions, even though they may be quiet, transmissions during lectures to doctors, to spa industries, to groups, just very casually, a few people or 1,000 people, all through the media. So each one is an event, and however the information goes out and touches someone, that is how the transmission is being guided at the time. Some of the grounding of this work is the Qigong. As mentioned, it is a traditional form of spiritual practice and evolution, which is also the alchemy. It is the alchemy of the being, and this is the internal alchemy, and also the final discovery of the fountain of youth. It is all within us, and we realize ourselves as nature, vibrations and waves, spirals, circles of nature. Even the traditional symbology of yin and yang, the one that is black and white, if you look closely, there is an S-curve in the middle. That is a waveform. You put them together, they're sine waves. And they represent the double helix, the DNA. And in Chinese cosmology, there are also different representations of what is already in the DNA. For example, the hexagrams, they are binary codes of our DNA codes, and they are linked through mathematics into our sacred geometry or physiometry. That is who we are as representations of a higher order in the cosmos or in the universe. So this is the study which I've linked with ancient wisdom of traditional Qigong, which is mistaken oftentimes as just a form of exercises, where it has to be linked back now to the tradition of energy and consciousness and our genesis. If I was to define Qigong in just a few words, in its essential self, is that it is the practice of pure energy, pure consciousness. It is actually body ecology, and we are connected as nature. We are nature, and we are starlight, moonlight, sunlight, and planetary light. And we are transmitting that through our body into our terrestrial selves. And I would say that we are nature.
Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome. So I think what I'd love for you to talk about is anything that you'd like to share about healing and the integration? You have so much knowledge of the esoteric arts, and you were brought up learning about energy and the way to stay vital. And we're right now between the sunlight hitting the earth and the upgrades, and then all of the consciousness, the media that's hitting us. We need some of that positive energy, and the fountain of youth, please. So I wondered if you might want to talk about that at all, or anything that that would be about your incredible healing gifts.
Right. There's so much there what you just asked in that one question.
Oh, okay. Well, take any part of it or throw it all out.
No, I can handle it. And just breaking
Okay.
it down is that in these times, especially, is that while we are awakening at this moment, that we realize that we are the universe. We are the chalices. We are the temples. Our bodies contain all the memories that we had through many lifetimes and through the quantum field to other planets. And so this is an exciting time for us to be in, to explore and to really discover and then to embody the truth of who we are. And this is why we both named this talk Divinity Reborn, is that we are reborn every day with each breath. And we are capable of recreating ourselves all this time. And we can use the ancient wisdom techniques of going in, the shamanic practices. And I do teach Qigong as a shamanic practice because it calls forth the natural forces of who we are as cosmic forces in the atmospheric Qi, and then into our bodies and our breath, into the different centers of who we are, let's say into the lower Tantian, the navel area, and connect with the umbilical cord or the etheric umbilical cord, and then coming into the kidney and really storing and embodying the kidney jing, right? Our primordial jing, which actually comes from where our DNA comes from. So I'm linking the ancient wisdom with modern science, that we talk about DNA. And we knew about that a long time ago, as I mentioned, that it came through the etheric umbilical cord, through our navel, and to our kidney jing. And there we can embody all that we are from the past and through the DNA. And this is where we also can do our ancestral work and in clearing the past, as well as bringing through all the power and the capabilities and talents that our ancestors has actually bestowed upon us. If we are to do some ancestral veneration work or to do some ancestral clearing work. So this is, it's all contained in our bodies, and how we can access this creative energies through our sexual centers, and then really pour it forth through the heart center to everybody, to every place in the planet that's needing our support right now, our conscious support as spiritual channels, spiritual transmitters and receivers. And so when it comes to health this time, when because of the solar flares, because of current world affairs that we are going through, changes, that there's a constriction of our energy field. There's also the possibility of us expanding our field, our morphogenetic field, and outwards, and really making a change in the planetary grid. So we can bring forth all our interstellar selves, everything that we were and what we remember ourselves to be, to bring it all the way through the center line, our center, the 0 point, and sending it out, because we know it works. And science is showing that it is true that there, through the Heart Math Institute, for example, that if we start to resonate in our hearts with 432, with this tone.
Oh, beautiful.
We actually send out this love. So coming into our hearts and speaking from our hearts and speaking from our truths, that we can really make a change in this matrix. And after all, that's why we were incarnated this lifetime and all the other lifetimes. Perhaps we were foes, perhaps we were heroes, and then other lifetimes, we have an opportunity to choose who we want to be this lifetime. And that is a very beautiful thing to do. Now, going back to health, is that while we know that there is this virus that is in the field, right, in the consciousness, we are also the virus. We are the receptacle of all these viruses and bacteria that's in our body, that's in our gut. That's why we have to keep a good gut health, and also to promote the balance in the flora, that we, through our ways of eating and agriculture, the ways that we have as humanity, and I include myself, as contaminating the planet, even to the use of plastics, or inevitably the use of skincare, for example, or even fabrics, the textiles we buy. And so we are contributing to what the earth is going through, which is an imbalance in the gut and in the depths of Pachamama, of Mother Earth. Then it's up to us now to really bioremediate the earth. And we have solutions. So we have solutions through products like this mineral powder that can bioremediate water and land, very much in the same way as biodynamics. So in biodynamics, which is part of Rudolf Steiner's whole spectrum of wisdom, is that we are going back to the times when we learn how to be in harmony with the planetary forces, not just growing food just to survive, but to really thrive. And because, for example, hydroponically grown vegetables do not have the full substance of the earth, even though it's supposed to be balanced. But we also understand that we have to be part of the modern world and also consider food security at this time. We also have to see that food security and many of the scarcity that we're going through is not true. It is an illusion, because there's plenty for everyone. It's an abundant life, and we have to tap into this new consciousness of bringing that forth and share and distribute all the love and all the resources and money and energy and health that we have to everyone. And let's clear out some of the illusions, and let's bring in some new systems of healing, especially healthcare at this time. And I know I'm just going to this whole spectrum now, because that's how I'm guided to talk about it. That's how it works with me. It's that I just do it spontaneously according to the guidance that's coming through. So we are making changes in this system, some financial systems, the healthcare systems, banking systems, and governmental systems. And we know there's an uprising of consciousness amongst everyday people. And those with the means and resources are making a difference. We are, and we have to really maintain and illuminate the darkness and what is not true, and honoring of humanity and individuals with this new ways of being, the new earth, as we are calling it, rebuilding it. And so with the consciousness, it's really key to bring it back to our own bodies and really embody and live and walk our talk. That doesn't mean that we have to be Puritans. It's that we have to also accept and embrace the shadow side. So the way that I live as a, if I want to label myself as a Taoist, but I go beyond that, and I know we all do, is that we want to balance the dark and the light, yin yang, and we want to stay in the center line. And as we know, in the center, there's also that S curve in the yin yang. And within the model of the yin yang is the dark and the light, right? So within each, there is the other. There are all these gray zones. And this is where we have to have that compassion and love to embrace all the others, even the oppressors, even the violators, even the ones who are profiteering, even the ones who are, if there's such a thing, is to be so Machiavellian as to plan nefarious activities. So even them, that we have to send light to them and to assist them, to shine the light to them, to illuminate the consciousness so that they will awaken to their humanity as well. Now, if not, then it is their path. And we have to accept that, because this is the realm, this third dimension is the realm of dualities, polarities, and conflict. And this is why we came here, is to bring more harmony. And we have to accept this. And by embracing it and accepting ourselves and all the shadow sides in ourselves, we are much more able to navigate our lives. As we know, we have to go in like the Jedi into the dark swamps of our own beingness, and then to come through in the hero's journey. And this is the alchemy that each one of us have to go through and to bring forth. And it might involve death, physical death, and definitely we know that there's a transition for those of us who are in the flow of spirit. We know that it's just a different timeline. And so we can accept that. But for those who are struggling with that, and I've helped quite a few people in passing, so work with people with cancer and AIDS as well. So those lower aspects are part of what we go through with illness and death and poverty, as what Buddha saw in the world when he went out of his palatial splendor, that this is something that we have to accept in the world, and how can we uplift it, and with our new technologies even. So we have different ways, different tools in the ancient past of uplifting from illness, like through the shamanic practices. I have here all these different accoutrements, including my hawk feather, and of course in Ecuador now with plenty of Palo Santo to do the clearing. But we also have, for example, I have this that is quantum technology that's USA patented to really protect us from radiation. That's mechanical, technical radiation, as well as some of the flares that are going to happen. And we can use all these tools to structure water, which is really key to our health. And again, I turn inwards the water, not just the waters that we drink and the quality of the water, but the waters in our body system, the blood, the lymph, the interstitial fluids between the cells have to be purified all the time and detoxified all the time. And one of the ways to do it is, of course, drinking high quality water that is charged, and we call it structured. And so we can use many ways to structure the water through our own energy field. We can bring that in, as many of us know how to work energetically to bless the food and water before we drink it or before we eat the food. But also we have all kinds of technologies that are available, and that we really should research modern technologies to see how we can make our lives more equitable, right? More friendly to us and to the planet. And that is all part of what I'm seeing now as how to really surf through the waves of these times, is to embrace everything that is of benefit to us and to put that to good use, and not just shun one way or the other, or just go to the old ways of just growing food which is really important now. People should really grow our own food and at least know where they come from, and at least know how to clear it, detoxify it. And if we're going to choose to take some foods that are not so good for us, then we have to know that we have to rebalance ourselves. And one way to know what food suits us is apply kinesiology. This is a big tip that I'm passing on to people, that if they want to, they can come to me or others to just test the foods, or at least some food allergies testing, to make sure that you're not adding more inflammatory foods to the body. To know what not to eat is just as important as to know what to eat. And this is all part of holistic nutrition. So we need to know, we need to learn who we are and how we can augment our own matrices of energy, our own orgone fields, and also how to rest. And especially, you know, when we are in front of these devices all this time. And that's why I show it again, that we need these devices as stickers and so on to protect us from radiation. This is one thing that a lot of people are not aware of, and therefore suffer this contraction of energy, you know, in the field, and then start to have lowered immune systems, as well as headaches and back pain, neck aches, sciatic problems, and depression, and emotional, mental issues. And this comes from a modern way of living. And that's why people say, oh, go back to nature, go put your feet on the ground, get the 7.83 hertz from the earthing, and all that. That is all good and fine. But a lot of people are not doing enough to educate themselves on the negative radiation, the EMF that is coming through to us, and when we sleep, and how we can protect ourselves by creating a chi field. We could do an exercise later. I'll be happy to do that. And to create a protective chi, a wei chi. And that is not enough, I feel. I think that we really should and could, not that we all have to, it's no compulsion, but really we ought to look at the new technologies and see what we can do. I'm very excited by that. And especially in the communities that we are forming, how to integrate the ancient wisdom and modern technology to make a better life. And I feel that this is what we're going through at this time, our evolutionary times, like bringing in the Atlantean and Lemurian realities together and all our different lifetimes.
That's so perfect. So the device that you keep showing, the card, are you distributing those on your website?
Oh, yes, 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 I am. And I'm also on the advisory board. And people are actually welcome to just contact me directly. I always welcome people to do that directly. And I'm very much for the romance. I love the romance of, you know, all these ancient ways of working and using aromatic oils and burning woods and making infusions, and then, you know, cooking and creating magic from there, and feeding the soul with really good savory flavors. And I'm really for the romance of healing. And someone said that, oh, maybe instead of calling myself a healer, I should be a facilitator. I said, oh, no, that's not romantic enough, you know? A facilitator. So although I do that, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean. We need more juiciness. We need more pleasure and life force and dancing and singing and music and just love and being in the tantra, the true tantra of living life to the fullest. And of course, we have a choice. We can be ascetic, and we can be a monk or a nun in the mountains, which I've been. A Tibetan nun, I remember that, and Catholic nun. So, you know, I remember all those lifetimes as well. And I have my rosary with me. So which is very powerful, by the way. One of the things that, I better say this while I remember, is that Mother Mary is asking us to pray more. And of course, that is the hologram of Mother Mary. We know it better. And the praying is intentionalizing, sending out intentions out into the world for change, for shifts, for the good results. And so we are calling forth everybody in all cultures and traditions, especially in this time, to converge, and especially to bring forth the indigenous cultures and wisdom. And as you know, Kathy, I'm in Ecuador. And why am I in Ecuador? Is that I was guided. Yes, everybody's asking me, why are you in Ecuador? To actually link with South America. I've done a lot of linking in sacred sites. Actually, since I was 16, when I started traveling, and then when I became a flight attendant, I was already meditating. I was initiated into the meditation practices already, and I was just doing it basically just to relax, during flights. But what I didn't realize was that I was already linking up the ley lines, the energetic lines of existence on this planet, much like the meridians in our bodies, our lattice of light, which we're sending our consciousness through, right? As we breathe in and taking in the chi, we are also sending it through our meridians and into our cellular structures, and remembering what we remembered, because this is a transformational practice. So I was doing that and not realizing that I was linking up the planetary grids already, the acupuncture points in the planet. So now, so many years later, 40 over years later, at 65, I'm doing it. And I just go according to the guidance by the Council of Light, whatever you wish to call it. They identify themselves to me as Council of Light when I started merging with my ET galactic selves in 1990, when I had my spiritual awakening. So then I start doing this linking more cogently, more focusedly, and bringing more people along, because we're beginning to realize that the planet is a living being. It's Mama Earth, it's Pachamama, and how we are connected with the Earth. We are all elements of the planet Earth. And so we have to be, in order to be made incarnate. So we are all these elements. And in Chinese cosmology, of course, you have the 5 elements, and it resonates through all the traditions as well. So that's what I'm doing while I'm here. I'm also going to all the different sites and downloading and channeling the ways of the future, and also repairing and healing what was of the past in those areas where there were battles, perhaps, and where there were a lot of patriarchal oppression. So what's lovely, if I can introduce this now, is that I found out that there was a place called Valdivia, and it's very voluptuously called Valdivia. And there was, I found a figurine in a shop, and it is, I have a few more here, but it's Venus. It's called the Venus of Valdivia, and it was discovered in the 1980s, and it was a matriarchal society. So it was all part of my going on in this journey by the divine feminine, first by Mother Mary, Kuan Yin, and all the different goddesses coming through me, and being a mystic, to actually learn about the different cultures and how to bring forth more of these cultures. So here I found this, if I may share this. Look how sweet this is. It's a figure of Venus Valdivia birthing. So we are birthing. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes. So this is so in line with what we are talking about, divinity reborn. And we are bringing forth the divine feminine, not only in the women, but also the men. And so this is another one that is this origin in Ecuador. And this is actually little known. So I thought you might like to see this, and your viewers. Isn't it beautiful? So from 4,000, 6,000 years BC. And so we're bringing forth the ancient wisdom. And we bring forth this feminine self. And we talked about the circles earlier. There have been so many circles. And circles is also the feminine form because it's not angular and linear. And also, what I work with is actually spirals, more the spirals, the sacred geometry of the spirals, because to me, in my own meditation, I felt more of my energy as being spiraling. And it is also, to me, more dynamic. It goes up and down and to sideways. And it is more of an ascent and a descent. And during this time, there seems to be an ability to contract and expand as well, and to grow. And life is dynamic. And I really like the metaphor of a spiral in our existence. And so I call my curriculum, instead of cycles 1, 2, and 3, or 4, 5, 6, and 8, that I call it spirals. So I'm following the trail of the spirals as well as the infinity. And you know that the Qigong that I teach is called Infinity Quantum Qigong. And the infinity has come to me quite naturally, as I used to draw it when I was a little girl in kindergarten. I couldn't stop drawing that. So it kept coming through already when I was at that age. And looking at the patterns of life, as we had discussed earlier, that the patterns kept showing up. And so when I was attracted to dance, I was attracted to Rakshaki, the dance of the Middle East, called belly dancing, when it was called that by Hollywood, but it was Rakshaki, and it was a dance of fertility, and it was a dance of the earth, of connection with the earth. And it was based on the figure 8. If you notice that how the dancers would move the hips and the chest according to figure 8. And so I took these classes, and I was quite limber. And so when the awakening happened in 1990 in San Anselmo in Marin County, when I saw these strands of light coming through the tree line, and I thought that I was just having floaters in my eyes, but they got closer and closer, and finally interpenetrated with the letters of light within me. So the meridians, and it was like, and my spine started undulating, and I was undulating furiously while my Tai Chi class was going on. And I was very quiet, and they didn't even notice. And I was just having this, I was having this full Kundalini experience, and this, chi moving up my cerebrospinal fluids. And I was like, and my arms came up this way. And I was just like, just transported into the illimitable, the Wu Qi, it's called, right? The quantum field. And everything was just bright and just beautiful and was floating in space. Then I was just also feeling that I really needed to come back, and took a breath and grounded it. And that made me think that this Qigong thing is real. Okay. So I've been practicing since I was a teen with my mom in the temple. But, you just practice just to practice because it makes you feel good. But, I never practiced to think that I'm just going to evolve spiritually. But when it happened, then like so many people who recounted their experiences, it is tangible, it's real, and can't go back, can't deny it. So, and during that time, Kathy, I started being able to do healing work, intuitive healing, just waving the hands, and especially through media as well. So there are stories with that where I just put my hand with people on the screen, and we can do that if you want. And that happened, the healing work, and I'm so blessed, so blessed by the Council of Light, by all the beings to be chosen to do this work. And I know that, it's from the goodness and sincerity of my heart to help many people. So that explains how I came to do this healing work as well. And working with the divine feminine, working with the infinity, working with Qigong as a basis of my healing work. But then, as you know, I've already integrated quite a lot into it, food, for example, holistic nutrition, symbology, and going into more the psychosomatic aspects and helping women who have been, just violated this lifetime as well as other lifetimes, and just helping them clear the karma, the energetic residues from other lifetimes. And of course, I remember myself as a high priestess in Egypt and many other traditions, Taoist as well, and now Ecuadorian, Incan, Mayan, is that to support people to remembering who they are. And being here in Ecuador is actually also a catalyst for me to remember. And I just spent some time with the Sacral shaman. He's a young shaman at 36, and he did a cleansing for me, and I could feel myself really remembering where I was here. And Ingapirka is a very powerful place if we want to talk about feminine spirituality. There was a priestess there who was buried, and there were all these followers who were buried around her, and they were all in fetal positions. So that made me remember on how, once I started developing Infinity Quantum Qigong, was why the most potent movement was the returning to seed, returning to earth, or returning to the womb. I called it that. Posture. And that any class that I've done, it's the most powerful, and almost just the one would just create amazing transformative experiences for people, including remembering their past lives, standing up. So this is it takes me back to this time, that why is it only this one position that I teach or I help people remember is so powerful. Now I know, I understand why, as a priestess in Ecuador, and how this practice of burial as in a fetal position is so dear to me. At this point, I'd like to invite, if anybody who would like to go to my website, there is a free exercise there of this exercise, exactly this one. And just let me know how you feel after you do it, or just let me know. And so this one, and also the being in a fetal position is so powerful when I work with women going through any kind of sexual abuse, and men too, because I worked with quite a few men who were abused as children, and to how to rebirth themselves, how to recreate themselves. And so this is an amazing, powerful pointer or tip that I would like to share with everybody at this time, because during the lockdown, I had the impression of cocooning. Yes, like a butterfly, like a pupae. And that at a certain point, we have an opportunity to burst forth and to fly out as a beautiful butterfly colors. And this is also so amazing being in Ecuador, because I was in a butterfly garden, and a butterfly, the iridescent blue one, just landed on me for 20 minutes, for close to 20 minutes. And I was able to do a whole sequence of Qigong and Tai Chi even with a butterfly on me. And that was such a blessing.
Oh.
I know. And another blessing was the hummingbirds. And I'm wearing the hummingbirds on my favorite ancient magic necklace. And I wore it for this. There's 2 colibri hummingbirds. I was also loving this hummingbird earrings. Of course, as women, we are attracted to beautiful adornment, some of us, and I can go without anything as well, of course. And I realize now that we are tuning to them because they are really tools. They are tools of transformation. They are tools to activate our memory. And the priests and priestesses of ancient times used to wear magnificent pieces, right? And just as the sadhus, even though they're ascetics and covered with vibhuti, they are wearing these layers and layers of malas and have tortoiseshell in their head or bone through the nose, So, and wearing animal skins. So we have this connection with the earth and memory. So I really don't apologize for my jewelry collection anymore.
Oh, that's perfect.
I love them, and I'm going to enjoy them while I'm on the planet, and I'm in body, and I can wear them, and then.
So Amalia, we have about 10 minutes, and there aren't a lot of questions. There's a lot of wonderful comments, but there aren't a lot of questions. So there is someone, Hang Makmi wrote, "May the amazing grace and light of the Lord be with every one of us in this room and on earth. My sincere respect and thanksgiving for the kind invitation of you to this event."
Brother Hing.
Yeah. So, okay. So I want you to see that, but would you like, because we have about 10 minutes at the most, would you like to go ahead and do, I've put your website in the comments again, so people can connect with you afterwards. Would you like to do any sort of energy work?
Kathy, could you say that again, because you were breaking out for that
I heard.
moment? Would I like to do what? Do the meditation? We
Yes.
certainly can. So
Yes.
I like things to be very much in the moment, to be functional and beneficial. So yes, if it helps many, and I would be happy to do that. And some of the light languages may come through, as we know, with some of the 5 galactic sisters from yesterday's sharing, is that the light language also came through a Buddhist altar in Singapore, actually, in Woodlands. So we are all the same. We are all awakening to our intergalactic selves. And I feel that I could feel it sometimes coming through, that it is coming through. And that's why I was also in another altered state already. So with so as we come together as brothers and sisters on this mortal plane, that we as spirit beings come together too, with our hearts and our souls, to do and to remember who we are and why we came, to rebirth our divinity. And in this divinity, we have this new dispensation of being all of who we are and all we can be in the future. So we have the past life regression. We also have future life progression. And we can bring forth our future selves into this very moment. And we bring in the 432 frequency. Breathing in, and we can gently close our eyes and go inwards, internal. Humanity unplugged, exploring the internal. As we feel with this vibration through the airspace, the cyberspace, that we come together with our collective destiny, love at 432 hertz, love the highest frequency on the planet. And we call in our guides, galactic guides, God, Creator, all there is. And breathing in from the sun, the solar energies, it gives us life. We balance the rays of the sun within ourselves, and breathing in the moon, the silvery strands of the moon, our feminine selves, and the yin and the yang,
the moon and the sun intertwining in this beautiful dance, intertwining in a helix of light. And we breathe in the stars from where we came. And Krishna na Kisna nu tena. Me eo kurs tena tu tena kasna ta uwa. Pina kistuno. Weaving our stellar selves, the sun and the moon, and all the planetary existences, and sending out the love to all the beings in the galaxies for peace and harmony. We send out the codes now. Breathing into our hearts, this light, and into our stomach, spleen, pancreas, liver, gallbladder, to the diaphragm, to the kidneys, the bladder, intestinal tract, and out to the sexual organs, recreating ourselves, breathing in the new matrix of light, this new soul matrix, breathing out the old. It is being done now. Breathing in even more and sending the energy up the spine to the top of the head and opening up the 1,000-petal lotus above the head to receive from Shen, from Spirit, God, in our own souls, through the many spheres of light above the head, to the point of light, and going back to the council of light in communion, we bring forth through the central sun, straight down the center of our bodies to the 0 point, so that we may travel and journey the full spectrum of our own souls. We rejoice and celebrate life and all there is, and embrace all the shadows and darkness of the planet. Embrace it and take it back to the light. Right now. And expanding from our center, this protective shield of light around us, soft, like a cloud of light around us, and feeling ourselves right in the center, in our pure essence, in beauty and power. Breathing in and expanding this cloud of light even further out to envelope the family, community, the planet, and seeing the planet in a crystal and I'm guided to say to send even more love and light to those who seem to have been embodied, reincarnated, to be in the lower vibrations. We bless them too. As we ascend, breathing in even more our light and love, remembering who we are and why we came. Shana Krishna Nasteta, the inner portion, the inner creator.
Thank you, Amalia. What a gift you are. Thank you so much. We'll have to do this again soon. It went too fast. And how long will you be in Ecuador? Oh.
As guided.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, everyone, please.
Leading up.
Oh, yeah, the energy's awesome. I was cold and we did this. Please, thank you, Paul Wallace, who's one of the sponsors, says thank you, beautiful, wonderful. And there was lovely things. Amazing. I love her. You're here to get fan club from this. Amalia, what's the easiest way for everyone to reach you?
Oh, just to, my website, Amalia Wai-Ching-Lee at mac.com. Oh, website, amaliawai-ching-lee.earth.
Earth, right.
And
okay.
at mac.com, same thing.
Okay. And you're also on Facebook.
On Facebook, same name, and Infinity Quantum Qigong, and YouTube as well. Of course,
Yes.
yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait till you have your courses up. I want to teach.
Oh, yeah. All the spirals.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be fun. We have fun. You know that.
Yes, we do. Well, we have great energy together. Thank you so much. I'm afraid we have to go, but hopefully we'll get to talk again soon. Thank you, Amalia.
Yes.
And everyone saying thank you. Here we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your energy. It was awesome.
Love your energy. So, okay. Well, thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm going to remove you. Bye-bye. Okay. Thank you all. Bye-bye. That was a delight. And now,
that was incredible. I just wanted to jump in and say that was absolutely phenomenal, especially at the end. It just aligned everything for me very quickly. It was like a real scattered day with a couple incidences that were happening behind the scenes, and that just kind of brought it right back into focus. So I just wanted to let her know that, and I will let you introduce the next guest.
Well, she is an angel. She is an embodied angel.
Absolutely.
And as beautiful inside as out.
Absolutely.
Yes. Great. Okay. So next we get to invite my brother Daniel, and you are muted. Let's get you unmuted. Here we go. I think, you have to unmute. There you go. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, gosh, I can't wait to introduce you to everybody. Daniel just got married.
No, 7 months ago, something like
Well,
that.
it's not you still could be in the newlywed game.
That's right. I can. I remember that.
So, everyone, I've known Daniel for so long. I knew him when he had hair.
Yeah, that's definitely a long time.
So, oh my gosh. So Daniel Gutierrez is a Renaissance man, and you have to hear a little bit about him because you will be surprised at his journey of courage and spirituality and devotion to God, and as an innovator. He originally was an advisor to the Department of the White House personnel for the Obama administration. He was one of the top 100 Hispanics in America. And I don't see it on here, but I know he was on covers of magazines. He was the president of the Latino business, small business, was it business? It's not in here. Businesses. And let's see. Daniel realizes that underneath it all, something was missing when he was in all of that. Sitting atop Manhattan's Grand Havana room at the height of success, Daniel had mastered the outer game, but at the cost of his inner game. For his fifth book, Radical Mindfulness, which I just love, he became a best-selling author, and he takes on a truth-seeking journey to the center of ourselves, where past and future do not exist, where the real magic lies only in the present. He now lives in near Cusco, Peru, and he owns a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful retreat center called Catalina, which was named after his mother. So I'm not going to keep reading this. He's a shaman. He's a dear friend. He's a father. He's a student and a teacher and a spiritual guide, I feel, and an example of that you can have both worlds if you choose.
Thank you.
So
good to see you.
Yeah, we're not any older. Oh, well.
Well, I don't have any hair, as you shared already.
Well, I think there's a testimonial from you on my website where you do have hair. So that's the only way I remember.
Well, it started turning gray, so I just shaved it off.
It looks great.
Yeah, thank you.
So give us some more detail, because I just sort of jumped into all of this.
Sure.
Basically, what I wanted to hear about is this opportunity that you jumped on and had tremendous courage from going from living in LA, being the president of the Holistic Chamber of Commerce. Again, you just can't help yourself of being at the top of it all. Being in, the Evolutionary Business Council, all of this with a lot of our friends. And you couldn't help yourself to going to live in a rural area and just change everything. Yeah. So do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah.
And then tell me when you want me to bring the video in, or.
You bet.
Okay.
Well, this has been an amazing journey since I left Los Angeles. There was absolutely no reason for me to leave my work. Many of my friends were like, "How could you spend your whole life building your brand, building your leadership, and then just walk away?" And it wasn't that easy. But what caused it? What was that moment in time? And I want to share this because I think it's very important. Now, you can always go back and read about who and what I am or was. It's not about who I am today. But there was a moment in time, and I think that we all get that opportunity in our lives where spirit knocks at our door and sometimes comes up with some of the craziest things and request. And I had one of those. I for many years had been traveling to Peru, bringing groups 2 or 3 times a year, loved the country, but never really thought about being here or moving here. And then one day I was in Machu Picchu, and I visited there 35 times, 36 times, something like that. I was at Machu Picchu and I got this message that says, "It's time for you to move here." And actually that message is on my YouTube channel. It must have been 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. And I thought, why would I come to Peru and what's here for me? But I didn't ignore it, but I didn't act on it right away. About 3, oh gosh, I keep saying 3, but it's 5 years ago, my mother passed away. It was a very devastating thing for me. I was close to her. Our mothers are always our first love, right? And I was her firstborn, and so we were very close. And another thing happened. my son graduated high school, and I found myself in a position where I was asking myself, well, what now? And Kathy brought up just a few minutes ago, I was on Fifth Avenue in New York City in this posh Havana club, membership only, sitting next to Al Sharpton. Many of you may not know him, but he was a political figure. Some athletes, full of myself. Just everything that people had asked me to do to get to that level of success I was looking for, I had done. And there I sat in that very posh leather chair looking out, and it was snowing that day. So you could just imagine it was like a scene out of It's a Wonderful Life. And the snow's coming down, and I'm looking out the window, and I happened to catch a glimpse of myself in the glass. And there was a tear coming down my face. And the question that came to me was, what price did it cost you to be where you are? What was it that you gave up to be where you are? And I realized at that moment that, as Kathy mentioned, my outer game was great, but my inner game was bankrupt. And I decided to change that immediately. I no longer made the White House calls. I was president of Primer in New York City, which was a C-suite organization, and that's why I was there that day at a meeting. And I said, if this is all there is to life, then this is not what I was looking for. I remember I tell the story of waking up in Los Angeles, or leaving Los Angeles at 11 p.m. and getting to New York at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m., starting my day, ending about 1 a.m. the next day, and going back to JFK and sleeping on the chairs until my flight showed up. I don't know how I ever thought that was success. But that moment in time, when my mother passed away and my son was graduating, I had a moment. And I want to encourage everybody to look for that moment. We all know some of us have already had it, and some of us gave it up, and some of us ignored it. But there was a space and time where everything, like the perfect storm. My son was graduating high school. He didn't hang out with dad anymore. He didn't go to the movies with me anymore. What was I going to do? My mom had passed away, and she was the glue for the family. There was no reason for me to go back and visit. And that message came back up again. Move to Peru. And so I did. I thought I was going to write a book called Radical Detachment, because the message said, go with nothing or with very little. And so I literally shred, sold, gave away everything that I owned except 3 suitcases. And I came to Peru. And some of you may ask me, how do you know you made the right decision? Because I laugh sometimes here in my home in the Andes. Now, there's no hot water on the bottom floor where the kitchen is at. So I have to heat up my water, and there's no buttons that you push for your coffee to come out. You have to heat it, grind your beans. Sometimes I even roast my own beans the way they used to in the Andes way before electricity. And I grabbed that cup of coffee that I'm so happy to make. And I grabbed my dogs and I walked the property. And this is something I wish for everyone, that you would get a piece of this. My soul smiles from the inside out. Never in my life had that happened before. Kathy also mentioned I'd been on the cover of several magazines. Every time I did something, it wasn't enough. I wanted something else. If I had a president position, what was higher than that? If I worked for the White House, who else could I work for? Nothing satisfied me. The carrot was always there. And here, when I say that my soul smiles from the inside out, I don't have that desire to seek out something that isn't good for me and or my family. And so here I am in the end. I'm sitting in the Andes today, right now, in Pisac, Peru, in the sacred valley of the Incas. And these people have taught me so much about love, so much about family. And for the first year, I went through what I call social detox, society detox. I didn't realize how stressed I was. I used to believe that I wouldn't live out of my 50s. I didn't. I really didn't. But today I can see my 90s. And these mountains are full of love, and these mountains are full of knowledge. And throughout this conversation, I hope to share some of that with you. But my wish, my desire for you is that you'll get to a place in your life where you will say, my soul is smiling from the inside out, and find that joy and that peace and that tranquility and love that exists for all of us. In our very troubled world, it can seem sometimes so dog eat dog. But you know what? This is the time where we must all have the audacity of courage, to live out our lives and our dreams as we see them, not as we, as the world may tell us that it may be. And I think about the audacity of courage, audacity, bold, risk, daring, bravery, guts, confidence, guided by spirit, and courage, doing something about it, the backbone, the resolution and determination to do something about that, the audacity of courage. That's what our world needs from each of us. Oh, we need love and peace and tranquility, but we need action. We need all of us that are willing to step into that space that I did 3 years ago. I mean, I moved here, got this beautiful space, and 6 months later, they shut me down. The world pandemic, COVID. The country shut its borders, and it did not open for 18 months. And I spent mostly 40 days to 100 days by myself in this beautiful place called a paradise. But there was something in me that said, okay, then let's make something happen from here. So that's a little bit about my story, Kathy. I'm actually writing a new book called The Audacity of Courage. The agony and ecstasy of living your dreams in a world pandemic. No one said we had to stop dreaming. Sometimes I ask the universe, oh, how big can I dream? How big can I dream? Even in the midst of a world pandemic, even in the midst of the turmoil and war in our world, how big can I dream? And the universe smiles at me and says, oh, son, so big that only I can help you. So big that only I can help you. I mean, that to me says I'm living out loud. So that's a little bit about the beginning of my trip out here to the Andes. And I've had so many experiences, Kathy, out here that have taught me so much and brought me so much peace and joy, even in the midst of some of the hardships that I've endured out here. One being in a country that I know nothing about. I may have spoke the language, but I knew nothing about Peru. Now I'm married. I think Rob was saying he's getting married in 3 months. It's awesome to get married to somebody who knows nothing but love. So thank you for that, Kathy.
Fantastic. So I remember when you were here, and well, several times. One time I was on the trampoline with you and Aaron. That was fun. But one of the times was on a project that we both worked on. You headed for Don Miguel Ruiz.
Mm-hmm.
And that time period, and I think he was one of the first people that said something about you connecting North and South America. So he saw you there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have that inkling back then?
Well, I was dabbling in Peru at the time, and there's a great deal of story, of connection between the North and the South North America and South America. You know, they talk about the condor and the eagle, and that's all true. But I want to take that one step further, and there's great legendary thought behind that, and I'm not an expert in that, but what I do know about that particular revelation that is taking place in our world today, that it's just not about the North and the South and the indigenous people of the North and indigenous people here in the South, because the indigenous people here in South America, there's just so many different flavors and types and ideas and stories. The Kiro who live up in Asangate, up in high in the mountains. What I see, and back then, you're right. I mean, who knew that I'd be living here, right? That this is where I would be. This would be my school, where I would be learning the customs of the Andean people. But the connection between the North and the South, I think, is very true about our whole world. That you know, there has to come a time when we realize that regardless of where we sit in our world, regardless of where we live, that we are truly one, and that it is impossible for us to be one with each other if we are not one with ourselves.
Exactly.
You know, and that's the piece that I always look at when I go, well, am I one with me, Daniel Gutierrez? Today I could tell you, yeah. I mean, you know, when I think about Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, Dallas, you know, Denver. Someone today, I had a meeting today with someone that's from Canada, and he was saying, Daniel, how do you do this? He was here in Pisac, and he's leaving to go home, and he says, these mountains are closing in on me. This is too small. This is there's not enough going on. There's not enough busyness. And I said to him, I said, but how well do you know yourself? Because when we run like that, and I know because I did it, it was because I didn't know myself well enough. And so when we think about stories, legends, prophecies, I think sometimes we can be literal and not really understand that a lot of the stories that I hear here, a lot of the lessons that I learn here are about us on the inside. You know, what is the connection to myself, me, myself, and I, my connection to spirit, my connection to Pachamama, my connection to the earth, you know, which I think is a big lesson for many of us. You know, COVID was an opportunity to stop, you know, and it's sad as I look at the river across from me, the Vilcanota, the famous Vilcanota that goes all the way to Machu Picchu is in front of my house. And during the pandemic, during the quarantine, it was clean. You could see the rocks on the bottom. And as soon as they allowed us to move, it was dirty again, you know? And so I told a friend of mine once, not too long ago, I said, if our schedules, I was speaking to him specifically, he was in Denver. And I said, if your schedule is as busy as it was before the pandemic, then you've learned nothing.
Wow.
You've learned nothing, because that was the moment that we had to take a step back, you know? So when I think about those days with Don Miguel Ruiz, and we had a blast for a year and a half. We did TV together. We traveled together. We spoke together. And I'm like the opposite of him, right? I'm loud and obnoxious, and he speaks like this. You know? And I'd say, speak up. Remember that? Speak up. We can't hear you. He got so angry at me. But I want, you know, what is it about the condor and the eagle? They're both majestic animals. They both fly high and at different levels of spirituality and mean different things. But I want to encourage people to find that within themselves. Where's the legend in you? Where is the lesson in you that will allow you to evolve and evolve others? And many of I'm sure of the people that are watching this program are already there. So then the next question is, and what are you doing to forward humanity? What do you do? I love this Humanity Unplugged, you know, because it's like, okay, I feel very unplugged here in the middle of the Andes. You know, I'm like, I don't even get more unplugged than I am. You know, I'm like in the Andes. And yet every day, even though I may not see you, Kathy, or I may not see the people that are watching this program, what I do for myself is for everybody.
Right.
And that's our part, right? That's our part, to continue to evolve humanity by evolving ourselves. And I think that's the biggest lesson for me here in Peru, is living daily in a moment by moment basis. That's what I see as an opportunity. And thank you for bringing that up. I haven't talked to Don
Any of
Miguel
them.
in quite a while.
Yeah, it's all different now, but that's another story. No, not for now. Okay, so then one of the other times that I'd love for you to share the story about how you got the sacred bundle, the shamanic jump bundle, because I got to see it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mesa.
Mesa.
I have a mesa. A mesa here in Peru is equivalent to the medicine bag that the northern indigenous people wear. So it's the same idea, right? I had been coming to Peru for a little bit, and every time I came to Peru, I would look for little nuggets to put in my medicine bag. I had a yellow medicine bag, little things, you know. And I went into the store. It happened to be here in Pisac, and I said, I'm looking for a hand carved llama. I wanted a little bitty llama. And so the lady comes out and she shows me this llama, and I look at it and I thought, oh, this is perfect. You know, how much is it? I don't remember today what she said, but I said, okay, I'll take it. She goes, no. Have a seat. And I was like, I don't want to have a seat. Have a seat. You know, and her little dirt floors, you know, and
what?
I'm not sitting down. And finally, she's almost like a grandmother, you know. She's like, you're sitting down, right? Sit down. So I did sit down, and she began to pull out this, and this is all so coming around for me, because I sat down and she pulls out this cloth that was 100 and something years old, right? And in this cloth was relics, I guess. The mesa represents the healing bundle, as you said. It is the power of the shaman, the power of the healer. In this part of the world, and it may be in indigenous in the north, I don't know, but in this part of the world, when a shaman dies or an elder dies, they give this bundle to their son or daughter to pass on their work. In this case, the person gave it to their son, and he didn't want it. He didn't have anything to do with it. And so he took it to the store where I eventually walked in and told the woman, you cannot sell this. This is for the person that it belongs to. And you will know when that is. And every medicine person and every healer in this area wanted it, but she wouldn't give it to anyone. So I'm sitting there, and she pulls this out, and she says, it's yours. Now, I didn't know the story because, you know, they had to tell me later. It's yours. And I call it grandfather because for the first few months, I couldn't sleep at night because it just kept talking. You know, and I finally put it downstairs. I could sleep, you know, just talk. But this mesa is magical. And I'm going to tell you why, Kathy. I think that during all those magical things were happening, and you're one of the very few people that know me long enough to know all this.
Yeah.
But that happened in Pisac. And that was the first thing that brought me to a kind of in a circle going, wow, it's coming home. This is coming home. Another experience that you may or may not know, I know it's in my book, A Radical Mindfulness. I did Huachuma, San Pedro, for the first time, plant medicine, in front of a beautiful hacienda, 6,000 square foot hacienda, with a friend of mine who owned it, Lidia Colón Pereira. And I did medicine for the very first time. And I remember sitting in front of that house and looking at Pachatusan, which is this beautiful, full of energy mountain that has a, ¿cómo se dice? I'm switching to Spanish. It has a sanctuary, sanctuary on it. Anyway, so in this in this message that I got from Wachuma, I had asked the question, how do I know what I know? And many of you probably have asked yourself the same question. Where did this come from? And I, a businessman, I would read people in a board meeting and know exactly what I needed to say. It just came to me. And I had business people go, how did you know that? You don't even know anything about financing. How did you know those answers? I said, I downloaded it. And they were like, what? I said, it just came. It came. But I always thought that everybody could do it. And it's not true. It's a gift, right? Some of us do it. Some of us have other gifts. Anyway, I asked, where did this come from? And I was guided to look at the top of Pachatusan. And you see those flames? I said, yeah. Every time it stops, it's a different lifetime. You were their medicine man. You were their shaman. You brought that into this lifetime, which is why you know what you know. And I was just blown away because I was still in corporate at the time, Kathy. Now, I'm going to share a couple real quick stories. This is very important. So fast forward, I'm here in PSAC. It's a pandemic. It's quarantine. We had it was martial law here, so we had military in the streets. You could barely go to the store and get anything without getting thrown in jail. I mean, it was a mess. Eventually, I decided I don't want to sit at home anymore. What can I do? I with the former mayor of PSAC, ended up taking food to all of the communities above PSAC.
Yeah.
And one of the communities, I remember thinking to myself, what the hell am I thinking? Why am I spending my own time and money coming out here, getting harassed by the military to give people? There was this old lady grabbing the food that I was going to give her. And all of a sudden I remembered what I remembered in front of Pachatusan. These are descendants of your people. That's why you care for them. That's why you're here. Now, let me tell you the rest of that story very quickly. That house that was owned by my friend Lydia, she passed away 7 months ago.
Oh.
And her husband sold that house to me a week and a half ago. And we're moving Catalina to a 56,000 square meter home in front of Pachatusan. Almost 15 years later, I'll be moving in a week into this beautiful house that it has waterfalls and it has land. It has 100 fruit trees. And is that an accident? No. When you live in the present moment, when you have the audacity of courage to pursue what spirit is guiding you to do, this in its own time, I didn't know the time. I had no idea that I would be there. But my wife and I are moving into this beautiful space, and he left it fully furnished.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the whole thing, the art, he's got Chagall, he's got all kinds of art there. And he said, I just want you to further my wife's work. And she loved you so much that she wanted you to have this house. And so we made a deal. And I'm sharing that because it's so important for us to listen to spirit. And yeah, don't you think I thought it was crazy that day and it's just time for you to move? I did.
Yeah.
But when we follow that which we know in our heart, when we follow the legendary stories in our heart, the stories that the North and the South and the stories of the past, and we follow that, then this is what transpires. And I haven't, I shared this with the world. I'm just barely letting people know that I'll be moving, into this new space 20 miles from here. So I sent the video to, I don't know if you got it, of the new house.
Well, I've got the video queued up that we can show, but I thought it was Catalina.
It is. It's Catalina. Oh. But the new one is called Catalina also.
Oh,
but
wow.
Yeah. It's Catalina San Salvador, and here's Catalina PSAC.
So will you be able to do both then?
For a while.
I see.
But my goal is to
move it all where you are.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's an amazing property, and it's an amazing place for people to heal. And it's, the Inca tombs are on property. I mean, it's hard for me to explain. I mean, if you go back in your email later and you see the email, it says, here's the new Catalina. That's the video.
Wow. I think because I grabbed it off of Facebook.
That might be it then.
Yeah, it is. I think so. It doesn't have the first 4. I didn't have time to go back and do more, but
it's only a minute and 30 seconds.
38 seconds.
That's it. That's the one.
Well, okay. So one of the things that you're modeling for everybody is to go inward and really see what's, well, actually, you're modeling being courageous in a lot of ways, because you actually took off the costume of the corporate, and then you even took off the costume of the metaphysical holistic guy.
Yeah.
Dropped all that and then went to something that is so in tune with the earth. It's a whole different existence, which I think all of the prophecies saying that's what we're to do.
Yes.
So how do you see us? I mean, of course, we can all come to visit because we want to.
Absolutely.
And I want to see Machu Picchu. I still haven't been down there. But how can we, do you think, I mean, lots of people are talking about plant medicine and, it's sort of trendy, or microdosing and all this stuff. I don't really, that doesn't appeal that much to me.
Right.
But how do you see us? Because there's people from all over the world on this stream right now. And there's people from all over the world that are going to watch this later. And they're looking for guides of how to navigate this time, because we're in huge change. We have to do what you've done. We have to let go of whatever we're holding on to and let it ride.
We cannot become who we need to become by holding on to what we were. And what do I mean by that? I have said this, and this is no dig on anybody. Our bios in our Western society, or in our corporate society, in our business society, define who we are. Look at my bio. This is what I've done. And what I realized about being here is that in order for me to become who I am today, I had to literally let go of who I was. Daniel, the president, Daniel, the teacher, the whatever positioning, that I had, in order to step into who Daniel was today. That's hard for a lot of folks, because we're taught that our past, gets us into jobs. And yes, it is true. I've often been told, you shouldn't burn your bridges. In this case, I felt like I had to. In order to become the teacher, the healer in this world, the world I live in today, I had to let go of what I thought, or what my mind conjured up at what Daniel was, or who Daniel was. Because my whole life was built on what is the next thing I can do to put on my bio so that people will respect me and know me. Only to get here and literally have all that stripped away, because nobody here, knows anything about, anything. They don't know, they don't care. They don't care. They do know Obama. So if I say I worked at the White House, they appreciate that. But everything else, they don't. And it doesn't matter to them. And so as we go through this metamorphosis, as we go through this evolution of ourselves, I would challenge you to look deep inside and ask you, who am I today? And if you were to be asked today, in a moment, who are you? Could you answer that question without saying, but this is what I did last year. This is the accomplishments. I think we as a society, we have all that backwards. Because what if before I was a horrible person, but I was successful? What if that was the truth? And what difference does it make? What makes all the difference in the world is living in the moment. This opportunity that I have to be in this, 14-acre property came from being in the moment. And I think that we just need to explore that in ourselves. Stay present and ask yourself those tough questions.
Well, there's so many times that you'll go, not this past 2 years, because there haven't been very many Christmas parties, but you'll go to a Christmas party and someone will say, well, I'm going to do this or that. And then the next year, especially books, I'm going to write a book, or I'm going to do this. And then the next year, I'm going to do that again. But and I remember when you said, I think I'm going to buy a place down in Peru. This gal has got this place for me and she's making it affordable for me to buy. And it was like, I think he's going to do it.
my son said that too. He didn't believe it.
Yeah. So tell me, again, what's the courage? What is the jumping off point? Because that's really what we're talking about. Courage is I'm using that word. There may be a better word, and you may have a better word, but it is, I've got nothing to lose. I'm gonna go for it, and you have that.
It's backbone, resolution, determination. I'm not going backwards. I'm going forward, no matter what shows up. I think that we're in a place in our world where we all need some courage to live out loud, to step forward, to lead, to inspire and embolden other people. I mean, look at the president of Ukraine. That's courage. That's courage. Stepping out and doing something that he may or may not have had inside. Well, obviously he did, but he had an opportunity to expose that, and he did. And we all have that, and you said something that's so important. I remember being at Christmas parties and we're going to do this and do that. And for some people, it's just rhetoric. For the rest of us, it's action. I mean, think about it. An untold story doesn't serve anybody. What's your story? Even a bad decision moves you forward.
Yep.
We're so afraid that we're going to, there was a point, I'm going to be honest with you, during the pandemic where I thought, okay, I could lose everything. And this is going to be a public failure because everybody knew I was here, right? Everybody knew what I had done. I'm very public on social media. And yet at the same time, I said, and so what? Who tried this? Nobody, and
I saw you outside. You didn't have a landscaper anymore, and you're outside hand mowing part of it and mowing your own huge area to keep it maintained. So you were still working on the earth. You still had your dream. You were still in alignment with that. You weren't above it all. I mean, many people that have large properties, they probably have servants and all sorts of help to do everything. And here you were out there sweating, doing the hard work. So you have a bond with that land, that region.
Yes. No, and that's so important. I think that when I had my little breakdown on Facebook, during the quarantine, where I decided to F-bomb the whole world on Facebook, which wasn't a good idea, but I did it anyway. I realized something that, what you said is so important. Mother Earth said to me, when I was broken at that time, because I was alone and dogs are great, but they don't talk to you. And she said, when you came here, you asked me if you could be here. And I said, yes. Then you got here and you were busy and you had other people take care of your lawn. Everybody was doing everything except you. And she said, what I want you to do is to take care of me the way you took care of your dying mother. And put your hands in the soil and touch me and feel me and be part of what you came here to do. And that was what I did. That picture you saw, I mean, if you could, put a cartoon caption above my dogs, I mean, they were like, this guy's going to kill himself, because I had to go on YouTube to figure out how to put gas and load this thing up, right? And then the most magical thing happened, because in putting my hands in the soil, I was forced to do it because my employees couldn't come to work, so I had to take care of the property. It just brought me so much joy, trimming the trees and digging in the ground and putting my hand in the soil. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that in our own lives, sometimes we have to get dirty. Sometimes we have to go back to the basics. And in that connection, I found like a rebirth of myself. Again, Daniel, you're the only reason why you won't put your hands in the soil is because you still think you're wearing that $2,000 suit. You know, you still think that you're this powerful president. You still think that, and the truth is that I may have been, but I wasn't in that moment.
Exactly.
In that moment, I was just the guy taking care of the property.
Wow. So you've gone to Machu Picchu a lot, and you're yes. What lessons are there for us? Because what I find, I want to go there, and I know the energy is still there. I know there's got to be a bunch of portals there, but that's one aspect. I want to switch what I'm going to say. When you created ways to get the villagers that were way up in the mountain top food, they were cut off.
Yes.
So if they hadn't had storage, if they hadn't grown their own potatoes, if they hadn't prepared, they were going to starve.
Yep.
And you used all your connections like me and and created a way to bring them food. How did you get inspired to do that?
When I had this breakdown where I was telling you that the earth was telling me to connect with her, she also said, too much is given, much is expected. You have the ability to bring people together. You have the ability to bring community together. Find a way. And I did. And I have to tell you this story because you asked about the lessons, and this is one of the lessons I wanted to make sure I talked about. Here in this part of the world, they have a word called Ayni, A-Y-N-I, Ayni. What it means is me today, you tomorrow. Imagine I've gone up and I've taken all this and I gave 180 chickens to mothers on Mother's Day so that they'd have food to feed their families. And I didn't do this for anything. I did it because it made me feel good, and I did it because I could. And I did it because I was connected to so many people around the world that so graciously gave so we could make this happen. A lot of people. I didn't do this alone. And one December, my reception center caught on fire. I don't know if you saw that. My reception caught on fire, and I put so much love, tears, sweat into this place, and I'm looking at this thing burn, and I was devastated. I mean, it was the first time the people around here had seen me cry, because I just felt broken. I thought, you don't want to ever ask, what else can I do? What else can happen? Because it will. But that's what was in my mind. I mean, my gosh. I mean, we got the pandemic. Nobody's here. I have no customers. What do I do? And this is when I really began to understand the people here, because the people of the communities, there's 12 communities above PZAC, indigenous communities. And I got to know them, all of them, not all of them, mostly all. And the people of the communities came to me and said, we won't let you fail. You gave to us, and now let us give to you. And they came and they quit their jobs, and they came and rebuilt my center, built my reception center in a week. They bought their own wood. They all donated mud. They donated cement. They donated wood from their trees on their properties, and they rebuilt it. And they said, you asked for nothing. This is Ayni. You shared what we believe in. And here, what Ayni means is that when someone gets married, everybody goes. And then when someone else gets married, everybody goes. And so it's like a trade-off, and it has nothing to do with money. It has to do with respect and kindness and sharing. And that was something I wasn't used to in my world in the US. It was me, take. And here it was the opposite. It was like we all help each other. They came here, they helped me, with my garden. I mean, it's just beautiful. So Ayni is something we could all learn.
You built a church there too.
I built a chapel here on campus.
Yes, you did.
And I got married in that chapel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How perfect. How perfect.
Yeah.
Well, do we want to show the film? We only have about 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
But let's show, it's only a minute and something. So let me
38 seconds, like you told me.
Well, I was trying to compare the one I was trying to make sure I hit the right one. Okay, here we go. There we go.
and that's our new beautiful home, the new Catalina.
Wow.
And I want to invite everyone to come and visit and, hold your retreats or bring your groups. And I'm always willing to talk to people and make that real for them, because we do whatever we can to make it real for them.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And can't wait to hear all of the wonderful things that happen as you start expanding Catalina, because your mother's got to be going, go, go.
I hope so.
Seriously, I've known you when I helped you with that one book. You were turning 50.
50
and
lessons
they
on
were
my path to peace and tranquility.
That's right. And so, I didn't realize at that time you said, well, my father didn't live this long. So you weren't sure. So
not my brothers or my father. My two brothers died in their 20s. So I didn't have any, my grandfather didn't live long either. So I didn't have any reason to believe I would live.
Wow. Well, we're so glad you did. And look at what you've created. And thank you so much for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
I'm seeing if there's any questions. I know people are saying they just loved it. The earth speaks in different ways. And Paul's saying, I have to meet Daniel. I love his wisdom and energy. Somehow I think he and I would be great friends. And we share the same hairstyle.
That's great, Paul. Thank you.
And I'll make sure you can connect with him. You'd like him a lot. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Do we have a few minutes? Do we have a minute?
Yes, we've got 5 minutes. I want to share one other thing that you did that I want everyone to know about. When I met you, you were playing a American Indian flute.
I was just about to do that.
Oh, are you gonna?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I thought you gave your beautiful flute to somebody else.
I did. I gave it to one of the people in the mountains because he kept looking at it, and they play in plastic. They make their flutes out of plastic. And he saw this beautiful flute, and he kept asking for it and asked for it. And finally, I just looked over and I said, it's yours. And he was so blown away that I would give him this gift, And, when you do something like that from your heart, more shows up. And now I have 5 more flutes, right? So for me, it's just, when we can be that open, we get back, right? That's really the message of life for me is I keep giving, not because I have to, but because it changes me. I don't have to. I do it because it changes me. So I just want to play my flute for a few seconds and encourage you to close your eyes and escape to that video, escape to the Andes in whatever fashion form it comes up for you in your mind. And I just want to play for a minute, and so you can enjoy a little. I taught myself how to play because people here didn't want to take the time. And so I just kept watching them until I figured it out. Just kind of close your eyes and spend a few minutes with me. Thank you for allowing me to play. And I hope you enjoyed a little bit of my connection to the earth, my connection to Pachamama, my connection to the mountains here in the Andes, and that soothes your soul just for a little bit.
So Daniel, I did put your website in the chat, but would you share how are the best ways for people to connect with you? I'm sure that a lot of people will want to. You're still doing coaching and.
Yep. Yeah, I still am.
It's amazing. So if you could share that, that would be great.
Well, Twitter and Instagram is Motivator Dan. Okay. And I've had that forever. So I guess back in my speaking days. My website, I'm not sure which one you shared. There's CatalinaRetreatCenterPeru.com and DanielGutierrez.com. Those are the two ways. I'm on Facebook under Daniel Gutierrez, LinkedIn, same thing. I'd love to hear from you. If you're even inclined to come out and visit Peru, I would encourage you to come out and spend some time in my new home. And as you saw, the beautiful inside of the house, and I didn't get a chance to show a lot of the outside, but the goal was to show you what the inside is. That particular property sleeps 15. So if you're inclined to bring a group, I'm happy to host you. Just send me a note and we'll get on a Zoom call.
I would love to bring a group and
you should do
some spiritual. Yeah, we talked about that before. We need to talk again. That would be fantastic. Well, everyone, I'm getting thank you. Awesome, talented, from the heart. Thank you so much, Daniel. So great sharing. The next Humanity Unplugged will be offsite at Catalina.
Let's do it.
So, yeah, you never know. He'll make it happen if you start this. You'll see.
That's right.
So
let's do it.
And then Omar put yes. So super. Well, thank you so much.
Much love to you all.
Love
you.
Love.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
we'll
to see
talk
ya.
again soon. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. So proud of him. So how's everybody doing? I saw Dr. Joan was here. It's her birthday. She was here for a little bit in the back, but I guess she's not here. So everyone, is someone here with me?
I'm here with you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Omar,
I'm here, Kathy.
Hi. How are you guys doing?
Good. Fantastic, Daniel. Wow, so amazing,
Oh,
eh?
what a beautiful man.
Oh, what a beautiful soul. I just enjoyed everything he said, his delivery, his humor, his candidness. It was just, his heart just opened, and it was just amazing. I enjoyed listening to him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What do you say, Rob?
Oh, it was great. I love when he played the flute, though. It was the best. I just sat here with my eyes closed and just, let it whisk me away a little bit. I was like, oh, that's epic. I got to pick up one of those types of instruments that has, the woodwind style instrument to try and get back to my glorious form of tending to music a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, he had a very beautiful flute that he would carry around. He had his mesa bag and he had his flute. And so at one point he contacted me and said, I gave away my flute. And I was so shocked because it was his companion almost.
Right.
And, but somebody else needed it. And you heard him say he got 5 more.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you give out into the universe. Hopefully you receive it back times 10, right? Because you gave it out willingly without hesitation. And that's part of what we're doing, especially with this conference too. This information goes out as a free conference. A lot of days, it's a lot of man hours too to cover everything. So we appreciate Kathy being here to help cover some of the storm too, because it really is a storm. Mm-hmm. But we give that information out in hopes that the universe rewards us later on. Maybe not rewards us, but just at least looks out for us when the time comes, right?
No, I'm actually, I have to say, I am enjoying being with these people so much. They enrich my life and I'm learning so much. I'm not getting a lot of my work done.
I get that.
But I am just loving this. The people that you've collected are just remarkable. They're
It gets
remarkable.
addictive. You begin to love this atmosphere and the way that the energy just flows. You know, we have an intention when we start the event, but then it takes on a life of its own. And when it does that, it gives this energy off that it's unmeasurable, and you can't clock it and you can't predict it either. You know, I did a smaller event on my YouTube channel. Probably it was about a month ago, and it was 4 people. It was Ishmael Perez, Paul Wallace, Omar, and myself, and we were the 4 horsemen of the Ascension as opposed to the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse, right? So we were the adverse of that, but the flow that it took on was just incredible. And just while I'm out here, I just want to say Echoes of Eden is now available for, I believe you can purchase the Kindle version and pre-order the hard copy. So go to paulanthonywallace.com and get that book because it is amazing. You'll see some familiar people in it, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. What Paul has done with the Eden series has just blown my mind to this point. And this book is, I don't want to say they're all equally important, but this one for me was just incredible. It's a confirmation of everything. So, guys, go out there and get it. You can see it. Go ahead, Omar.
I was just going to say I'm halfway done reading it because after these events, it's difficult to sleep at night. So when I'm laying there at night, I've been reading Echoes of Eden, and about halfway through, and it's amazing. I'm loving it. So yeah, that's visit.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm reading it as we go.
Yeah,
if there's some
yeah.
downtime and I got to take my eyes off the screen, I'll read it really quickly, and I'll be like, "That's enough.
Yeah,
That's enough for a minute." But yeah, no, it's epic. It's epic.
Yeah, it's a great upload, and I suggest you guys go and get it. It's available now. Go to Paul Wallace's website, paulwallace.com or paulanthonywallace.com, and order your copies and get your Kindle version as well because it's a lot of fun. And this is like the Chariots of the Gods, right? But for us in this age and in this time, and Paul's taken it like that one step further and really given us epic uploads. So yeah, looking forward to him coming on March 20th as well. So put your notifications and reminders on for that.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
All right.
Well, I have another book you're going to want to get in a moment because I'm about to introduce another amazing guest. So I'm going to add, thank you, Anita, for waiting for us. We were running a little behind. So thank you.
I love hearing Daniel. Daniel's a friend.
I know, because of the Evolutionary Business Council. Yep. Exactly. Well, I'm friends with a lot of the people that are in it, although I haven't joined it yet. But it's just been all the years of fun, actually really fun people. So I'm going to show you a book that I got at the library because I didn't have time to go get the actual book. But Dr. Anita Sanchez wrote this book called The 4 Sacred Gifts, which is it's lauded like Don Miguel Ruiz, The 4 Agreements, a lot of the work in it. And we're going to get to talk with her about this indigenous wisdom for modern times. But first, I'm going to read part of her bio. I may not get to read the whole thing, but here we go. Dr. Anita Sanchez is Aztec and Mexican American, is a transformational leadership consultant, speaker, coach, and author of 7 books, including the international award-winning book, The 4 Sacred Gifts, Indigenous Wisdom for Modern Times. She bridges indigenous teachings with the latest science to inspire and equip women and men to enjoy meaningful, empowered lives and careers while caring for the earth and each other. She is a member of the Transformational Leadership Council, Evolutionary Leadership, and board member of Pioneers and the Pachamama Alliance. Anita leads an annual journey to the sacred headwaters of the Amazon. One of the ways that I got to meet Anita is I've been a volunteer for a lot of nonprofits, and Anita held an event for World Unity Week at her house, where we were outside, and it was at the beginning of the plan, whatever you call it. I don't want to call it that. The lockdown. And the view from her house, she has almost a 360-degree view on the top of this mountain of other mountains, 14ers, as well as the city below. So, and that alone, you live in God, in a realm of God. So that alone is remarkable. But what I'd love for you to share with us, is to give us a little bit of idea. We're talking about Humanity Unplugged, and all day today we've been talking about the indigenous prophecies, the way to live in this new era, going back to simpler ways. And actually, compared to yesterday, we're really focusing on hope, which, we can have either drum playing, but I know from what you're offering and the way that you are in the world, you're seeing this as an opportunity for humanity. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's a time that we get to choose, like we always do, but like hopefully more consciously, that we can be part of the solution, or we can just accept the way things are. And I don't think that's what humanity wants to do. That this is a time that we're getting faced with such challenges, divisiveness, on and on. But it's a part of the paradigm shift that's happening. One that many prophecies have talked about happening at this time, where now we, as two-leggeds in the hoop of life, get to choose to be a life-giving force in this one hoop of life. And so I am very hopeful, and I'll be glad to talk, because that is one of the 4 gifts, a very, very important one, the hope in action. But as you spoke, I have to say, I'm so delighted to see you again. And it was fun having you here on the mountaintop outside of Boulder. And the first peoples of this land, and they are still here, they're not gone, are the Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Ute. I myself, as you said, I'm Nawa, which people know as Aztec. And I get to be a keeper, a carer, in reciprocity with this land. And I'm just grateful for it every day. And everyone who is listening, I just want to acknowledge you and thank you for allowing me to be a guest, because I know you're not just a person at the other end of a Zoom or in a little square, but that you are not only you, but you're all of your ancestors who dreamed of you. And you are here because I know that you're called. And so whatever time of day or night it is for you that you're watching or listening to this, I thank you for being one of my precious relations. And I'm looking forward to this conversation with you, Kathy.
Well, trying to add myself again. I think I've been doing this for a while.
A little technical glip is no big deal. We're all
sorry about that. Well, okay, so I have to apologize that I didn't get to read all of this because I was helping do this. But I'd love to talk about these 4 sacred gifts, because I think that what I've learned from my experience with elders, with grandmothers, is appreciation and gratitude is one of the biggest parts of our awareness that is possible for us right now. So focusing on that. So should I read the 4 sacred gifts, or would you like to go through them? How do you want to do this?
I would love to just present it in a way
okay.
I think honors the elders. So I'll just go ahead and name them by sharing a little bit about the Eagle Hoop prophecy. So there are many prophecies that we live by. And some of the prophecies are thousands of years old, hundreds of years old. This one actually came in the mid-90s, and it came to a Mohican elder, Don Coyas, who's the keeper of this hoop. But in his dream time, which actually was a vision, came a beam of light that landed on his forehead. And that light turned into a tree. And the tree as it turned, went through the 4 seasons. And of course, in the last season, the leaves had all fallen off. Even the branches fell off. And the trunk became a circle. And then more beams of light came down. And as every beam of light came down and touched the hoop, it turned into an eagle feather till there were 100 eagle feathers. And then he heard the 2-leggeds, the human beings have forgotten. Not that they're damaged. They've forgotten who they are and what they are. They've forgotten how to create harmony and balance in this one hoop of life. And so basically what he's told is that he had to call out to elders all over the world, indigenous elders, to come together to build this hoop and put gifts in the hoop for all humanity, everyone, to help us remember. So what a perfect time, right? So I ask you all to listen with the softest part of your ears and expanding heart as I share with you these gifts. The first gift that Spirit told them to put into the hoop was the gift of the power to forgive the unforgivable. The gift of the power to forgive the unforgivable. Take that gift and put it in the ceremonial part of your heart. And if you wish, you can even touch your heart. And as you do that, you begin to remember what you've forgiven, and you may also be able to sense what needs to be forgiven. The second gift they put in the hoop was the gift of the power of healing. The gift of the power of healing. And just think what an amazing gift, and we need to use it every day. Take that gift of healing and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart. Beautiful. And breathe that in, becoming aware of this is just a wonderful gift. What has already been healed and what needs healing. And that gift's available to us every day. And the third gift for all of humanity, to remember who we are and what we are and how to be in right relationship with all our relatives, is the gift of the power of unity. And for those of you watching, you can see my big grin, because we need unity so desperately. Take that gift of the power of unity and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart. And just breathe that in, knowing already what is intimately interconnected, and perhaps even becoming aware of the illusion of separateness and how unity needs to be restored, remembered. Take a breath. And the fourth and final gift, Spirit told all of these elders from all over the world to put into the hoop, is the gift of the power of hope, hope in action. Take the gift of the power of hope, hope in action, and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart. And as you do that, in this expanding heart of yours, you become more and more aware of what you are hopeful for. But you may also become aware of maybe of feeling hopeless at times, of wondering, when is the suffering going to end? So take this gift of the power of hope in action. It is an energy source. So with that, just take a couple of deep cleansing breaths. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. And allow this to integrate in you as we continue, Kathy and I, to talk about them. But as you already are aware, you're going, wait a minute, I know these 4 gifts. Isn't it what you were saying? Wisdom is pretty simple and straightforward. It's not real complicated, but it does require choice to use them.
I think we're always thinking there's more, that it can't be that simple. It can't be that definitive, actually.
I think you're right. When I received these gifts in 1995, I was volunteering, as I had done for already more than a decade. Every year I work with Indigenous youth. I train them on things that I teach in corporate and with business leaders. But for them, I donate my time and teach them that. But how do you keep your worldview? How do you keep your values sometimes in places that seem antithetical to that? And so it was there that I received these gifts, and I have woven those into now, what is it, since 95. So that's 26 years into all my work with leaders, whether it's from the C-suite of global corporations to entrepreneurs to in the depths of the Amazon, in families and communities, lots of nonprofits as well. And what I find from all of them is it has for me, it changed your life. Guess what? Spirit doesn't lie. Use the 4 gifts, not once, but you just keep using them and you begin to get clearer and clearer and remember how to be a life-giving force. And you can see my hands making a hoop, because that's what my elders would always do as they're growing up, is that we are all members of this one hoop of life. No one's higher, no one's lower. And our purpose here is to be in harmony and balance, to be in the flow, to life seek life. And when that gets out of balance, then those of us who remember it, we are called, we all have to move forward with that hope that you were talking about, as well as all of these gifts.
Well, the thing that I think people are finding is they're finding resources like yourself to give them insights so that they can grow, because there is a lot of shadow work happening, a lot of healing, and we're seeing the work on the inside affects the outside. And the indigenous knew that. They also knew to be in right harmony. Could you talk a little bit about that and what you're seeing, hopefully getting better?
Yes, yeah. Well, I do believe it is happening. Now, we know it's sort of like with birthing too. You know, been in this paradigm, this dark winter. And that's what this prophecy is about. And there's other Hopi and other prophecies talking about the same thing. And that when we're going through that, it's almost like giving birth. It's painful. It hurts. It's like, when is it going to end? And then the shift happens. The transformation happens. And it's so beautiful. Well, in some of I talk a lot with elders indigenous elders from all over the world through my podcast and that. And what I find is that some of them are saying, yes, we're definitely in it. But just as that is rising, the suffering is becoming people more conscious of it. So is the awareness of the gratitude, as you talked about, of the joy. Because it is joyful to be alive at this time, have so much meaning, but there's also responsibility with it. So being in right relationship, what you're talking about, is what I was taught from a little girl. And now I'm the teacher. I'm one of some call me an auntie, some call me an other, some call me a grandmother. You can call me Anita. And I just get to share that wisdom about how do we be in right relationship. Lots of people are asking that. We're like, gosh, it's really hard. I don't know what to do. I'm crying, I'm upset, or I just don't want to, I just block it all out, what's going on, and I'm just going to go here. And this is not the time to do a spiritual bypass. That is to say, we are spirit, mind, emotion, and physical. It is time to hold it all. We have the ability to hold it all. And as we hold it, we have choice to move toward what is life-giving. And that's what each one of these gifts, as you learn more about them and integrate them, allow you to do with much more ease. And I just have to say, I grew up in a Black neighborhood. We were the only non-Black family. And I remember at different times as teenagers especially, get like, oh, it's so heavy, and everything. And I remember some of my Black friends, they put their hands on their hip and they go, Anita, you're not all that. And I still remember that. And each of us has to remember that right now. We're not supposed to think that we're all of that. That's more of the same cognitive mind, ego, I got a whole. No, you are part of a whole. And your gifts that you bring are part of all the gifts. And together, we're coming home together. We're unplugging and coming to who we really are together. And so that makes it just very exciting time to be alive. And at the same time, Kathy, I do want to say, when I talk about that, I do not mean that people don't get sad, that people don't feel lonely. Depression is at some of the highest. But at the same time, when I think what you can learn in part from us as Indigenous folks, genocide has been tried and continues to be, and we're still here. They forgot we were seeds. The other thing is that spirits told us in lots of different traditions in varying ways that through prophecy, they knew there would come these dark times. And what did they tell us to do? Continue to sing your songs, do your dance, do your ceremonies, and be in community. And so I tell people, sing your songs, do your dance, do your ceremonies, ritual, whatever it is, and be in community. That is not a denying of what is. That is a lifting up and moving us toward where we and what we're supposed to be doing. And when I say that, I don't mean just with two-leggeds. I mean with the earth. I mean with our four-legged friends, our winged ones, even the creepy crawlies, all of it, because all of us matter at this time. And it is urgent times, but I'm feeling very, I won't say optimistic. I just know. I know that we have the ability to do this. We can choose to do this, and it may get harder before it gets better. So I don't want to be, there's something that, what do we call it? The sacred mystery. And I give gratitude to the mystery as well.
Well, this morning we had a grandmother circle on, and we also had Susan Christensen, who's done a documentary, and she's working on her second documentary, but she went all over the world to film grandmothers. And so we were listening this morning to grandmother wisdom. We were listening about circles, about how to create circle. And we actually modeled a circle. I'm still learning. They had me in it. But they meet, and one person's from Germany, one person's from Alaska, the other person's from New Mexico. All have indigenous backgrounds. And actually the lady in Germany's teaching how to create circles in corporate America.
Yes. For about 45 years now, I still work in business, and I bring always circle. Circle has been around for thousands of years. And we know now with science, because I'm always weaving that, makes it a little easier for some people to understand it, but that we impact each other. We impact each other through our emotions. We know our heart rate variability will change. We know that we have the healing energy. You don't have to be close to someone. We have that ability from far away. All that's documented. Through intention, we can reduce violence in places. All of this is documented in research. The key is, do we have the will to do it? We have all the answers. What I also often say is that you can't Google wisdom. I actually said that in front of
you can't Google
wisdom. You gotta be practicing. A handful before COVID, I was speaking at Singularity University. Of course, it's Google. And most everyone was very interested, but they're used to doing more of the science and engineering, all that kind of stuff. But I was sort of a ringer. I was coming in with, the internal work that needs to happen. And I could see a few people were like no, I don't know that I want to be here. And I just said, came out of my mouth, I think ancestors were there, energy. And I said, you can't Google wisdom. And the looks were like, everybody started laughing and they started paying attention. And they've said that day and that afternoon, when I broke them into groups to do their work around the 4 gifts, that they had already been together for a month that summer, but had never gotten to the kind of understanding of who they are and some of their gifts and what they could bring, and that it shifted things. So it's not about either or, but what it is they're reflections of each other. So often in society, we keep talking about, well, something's wrong, so let's do this, or let's do this, and let's do this. We're human beings, not human doings. We need to be about doing, but it has to come from a place that is life-giving. So what we create out here is a reflection of what's in here. So if we take care of some of this individually and collectively, then what we start creating together like you all are doing with this Humanity Unplugged, listening to, and the others who, the founders of this. This is powerful of what is going out, what we're sharing practical tools with each other.
Right.
As
Right.
well as energetically in those things that we don't see. Actually, I don't usually use can't, because the reality is you can see a lot of this stuff of what's happening. But even at the cosmic level, we're beginning to understand that more through quantum physics and other arenas. So yeah, I'm glad you had the grandmothers. I saw kind of a listing of what was happening. I thought that's exciting. And I'm often with grandmothers because there's a lot of work that we as women, as Indigenous women can do. But the time now is that Indigenous medicine are knowing from all four directions are coming together. And of course, those that don't call themselves Indigenous, we're all coming together. And that's important. Not to make oneness sameness. That's not it.
No.
It's about all of our unity and our diversity and all that beauty.
Yes, I always say it's like a puzzle, and every single piece needs to be in place to make the picture. And we all came as a piece of that. But when it's all together, there's a whole different possibility. And there's no one piece that's better than the other. So
Absolutely.
I do have a question, and hopefully there'll be a lot of good questions from the audience as well. But I have a question for you, because I do my show called Conscious Business Zone, and I do it because I believe that there's a new breed of leader that I call a servant leader, the leader that is very interested in making the business run and profitable, but is very committed to showing love and support to employees as well as the customer. They aren't focused only on the bottom line. And I do my show a lot of times because I'm trying to give that servant leader who doesn't have much time, by the time they take care of everybody else and the business, they don't have much time for finding resources for themselves or for nurturing themselves. And I think what you're offering is part of the opportunity to empower these servant leaders, so that's the model. The circle and the servant leader is the model that we'll be going forward with, rather than the hierarchical.
Yeah, it's not that. In fact, people empower themselves, because if you look up the word empower, it's hierarchical. And that's not what we're talking about. You already innately, everyone is sacred. Everyone has gifts. And so it's a matter of holding the grace and space so those gifts can come forward. So I think that's what exactly these gifts are offered. And that's why I think leaders, whether it's a leader of your own life, leader in your family, your community, or businesses, small or 300,000, whatever it is, they're interested in that. And also just keeping on with what you're talking about with business, that I didn't know you did that podcast. That's very cool. But I think you'll have to remind me what the name of the board is. It's a business board. And in 2019, they've been talking about for years of changing, making clear what is the purpose of business. Mm-hmm. And that board had been studying that for some time. And it was in the 1800s when things started shifting, where the purpose of business came for benefit of the shareholder. And they changed that in 2019 and said, no.
Great.
The purpose of business is to benefit the stakeholders. When I hear that, I'm a translator, I see the hoop of life. And that means every being in that string, in that stakeholder circle. So that means the earth and the water, the skies. It means the animals. It means the trees. It means all of us two-leggeds. It doesn't just mean the people who had the funds to put in and be a shareholder. So that's dramatic. And then we add that with, if you are a person who is an entrepreneur, or again, a Fortune 500 leader, what am I supposed to do? How do I do all of this? These 4 gifts are ways to remember. And truly, if you use them, you will discover. So most people, I'll just say, because you were talking about hope. I love hope. In fact, in this room that I'm at, I had a big lesson on hope, and it's in the book, the story of my son who was 15 months old or 18 months old, right in there. And we had a blessing way with a Ute elder, Eddie Box. And my son was still, you could walk and speak in some, but he was still pretty little. And I took his shirt off, and Eddie opened this sacred earth, and my son pushed his hand away and put his hands in there, and he started making markings on his body in a particular way. And I'm looking at him, and Eddie's looking at him like, who is this? And then, but Eddie let him finish and close up, and then he put him down. And then he said, I'm going to go now, and I'm going to drum, and I'm going to chant, and you do what you wish. And so he sat down next to my older son, who was 6 at the time, and little Nico began dancing, but not like you would think a 15 or 18-month-old would. He was dancing, and he was mimicking, like I could see that different animals and different, it was beautiful. And like angels, it was just amazing. And I could hear my son say to Eddie, how does he know to do that? With the 13 of us circled around him, sitting. And Eddie said, it's because the ancestors are with him. Mm-hmm. He's not forgotten. And you haven't either. All you have to do is invite them, and you will remember too. And that's, in a very practical way, these 4 gifts will help you to do that. But people call me in for hope. They call me in for unity, and it's fine. You can start wherever you call. There is no wrong way. The key is to get in action.
Right.
Well, what I will also tell them, we will go pretty far. You could have millions of followers. You could have a huge multi-billion-dollar operation. But your vision and that collective vision will only go so far unless you also do your forgiveness and healing work. And lo and behold, now after 20 some years, people come back and say, gosh, I just on my own, I did this other forgiveness piece, and all of a sudden it opened up. Of course, because if we're stuck in the pain, hurts, and mistreatment and don't forgive, then we don't have that energy to use for now and to create what we're envisioning through our hope, what it can happen in unity when we have trust. So each one of these gifts, hey, guess what? Spirit isn't wrong. What they gave to the elders was exactly what we need. And there are many ways. So I'm just offering this as one way. Again, it's not better or less, but it's what I see you all offering here is the many paths that are all ultimately interconnected in terms of love as a foundation, understanding our oneness. So we need to unplug from this harriedness, this divisiveness, and anger, and be in gratitude, but also be in collective action to create what it is that is life-giving, what it is that we want for ourselves and for at least 7 generations out. We're the future ancestors now.
Wow. So I am curious about current events for you. I mean, I did get to see you, was that last year or the year before? Must have been last year when we did World Unity Week, the Caravan of Unity.
Yes, it was.
With Peter Milton.
It was wonderful.
Wasn't it? And beautiful. It was a beautiful thing. I never got to see the video footage of all that, but I'm sure it was amazing. Yes.
It was gorgeous.
So how are you seeing, because you are working in business and nonprofits, how are you seeing the your work impacting, or are you seeing a resurgence of interest in it?
Yes. Yes, I thought, after I've been had my own business for 45 years, and I thought at some point I'd start slowing down. It's gotten busier, and it feels good. I mean, I have the energy, and I never do any of it alone. The nice thing about bringing together people's hearts, minds, and spirits across cultures all over the world, doing diversity, inclusion, belonging work, is that you don't do it alone. There is no illusion of that. So I'm always with a team of people, and we're bringing all of our gifts and understanding of all the different ways to get there. And so, yeah, no, there's a resurgence. There's also what is happening there, and some people hear them more of saying, well, this is just divisiveness and we don't want that. And it is, I don't care what that board said, that business board, it's still just about profit for the shareholders. We don't care. But, you know, and we're seeing some of those voices right now and what's going on, what's happening with gas and things. But overall, what I see leaders doing and their teams is expecting their organizations to care about the individuals, the communities, the earth. And you see poll after poll, whether it's Catalyst or in any of the Harvard Business Review. I mean, I love watching all those polls, and every one of them keeps pointing back to, we want to be in organizations, we want to create organizations that care about people and the earth, about all our relatives, and they're willing to leave. That's a new thing. It used to be that people were scared to talk about their well-being, especially if it was mental health. Now, most of the polls talk about, hey, 67, 70 some percent of people will leave their current job for an organization that cares about their mental well-being, their health.
Right.
That's extraordinary.
Yes.
We're at this time. And people are looking for, you know, experienced, trained people who want to work. So we're at a time where I see it, the rise of civil society, the rise of all of us not undermining our leadership and mistaking hierarchy and these things that we created, but rather we all have something to give and to benefit. So I think this is an extraordinary time for every sector and every system to shift. So whether you're in government or nonprofit, in a local community or businesses, small or large, this is a time, an opening. The portals are open. I'm thinking of my ceremonies that I'm part of, or literally we see the portals opening. They're opening to us. And again, it's a matter of choosing. Do we want to be good medicine or bad medicine? I'm not talking about the pharmacy. Good medicine is anyone or anything that puts into alignment the spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical. Bad medicine is anyone or anything that takes that out of alignment. And we are now, with our hearts open, our minds open, listening with the softest part of our ears, being able to see what is destructive and is the old paradigm, and being able to feel the pull to want to be in our wholeness, to want to be part of this hoop that we know can feel good about not only what immediately happens for us, but what we are leaving and be a benefit to future generations. And wow, every morning I wake up just very excited about it's another day. And my kids tease me because I've been growing up. They would say, I think you're the only mom who wakes up as fixing breakfast and say, wow, it's another great day. What? I wonder what I'm going to forgive today. You know, and they go, let's talk about that hope and unity, because see, the book only came out in 2017, but I was talking about it back in the 90s all the way through. So they're very privy to it. And I'm very excited about that and how they're living their lives.
What is exciting is I haven't been in corporate America for over 20 years, but I had the experience of running the Change Enablement Group at Arthur Andersen. And I had 80 people below me. And there was a lot of lip service. There was a lot of lip service to working single mothers, which I was. And I'm highly sensitive, so it was torturous a lot because of the competition. And so I love the idea that there's a softer, kinder future that's possible for these people that really are helping turn the ship around, and that there may be a model like the Circle or like other business concepts that help people clear their own obscurations to who they are, because that's what these 4 sacred gifts do, is they help you clean up,
to bring back your wholeness, the things that have been broken. You pull that back together, and it not only pulling it back together, you realize as you do that, it's not just you doing that, because you begin to see through the illusion that we don't do anything by ourselves. Nothing. We don't breathe by ourselves. I'm looking out. It's a little dark here, but I can still see the trees right outside the window. Thank you. You know, you're taking the carbon and giving me oxygen. There's a reciprocity that's happening. So what you described, that was, it still exists. I'm not going to, you know, we have to be truthful to each other. It still exists in places, but at the same time, along with that, we see women rising, maybe not fast enough. We see people of color rising. My son just got a job where they give 4 months, it's either 4 to 6 months, I want to get it right, of paternity leave. We're not even talking maternity, the paternity leave. And that's why we moved there. Yeah, he'd been looking to go there. He's like, you know, I'm going to want to be a father. He's 30. At some point, I'm going to be a father. My wife and I will want to, but I want to not be one of those leaders who say, oh, I'm on my 3rd marriage, and oh, I never have met any of my kids' birthdays. You know, that's a great loss, and not a modeling of how we can be. And even with this lockdown that happened for a period of time, that was very insightful, because the fear was, and it's coming out of a control mentality, oh, people aren't going to produce. They're going to be at home. They're going to do other things. Across the board, businesses had higher productivity than ever, which is changing all this thing. Why do we have to build all these big buildings? We can still create culture, but how do we do that with periodically coming together, but hold that culture to be true and strong when we're not, when we're in a virtual space? So lots of things are shifting. And I'm of the mindset and seeing what's happening and seeing some boards like, I'm just going to go ahead and name, like Hewlett Packard. You know, they have one of the most diverse high-tech boards, mainly women and people of color. And they're doing amazing. And do they have problems? I'm sure they do, like all businesses do. But they're also modeling that, wait a minute, this filters all the way down and up, and we can do it a different way. And when the pandemic happened, they and on some other high tech, instead of saying, oh, we can't do internships this summer, they multiplied the number of internships. Where they had 400, they did 1,200. They did it virtually, but they went bigger. That's what we need. We need to stop holding ourselves in these small places. And a lot of that smallness that we hold is from our own hurts and mistreatments, our own inability to forgive what's happened. And so we have the opportunity now to really go for it, really understand its unity and be in hopeful action.
The cats keep going in. I have 2 of them, if you're wondering why they keep
along here, Captain. They're part of, you know, I always loved it when I work with nonprofits, especially women's, and they bring the kids along. And not just the 4-leggeds, they bring the children, and children start crying. We can still keep working. Somebody take care of, you know, again, there's all sorts of ways to be in community. And that's what we need to awaken.
Yes. We're in exciting times. Do you want to talk a little bit about, okay, bye. Would you like to talk a little bit? Thank you, Mountain Devil, sending love to my cat. Do you want to talk a little bit about prophecy as far as the earth? And I think there's a knowing that we're evolving. And of course, 2012 started the conversation for a lot of people. But the indigenous always knew that we came from the stars.
Yes.
They always knew that they should hold that energy and that knowledge. And even though they were colonized, and I would say that's worldwide, they were colonized, they knew that there was going to be a returning to natural order. Could
And that
you about that a little bit?
Yes, yes. So, yes, there's many different prophecies as talking about this time. I will be on March 22nd, it's coming up soon, celebrating 20 years of rising with the sun. Right before the sunrise, I rise. And it comes out of exactly, which my grandmother and the elders I know had taught me, is that we think that the light comes on in our head. Everything keeps coming back to this imbalance of the cognitive. We need our mind. It's not about getting rid of your mind. You'd be dead. You need your brain. However, where we lead from, where all of this energy comes from, is from the heart, and it comes from the sun. So the seeds of light that come from the sun, from the moon, from the stars, from the cosmos, from the volcanoes, from the fire. That light, all I can say is that I am listening, and all of us get to listen. And no longer does this sound as woo-woo. It may to some, but we now have the science of it too. But we can listen. We know that trees talk to each other. We know that we can communicate. And Indigenous people have been communicating where we keep the original wisdom. We know how to do that. And what I'm getting from that is this: we are in serious time of it opening up. The light is available to all of us. It is a matter of us choosing to really move forward in that light that's within us and that's out. Because we have to change the mindset that the earth is an infinite resource. So you can just take and take and take. That was never the knowledge of Indigenous people. It was always about reciprocity. And when I go to the Amazon every year, which I'm going to go and haven't been for 3 years again this August, I'm take a group, August 17th to the 28th. The two things that come up right away, and it's important for us to all understand, is people will land in the middle of the Amazon. We hike and they'll go, "What is that? Something feels different in my body," because our bodies don't lie. And I'll say, "Well, it's oxygen." Most of us haven't been around where the oxygen's so clean. And so aches and ailments, even how the fuzziness of your mind starts to clear up. Then the next thing they notice is in translation from the different languages, whether it's Ashwar, Sapra, to Spanish, to English, and then back. Wait a minute. I'm watching the people and I'm listening to what they're saying. They don't talk about living in the rainforest. They don't even talk about just being caretakers of the rainforest. If I'm understanding what they're saying they're part of the rainforest. And I think, what will that be like if all of us, as this light comes out, we begin to remember who we are, these energy, these light beings in this human form, where we have to take into the being presence to the physical as well as the spiritual. What would that be like if we say and understood we are part of? Then maybe we wouldn't do the disastrous things to the earth and to each other, the warring, the excavating, the poisoning, and just say, well, it's so we can have profit. It's because I want more, more, more. We're beginning to understand, and the voices of the young people are coming through strong, that what is sufficient? What is enough? And you begin to see the freedom, just like the people who go on the journey that freak out at first, because like, what do you mean we're not going to be able to use internet, have our cell phones? You can take pictures, but you don't have any. And within, usually it's 8 hours, some that are even more addicted, it takes 2 days, and they're just like, freedom. Oh my gosh, I'm listening. I hear things in a different way. I'm listening to my own knowing that I wasn't listening to before. And so we can immerse ourselves without all of us going to the Amazon. There's spaces and places that we can do the circles with each other, different forms of meditation, dance, drumming, sweats, what I talk about, reintegrating memory, dropping in. They're all different kinds of methods for us to remember our wholeness, who we are and what we are, and what we're actually capable of doing. And I feel like as I'm talking to you, you already know that, and all of you put this together, you know that. And actually, every one of you who's watching and listening, you know that too, or you wouldn't be taking the time to do this. And you want to go deeper and deeper. And guess what? The earth, the ancestors, the indigenous wisdom keepers, there's so much here for you to support you in that journey. We're not alone. You might feel lonely, but you're never alone.
That's so beautiful. And that's perfect for everyone here to know. Number one, breath. No one today really talked about breath, but and I was sort of surprised that Amalia didn't, Dr. Reverend Amalia didn't talk about breath because, of course, from Qigong, it's a big part of breath. But I think breath, the idea of us being in nature and breathing pine trees, breathing, I mean, going up to your house, I go to the mountains almost every weekend to just be with the trees, just because I have to have that air. And you can feel your whole system change just by being in that fresh air. So I think breath is
difference. And even if you live in a big cement city, even in those cities, you can find a flower. I mean, I led a lot of groups when we're doing face-to-face business groups. And when we get stuck, I go, all right, stop, pair up, no more than trios, walk around the block. And at some point, pause and stop. Don't talk, just breathe, be next to a tree, see a flower, even just image if you can't find it, and come back. And sure enough, it shifts. So we have a lot of relatives here to help us.
That's great. Yeah, we just have to remember.
Yes, that's the whole thing, is remembering.
Yeah, yes. Okay, so I do have a question here. Does Anita have any advice on setting up a circle and how to go about the process?
Yes. Well, first of all, you need to share with people that you actually are doing a circle. And then you need to be really clear about the protocols of the circle. Because one of the things, I've been in circles since I was 3, and I run those circles too. And the key thing is that in those circles, there isn't judgment. You're not responding to somebody. Sometimes they set a topic. Sometimes it's not even that. You just sit in circle, and whoever wishes to speak, speaks. If they want to pass, come back. But I will tell you, the phenomenon that happens, that now we do understand about the power of all of us, our power of our healing energy, is that even though you may come with nothing, someone speaking and clearing something happens to you. And I remember one of the most powerful circles. So there is protocols on how to do that. And if you'd like, at some point, I can send you a little graph of things to set up. So it's the person holding the space needs to truly hold that. And it's not responding to people, it's allowing and holding whatever comes through. And the healing happens. But I was about to say is, when I was pregnant with the boy who my son Nico, who did the dance here in this room with Eddie Box, I was really huge, and it was really painful sitting in the chair. And it was a huge circle, all girls and women for the American Indian Science and Engineering Society. Great grandmothers were there. And I got blessed so many times. But I was sitting there, all of a sudden the pain left. My back didn't hurt anymore. And I'm witnessing the stories of other indigenous people. And some of them just so beautiful, and some of them so painful. So painful. But what I found for me, and then what I heard from others after we finished, is just what we brought to each other. So in just acknowledging, and Bishop Tutu, Donna Hicks from Harvard, they knew this when they traveled to different war zones and they talked to the people. The people knew they couldn't bring back their loved ones that were killed. What they heard over and over again in different languages is that what people wanted was to be seen, to be heard, to be treated with dignity, to just somebody say, yes, you are worthy of that. And in those circles, such healing medicine happens. So I'm excited that you had somebody come in and actually experience some of that, because those circles are happening all over, in all different kinds of sectors, in culture groups and across culture groups. And it's very, very important. The intention has to be clear.
Right.
Intention needs to be clear.
The biggest aha takeaway that I got from doing it was the quality of listening, because you have to put the feather, and I don't have a feather, so I put this other thing in the center, but just the idea that you're not waiting to say something as soon as somebody's done.
No, you're not constructing what you're going to say. You really listen to them. Yes. And what happens in that process too is we do learn to be better listeners. Mm-hmm. And at the foundation of those 4 gifts is listening. Listening to yourself, because how do you know when something needs healed? How do you know when something needs to be forgiven? How do you listen to what the possibility of unity in all its different levels? Perfect. And hope, co-create together unless we listen. And too often people aren't taught how to listen. Right. That was some of the first things we learned as little kids. Our elders spent a lot of time helping us learn how to listen. And it's a great gift.
We were trained to be seen and not heard, not listen. So Paul put, what an amazing story. We have to learn to engage with our ancestral support. I love that Anita's son knew how to do that at 18 months old.
Yeah. Just ask before you go to bed. So oftentimes it's white folks, people of European descent, European Americans will say, well, I don't have what you have. I don't have a culture. I don't have it. That's not true. You do. I don't even know who they are. You can go in through now with these genetic tests. You can find out where you're from and learn more. But even if you don't do that, before you go to bed at night, just ask in dream time, could the ancestors come? And it may take you a while. It may be right away. I get lots of notes from people who say, oh my gosh, I learned all this stuff and now I've gone and researched. You know, it's real. I thought it was just me pretending. I said, well, we're amazing. We're all amazing.
Yeah, am I crazy? Or Igmu said, with Creator, it is always simple. We tend to complicate it ourselves with the physical brain.
That's true. That's true. And yes, we do. That's part of what we do. We make it difficult, but it really isn't. If you keep going back to the heart, back to knowing that you're not alone, you have lots of support, the way gets shown. But we get so caught in our head about the how. Now, how do I actually do this? Now, is it 12 steps? What, and I think that's why Spirit only gave 4 gifts. There are many gifts. Use them all. Again, this is not a competition. It's like use all of it. This is a way, and there are many ways. But I will say that using those 4 gifts has made a huge difference in people's lives. Enough so that I know you're a writer and I've written 7 books, but that's not who I am. It's really torture. I'm a big extrovert and love to talk. But what I found is that these gifts need to be used. So it actually caused me to create an online so people could use them whenever they wanted, instead of just going back to the book and that. So there are so many things out there to use. And I'm glad you brought up Don Miguel Ruiz. His 4 agreements are wonderful. I have a quick story if I could share it. I think people because a lot of times people think, well, they know how something's going to happen. So how that book came to be is I started writing it in 2013. And it was my mom. I had promised my mom I'd write her book. And I took a few years to just grieve her loss. She was so important in my life. And then I started writing, but her book wasn't coming through. And I then asked her, I know you'll forgive me. I'll write your book later, but my book is coming through. So I wrote, and then I got hassled and got it caught in my brain. Anyway, I am a member of the Transformational Leadership Council with people like Jack Canfield, Marianne Williams, and other people like that. And every year we meet twice, and we allow a few presentations. And I submitted, and I said, I want to talk about the 4 gifts and share about my life of the 9 years of abuse that I had as a child, about the murder of my father, which was race related. He was dark skinned and he was at the wrong place where a white man and a black man had an argument. The white man returned and just saw my father's dark skin and killed him. Anyway, I was scared. I'm not usually scared. I can go to the C-suite and all that, but I was scared talking in front of these amazing authors and people. But anyway, I did it. I got up, I spoke, they laughed, they cried. I put them in groups talking about the gifts and everything. And then afterwards, I sat in circle with a group of women for lunch. And there was a new member next to me. And I was so excited to see my friends, but she kept talking. And so I finally paid attention, listened, and say, who are you? She goes, I'm a new member. And I think what you talked about should be a book. And I said, I've been working on a book. She said, what's the title? And I gave the title. And she said, no. It's The Four Sacred Gifts, Indigenous Wisdom for Modern Times. And I said, but there are a lot of women in there, amazing women. Yeah, The Four Sacred Gifts, Indigenous Wisdom for Women. I said, but there's leaders, corporate leaders of big Fortune 500 corporations and Bishop Tutu. And yes, The Four Sacred Gifts. And I said, who are you? She goes, well, I'm a new member. And I'm a publisher for Simon & Schuster. And while you were talking, I text my boss, Judith. Do you know Judith? I'm like, I don't know anything about publishing. She goes, well, Judith is the publisher of the Celestine Prophecy, The Secret. And she started going through a whole list selling me. And I looked at, she goes, she told me I can't come back unless I sign you up. You need to write this book. And well, she didn't have to sell me. And I was like, but this is what I'm saying. This is not to go, oh, isn't this great? No, this is the Eagle Hoop prophecy. This is these gifts. These are these elders who came, which was not easy, from all parts of the world to do what the vision came through for this Mohican elder. And what I didn't know, that the Mohican elder told me later, that in the prophecy, there would be women who would raise this up. And you happen to be the woman who's starting this.
Wonderful.
And so we support you in doing this, in getting this out. And from that, it just keeps unfolding. So it's an award winner. It's seen as the most, not only inspirational, but the most beneficial self-help book by the International Latino Book Awards. Wow. On and on things happen. I have elders who come and say, help amplify out their voices. I didn't know how to do all this. I just knew that from my dream as a 4-year-old that I was to connect hearts. And I knew I had a special calling about those who are often not listened to or heard. And that's the Indigenous elders, the wisdom keepers, who this wisdom is so essential at this time. So thank you for letting me share that story. I did a little plan, but I want everyone to know you are more than your circumstances. We are far much more than that. And if we can stop with all the hows and having to have it all controlled and laid out, and pay attention and listen, it will arrive. It will arrive, and then you move forward a step at a time. Sometimes it's a big leap, and sometimes it's a teeny little step, and sometimes it's a false step. And you go, thank you. Now I know that's not okay. And you go again.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. I want to make sure that everyone knows how to get a hold of you. I did put your book website in the chat. Good. But what are the best ways to reach you?
That is the absolute best way.
Oh, okay.
FourSacredGifts.com, FOUR. Because if you go there, you'll find my press kit, you'll find all the other corporate stuff and business stuff that I do. But FourSacredGifts.com, you will also begin to learn about another group that I'm part of, Upend, where it's a new wisdom school. And March 31st, we start a 90-day course. And I'm saying this because I'm not selling. What it is, we all said at this time when the Ukraine and this is all happening, what we want is wisdom. We've got enough knowledge, right? We can't Google wisdom. We need to practice from all these different traditions. So we're asking people just a donation, $100 up to $1,000, whatever you want to give. And you get the course, and all of the proceeds are going to the Ukraine. And we have people signing up. So please, upend, upend.com. Go there, as well as FourSacredGifts.com. And if you're called, then step forward. If you're not, then I know there's something else calling you. And just listen to it. Listen to it. And thank you so much, Kathy, and
thank you.
all of you that put this together. Humanity Unplugged. I love that. Such freedom.
Yes. Well, the wisdom that's come through from all around the world is remarkable. And like I said, I'm a little behind in my work.
Right. I totally get that. Actually, I've given up. That younger one, he's the son. My older son was always, oh, good, Mom, you're going out, you're doing great things. The younger one would say, Mom, is this for free again? Or, is it for that Pachamama thing? Is it free for this, free for that? And he even said something once that I was hysterical. Hopefully it's not too cheeky here. He said, Mom, if you keep giving away, nobody's going to pay for it. And I said, that can sound really funny, but I know you don't mean it that way. But what it is that when you give, that's part of the hoop of life, is that reciprocity, it comes back. We don't give to get back, because it may not even be the same, but you are so filled up, the universe provides for you.
That's
so
exactly.
Continue to pay a mortgage, but I'm provided for. I mean, it keeps coming, and
Yes.
I'm alive, and I see others enlivened, and so we're here together for a reason. And I just love you. And
Wonderful. Well, thank you. We'll have to do this again. I had wanted to get you on my show, but this was a perfect opportunity. Thank you so much. And again, everyone, please do yourself a favor and check out this book. You can get it on Kindle, or I got it at the library for Sacred Gifts. And it's Indigenous Wisdom for Modern Times, which is perfect message for all of us. Thank you, Nita.
Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. Yay.
Back in action. Anita, that was incredible. It was a great presentation, a great talk, and I am one of those people who is definitely immersed into the indigenous cultures of America, and learning their mythologies and their rituals and their initiations is really something that I love, because I really believe that they have a more symbiotic relationship with the planet, and we need to get back to that state of being, not just spiritually but physically. So I completely agree with everything Anita said, and I think it's right on time.
Yes. And honestly, if you ever come visit me, if we get to go up to her house, I've lived here since 1972, and I didn't know that place was here. And we went to an event. It was for World Unity Week, which is part of Unity Earth. And there was a caravan of us up there to put on this event. And it was, somebody was going across America to wake everybody up. And
Wow.
so we were filming up there, and I drove up and went, oh my God, I had no idea this was here. It was almost a 360-degree view from a mountain to other mountains all around it. It's like she lives in heaven.
Beautiful.
That's next on the list for us too, is doing the live events. We're going to be doing live and online events simultaneously and separately
Peru.
as well.
I know
Catalina.
Peru.
Catalina sounds really good. Catalina's ringing in my ears, and
that looks really
I think
good.
I'm already there, like Paul Wallace said.
Well, thank you so much for letting me bring people to this party. They're just amazing beings of light.
Dr. Anita rocked it, and thank you very much, Kathy, for your service.
Yes.
And for your light work here today, and all the years that you've been doing it. I truly, truly appreciate you. I love you. And I really enjoy working with you, and I'm going to keep on doing that in the future. And you deserve a nice rest. You've been busy since this morning, so you deserve it. Everybody in the comments, let's see some love for Kathy, and visit her website. You guys got to do that. And thank you, Kathy. Let's bring our next speaker on.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kathy. We'll bring our next speaker on, Carrie Ann Fields. This lady rocks. I love her so much, and she's a star sister, and I've learned so much from her. Recently, we've done a couple of shows together, and the stuff that she has to educate us with is phenomenal. We've been looking at a lot of wisdom today, and what we're going to look at now is something more on the darker side that people may not be aware of, and how we can do shadow work to fight off like these dark energies and things that feed off of us and use us as food, just like we rear chickens. They're rearing us, and that's not very cool. So I'm going to bring Carrie Ann on, and she's got a wonderful presentation for us. And I can't wait for this upload, because I feel this is going to really add to what we've learned today, and it's going to really connect a lot of dots, and it's going to make us understand with what we're dealing with and what we have to let go in order for us to walk this road here that we're all trying to create. So welcome, my beautiful star sister, you illuminated being. I appreciate you for giving us your time, for being here to educate us and to raise our awareness on things that matter the most. So thank you. You're muted, buddy.
Hi, Carrie Ann.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, nice to see you.
While I start raving on. How are you, my darling? So good to be here. Thanks for having me on.
You are very welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And I'm really looking forward to this upload that you're about to give us. And I'm sure that everybody in the audience is looking forward to this as well, because this is transcending the matrix, right? Like we're really, leaving this matrix behind and moving into some unfamiliar territory and yet familiar territory. So you're going to cover a lot of that tonight, and I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, perfect. I can already see a comment, cosmic plasma parasites, which sums it up perfectly, that there really is a egregore energy that we have created for ourselves through our history of ego and taking power off each other and lies and deception and manipulation. And it does create the egregore. It creates the force field that comes back to devour us. So we're definitely going to dive deep into the murky waters and look at the archon forces, which sit in the lower astral realm. And the astral realm really overlays this third dimensional realm. We'll say that the astral realm is the fourth dimension, and in a way it can create a bridge from 3D to 5D. So we'll be exploring concepts of multidimensionality today, which in order to transcend the matrix, we need to be aware that we are in fact a multidimensional being. We need to be aware that we come direct from source code, God, goddess energy, however you term that, omnipotent, omniscient energy. That essentially is who we are. And we chose this perfect galactic story for ourselves to move into a descension timeline. And we sit really at the base of the descended timeline here on Earth in the third dimension. We have concepts of 2D and 1D as well. 1D is that beautiful crystalline earth core of Mother Earth. 2D is the beautiful telluric forces for those who are into the mystical realms, the fairies and the hobbits and all of these elementals that sit in that space. We might say that the animals are part of 2D or maybe 3D. So we can't say definitively what sits in what dimension, but we certainly need to have a concept of dimensionality and the multi ways that we can access different dimensions. Therefore, if we can access different dimensions, what we're about to explore today won't take us down, won't take our energy into doom and gloom, because it's really essential that as we explore this darkness, that we don't feed what we call loot. I'm going to see if I can upload my slides here. Let's see. Look at that. That's worked. So wonderful, Omar. I think that's me doing it now, so you may not need to, Omar. Let's see. We just lost them.
I think that was me, Carrie. I thought that was a cue for me to toss it up. But you got it right there, so I'll add it right there. There you go.
All right, darling. Perfect.
Yeah, I hit the wrong one. Sorry.
Well, let's see if I can do the controls. Otherwise, I'll call you in, brother. So we want to look at transcending the matrix, the multidimensional realms that we all come from, and really we have to accept that there's two things going on for humanity at the moment. I love the theme of this whole event, which is Humanity Unplugged, and it really speaks to what's happening when we transcend the matrix. But the two things that are going on for humanity are the matrix awakening and also the spiritual awakening. Now, many people listening will have been through a spiritual awakening already. And so you are aware of how the energy, to simplify it, of love is what heals all. It is the highest power that we can tap into. Love, light, light, love, however you want to call that. It is who we are. And so we must accept that if that's who we are, we even created the dark matrix for ourselves as part of our galactic story, as part of our galactic game. As we moved into the lowest point of dissension, we created the ultimate opponent, the ultimate villain. It is an aspect of ourselves. And when we accept responsibility for it, we remain in command of it. If we don't accept responsibility for us, it continues to have power over us, and we feel that we are completely helpless to it. So we learn to glitch the matrix, knowing that we are the creator experiencing our own creation. You must accept that as the basic premise in all aspects of your life, because if we don't, we render ourselves the victim. We render ourselves powerless to know how to change what has become. I guess I feel we're at the lowest point of dissension. There is so much chaos in the 3D external environment at the moment. We've been in a place of isolation and lockdown for the last 2 years. We are now seeing wars erupting. Of course, wars have been on the planet for thousands of years, but it seems to be shoved in our face more and more and more. We're seeing, I'm Australian, we're seeing in Australia there floods. Maybe it's been weather manipulated. That's certainly the narrative from the conscious and awake and aware community here. We're dealing with forces that are so strong and so despicable that sometimes we just don't know where to turn, and we want to throw the towel in, and we've come to the end of our tether. And so it's a necessary point to come to where you say to yourself, I actually have no answers. The more I try to help, maybe I'm hindering. If I'm sending energy to the Ukraine, does that mean that I'm creating division with Russia? Sometimes you don't know the way through it. Even all your mechanisms of love and light from your spiritual awakening don't seem to be working anymore. And so we must drop into that murkiness and into that darkness, and we must understand what that ancient underworld code is about in order to take responsibility for it, in order to transmute it, in order to rise out of it. Now, interestingly, where I live in North Queensland in Australia, I live right on the ocean, and right out in front of me, and I'm looking at it now, I have crocodiles that swim in the waters here. And there are many times that I have to force myself to go walking on the beach when the neighbours have told me, yep, there's been a croc sighting, yep, the crocodile even came onto the shore. And I go down onto the beach and I make myself walk that beach, because it is the facing of my primal fears as part of my spiritual initiation, to trust and know that I can be with these ancient beasts, these reptilian creatures, and to know that no harm will come to me. Because if I don't face it, if I don't go there, then something forms in my consciousness of avoidance, of separation, of being consumed with hypervigilance and fear. And so these are not easy practices to do. I get an opportunity to do it raw and real, in nature. For many of us, we have to do it within our heart and our mind by facing what we know, for many people, to be the Archon reptilians that are impulsing through our governments, that are creating this darkness and this sense that we as humans are just simply farm animals, like Omar said before. We're penning up the chickens. Well, we're being penned up as well, and we're being looshed off. Now, loosh is an interesting term that you may not have heard of before, or many people would have heard of it. Loosh is the feed of energy that these Archon forces get. Think of the lower astral realms, the demonic forces that siphon off human energy. We're talking fear, we're talking aggression. It's okay to have anger. Anger can be a beautiful energy if you harness anger and you use it to motivate yourself. But when you get stuck in anger and when it becomes aggression and when it becomes blame and pointing the finger outside of yourself, that's a form of loosh. Complete hopelessness, despair, you can drop into those energies, but if you remain in those energies, that's a form of loosh. And so you look around what's happening for humanity at this time, and you can see that we are supplying truckloads of loosh to these Archon forces. And they are our puppet masters pulling the strings when they need a feed of loosh. You know, in their camps, in the Cabal camps, it'd be narratives like, oh, you know, let's throw out another virus. Let's throw out another war. Let's see how we can just get another fix and another feed for our dark masters. And some people listening, if this is very new to you, you'll think, wow, that's really supernatural. How is that even possible? For others of you who've been on this journey for a long time, you absolutely know that it's real and this is what's happening. And this is why we must awaken our sense of multidimensionality, to know that we don't just live in a 3D realm. In fact, this 3D realm is more like a hologram that shows ourselves back to ourselves. So we are responsible for feeding the loosh to the dark masters, which creates that egregore. It's that overlay of energy that's created that keeps devouring us. Therefore, we can change it. We cannot be a loosh supply or a feed supply to these dark archons. This can be quite a task for many people, because if you're plugged into mainstream media, if you've turned off mainstream media, but the people in your close circles just want to keep telling you what's going on in the world as if it's the truth, you can be very susceptible to getting caught back in the loosh cycle, the fear cycle. How can you transcend? How can you transcend that dark overlay matrix? So just as I was coming into this live, I heard Anita talk about breath work. So one of my trades is as a yoga teacher, and breath work, I would say, is possibly the highest skill that you can cultivate, to pause in the moment, to close your eyes, to feel your breath. And for anyone listening right now, I invite you to do that, to place your hands on your lower belly, to breathe from your lower belly up to your collarbones and then back down again, and to get into that rhythmic breath, because that is a portal into the inner self. And the inner self sits in a place always of trust in that highest frequency of energy that we all come from. We are God, Goddess, source code. We cannot be anything else. We have to remember that we created the video game as the God, Goddess energy. We are experiencing the video game as the human in the 3D. And we have the remote control of the video game in order to transcend any time out of an experience that we don't wish to have here in this 3D hologram, because it's our creation. We are the creator experiencing our own creation. So are we going to let forces outside of ourselves dictate what this creation will be? Or are we going to take control of that remote control? And are we going to breathe? And are we going to move inward? And are we going to close our eyes? And are we going to activate then our own third eye portal? If you look inwards and upwards into your third eye as you sit here and breathe, can you see that that's a creation center? That's a cinematic lens. That's your own inner movie. There you can broadcast at any time what you want to experience here in the 3D via that inner technology. Now, every human has got that inner technology, and it's beyond powerful. The human brain is 1,000,000 times more powerful than any AI quantum computer. And yet we keep giving our power over to that AI, thinking that it's clever, thinking that it's going to solve all of humanity's calamities. But it's not, because the forces that create the clever technology are also the forces that create the calamities. Now, there is a good use of technology, so I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There absolutely is. And if you're multidimensional already and you understand what goes on different star systems, you know there's a beautiful use of technology. So we can maintain that technology. But but we have to know what we're using it for. Intention really is everything. But never negate your own personal technology as the highest form of technology. The human is here now, coming through this dissension, through, as Steiner talks about, the spheres of consciousness. We hit Earth and then we move through the ascension timeline. We move up through the Jupiter, Venus and Vulcan spheres. And we don't have time to get into that today so much, but just know that what's available for those who are of loving kindness is that you'll move through into the ascension timeline. When you move into the ascension timeline, you'll have concepts, and you'll see it in the lightworker communities, talking about the 5D Earth, New Earth, Age of Aquarius, Golden Age, Golden Era. All of these concepts are like key codes to you that awaken you really at a DNA level and support you to move through the ascension timeline. What happens to people who have malevolent intentions? Well, according to Steiner, they drop into what's called the 8th sphere. It's a sphere that sits below the Earth sphere. It's where they go really to have to learn some very, very powerful lessons about how their energy impacts the whole and how their forces of destruction cannot work. And so we might use terms like karma to describe what's going on for those regressive or divergent souls who really, instead of doing the inner work and moving through the ascension timeline, have decided that they're just going to rob energy off people. And so this is, again, the Archon forces, but you see it here in the 3D as well, through the government, through many people you would know in your life who just won't do the inner work, who just are hell-bent on destruction. This 3D realm, is set up in many ways of a dog-eat-dog consciousness, a ruthless consciousness. So people who buy into that and exercise their free will in that way to take power off others, well, they're going to go round again. They're going to go into maybe what we'll call another galactic cycle of the third dimensional universal life lessons. That's a perfect experience because they haven't become attuned enough to the love consciousness to want to move into the ascension timeline. So from a higher perspective, it's all perfect. From the perspective of the human, what we're experiencing right now, there's a lot of anguish and a lot of grief. We're looking, I brought up on the slide here, the solar flares. Now, interestingly, just earlier this week, we had a gigantic solar flare or coronal mass ejection. It comes from our central sun and it creates huge disruption in the Earth's electromagnetic field. Now, of course, because we are one with Gaia, we are one with the Earth, we feel that same disruption. And so we can be very irritable. We can experience a lot of disturbance in our dreams. Our perhaps nightmares are coming to the surface. The body can respond in ways that we feel like we're spinning a little bit of vertigo type symptoms. Different things for different people. And interestingly, if you are a vibrational match to the sun codes that are coming through at the moment, you actually can ride these solar flares like waves because they're solar waves, and you can allow that energy to assist you to upgrade in consciousness. For other people, it exposes their darkness so much, because what does light do? It exposes the darkness, doesn't it? It exposes their darkness so much that they really flail at this time. They're not sure where to put their energy, how to navigate through this particular time. But for anyone who's listening here, I know you wouldn't be drawn or gravitate towards an event like this unless you were a vibrational match to the kind of conversations that are going on here, and therefore to what the sun is giving you at the moment. Whilst it is disruptive, it's almost like a dark night of the soul, I guess. The purging that comes when the light shines that brightly on you gives you a way to just clean house, clean out of your consciousness whatever is no longer serving your higher good. Move yourself into alignment with the central sun, which is really just a portal for the divine energy. So you're moving into alignment with divinity. You're saying, I capitulate my ego. I capitulate what is representative of those archon forces, the lies, the manipulation, thinking that no one sees when, I think I can get away with something. No, you can't get away with anything that is not coming from the highest integrity or dignity. No, you cannot. Everything is seen by the divine. And remember, you are the divine yourself. So you, in a higher perspective, don't even want yourself to get away with some of your scams and lies and manipulations and thinking you can get ahead by treading on someone else. No, that will not work anymore. And the more these solar flares come in, the more you are going to find that karmic repercussion of you taking the low road is going to just be like a slap in the face. We are aligning with the Christ consciousness. And I'm not talking about the beautiful human Jesus here. I'm talking about the Christ consciousness. It's a stream of light consciousness that we can all choose to align with. And we can have that sense of crystalline or Christalign here also in the earth grid. So all of our hermetic principles of as above, so below, as within, so without, microcosm, macrocosm, they all apply here. What we've got going on, the lighting up of our earth grid, the crystalline, Christalign, is the same energy that's happening from the galactic center coming through the central sun to Christ align our codes. Our DNA moves from 2 strands of DNA helix into 12 strands of DNA helix. This is what's available for everyone at this time, but you must choose it. It has to be a choice because your free will is everything. Your free will never, ever be taken from you. So you have to make a really devout choice within yourself that you are choosing to align yourself with that highest crystalline or Christalign energy. When you do that, you actually change your structure from carbon to crystalline. Your blood plasma becomes light plasma. This is the ascension that is happening and is available for many beings at this time. And this is lovely. And I dare say you would have heard beautiful friends of mine, Stephen and Evan Strong. I'm sure they have already spoken about these concepts today or in other talks that they've done in this event or other times you've heard them talk here on the Watchers Talk channel. And they talk about the Hopi prophecy and the 2 world split and these concepts because our Indigenous brothers and sisters have been speaking to end of days prophecy for a long, long time. They know what is happening. We might also lend from astrology. We might also lend from that concept of the coming to the end of a 26,000 year approximately galactic cycle and what we are moving into. Dolores Cannon is another one to look at and explore, and all of the regressions that she did with thousands of clients, the hypnosis that she put them under, who all came through with a similar narrative that we are moving from the 3D operating consciousness into the 5D operating consciousness. So we are stepping into 5D Earth. We would go as far as to say that many people are already operating within 5D frequency. And that 5th dimension, like I said, the 4th dimension overlays the 3rd dimension. Of course, the 5th dimension overlays the 4th dimension, which overlays the 3rd dimension. And we could go on, but we're not going to talk about that today and go through all the dimensions. But certainly have a concept that 5D Earth is available in the now moment. It's not out there in a future timeline. You are anchoring it in the now moment. You are claiming it in the now moment, because there is only ever the now moment. And because you know yourself to be that awakened soul that is aligned with that love, light, love consciousness, it is your divine right then to claim 5D Earth in the now moment. And so you feel that as an activation within your own coding, within your own inner being. You yell it out loud, or you write it down, or whatever you need to do. You say it with fierceness within your own heart, soul and mind. I claim 5D Earth for myself now. And what often happens at this time for many loving people is that they want to claim 5D Earth for everyone. They want to claim 5D Earth for everyone. And this is where it can get quite refined. And this is where people can get a little bit lost in their ways, because what you're being asked to do is to claim 5D Earth for yourself. You must walk through the Ascension Gateway alone. You are not taking anyone with you. And by doing that, you give all the power to all of your brothers and sisters and children and parents and loved ones and pets and whoever else that you desperately want to go with you into 5D Earth. You actually give them all the power by not carrying them on your back. You set them down, you give them the power, and they awaken their own Christ consciousness. They awaken their own ability to claim the 5D Earth, move into the Ascension timeline. And I feel it's a conundrum for many people at the moment, because the loving, aware and awake community have a savior complex. They want to take everyone with them. And you can certainly do your best to speak of these concepts, to plant seeds of wisdom, but ultimately you must give them their power to move through this Ascension Gateway alone. And even break down the word alone. It's all one. Everyone must step back into aloneness and do this as their own initiation. The initiation through these big portals that are open for us all at this time must be done alone. And I believe even the Hopi prophecies and that beautiful poem that Evan speaks to of the 11th hour and getting into the river alone. And we keep being shown the same pathway by so many different cultures. And this is what's available. We must trust that those who are ready are coming to, and those who are not, there's nothing wrong with that. If they need another cycle in the third dimension to learn the necessary universal life lessons, the initiations that are part of that dimension, that is also a perfect experience. And so we take judgment out of what is happening for all beings. We don't point the finger. We don't say, come on, you need to get hip to the groove of what this matrix is even all about. Some people simply won't see that we are being controlled by a dark matrix, that we are being fed lies and deception in every which way possible, through the media, through the governments, through the banking systems, through religions, through the royal institutions. In every which way, the powers that we've looked to outside of ourselves to give us the answers, academia, the list can go on. There is no truth to be found in any of those constructs. And so dismantling the matrix collectively, but essentially within your own world, it's a big undertaking. It's a big undertaking. Slip back into breath, slip back into now moment, slip back into remembering you are the creator experiencing your own creation. And often when I say that to people, people can get quite triggered by me saying, well, you are God, Goddess, source code. You are all that is. You are a fractal of that energy. You are a godlet. You are a droplet in the ocean of consciousness. You cannot be separate. I would have thought that for most people that would be just a wonderful knowing, but actually many people get triggered by it and believe that that's arrogant and egotistical to claim your place as creator being. But I think we're at crunch time. I feel like if we don't claim who we are at this time, then we continue to be hijacked by these forces that are devouring us, that are siphoning off our life force energy. So here it is now, the claiming of your spot, the claiming that you are the ultimate consciousness. Yes, you're having a third dimensional experience currently. You are having a point of attention, if you like, but you are the infinite, omnipresent energy. There is no such thing as separation. It doesn't exist. We are all one consciousness, and all that you need to do is claim your spot within that consciousness. It's a beautiful aspect of Prime Creator. And as you do so, your powers come online in the most magnificent ways. You become the true alchemist, moving from that carbon operating system into the crystalline, or we might say pure alchemy is moving from lead into gold. You become golden in all ways. Why do we often perceive that consciousness or God, goddess is golden? Because it is. It's a stream of consciousness that we are a part of. So you move alchemically into that golden space, into that golden consciousness. That means you are all powerful, and what you choose to create here manifests very, very quickly. And it's a great responsibility, of course it is, because if you shorten the timeline of thought, word, and manifestation, then you want to make sure that what you're manifesting is golden, is loving, is kind, is beautiful, is compassionate. But what have we got to lose? We might as well make that choice and claim our spot now in that 5D earth and dissolve this dark matrix that has been controlling our beautiful Mother Gaia for so long. To really know that we have that much power and beyond. Remember what I said, your human brain is 1,000,000 times more powerful than any quantum computer. And you don't need to be plugged in. You don't rely on the inorganic structures to motor your consciousness, to motor your technology. You are plugging into the highest stream of consciousness through that Christ alignment. That is who you are. And so your supernatural powers are about to come online like you've never had them before. Many people listening would have had supernatural powers come online already. We're talking about things like telepathy, telekinesis, teleportation, bilocation, being able to be in two places at the one time. Anyone who has already become adept in astral travel will know what I'm talking about. You can be laying on your bed with your eyes closed, seemingly just looking like you're meditating, but you have gone through the portal of your own third eye and you've gone out into the astral planes, and you see so clearly what's happening in those astral planes. You see those demonic forces, but you also see all of the light beings, the fairies and the unicorns and the magical dragons, and this realm of energy that we can tap into. You look at children and how, I've got the picture of the children here walking into the 5D earth. Children know all these things. Why is it that we knock that mysticism and awareness out of our children? We say, oh, that's not real. Your imaginary friends aren't real. Of course it's real. They're still operating in the fourth dimension. That's why children can lay down and be off on an inner adventure for hours on end, because they haven't cut themselves off from magic. We are here to live within magic. It is who we are as the creator or the creatrix. We are that energy. We cannot be anything else. So let's play in the energy realms again, in the fourth dimension, knowing that pre-matter realm creates matter. That energy realm of fourth dimension overlays this realm of third dimension, and it creates our manifestation. It creates what we experience here. So be aware you can bilocate right now just by choosing to do so. It's not woo-woo. It's not out there. At any time when you wake up, before you go to sleep, give it a go. You might think, oh, I'm imagining it. And that's the point. You are imagining it. That's how you astral travel. That's how you astral journey. That's how you then start recreating in the hologram that you are. Remember, you're the avatar here. You are the one in the video game, but you have the remote control. And you have to remember every step of the way, you created the video game. It's all perfect. It's sheer brilliance, your sheer brilliance in what you created for yourself. And all of the chaos and all of the destruction and all of the melancholy and all of these things that have been plaguing humanity and ourselves for so long will dissolve, because it is just energy. That's all that it is. Sometimes we take the video game here too seriously. We think, oh, it's so real. It is real in some sense. We feel emotion. We stub our toe. It hurts. We get sick. We have illness. It seems very real, but we created it for ourselves, never to be stuck, held, or trapped in any situation ever. There will always be a new moment. There will always be another opportunity. The universe is in a constant state of flux. You can't be trapped in any scenario, situation, or experience. It doesn't exist. It's never existed. It won't exist. So it's up to you to be the commander of that experience, because at the moment there are forces that are commanding what we're experiencing here on Earth, and it has to absolutely stop. It has to stop now. We have to say that's enough. We have to, yes, maintain our love-light consciousness, but we have to get fierce, really fierce. And we have to say, every time that dark energy comes around, I do not consent. You are not part of my creation. You are not welcome in my orbit. You will step back. I am more powerful than you. I outrank you in dimensional consciousness, because remember, those archons are sitting only in the fourth dimension. You're at least a 12th dimensional being and beyond, you know. We're talking about esoterica, difficult to describe what the higher dimensions are.